Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Mad Chirpy Show. I am your host, Mad Chirpy. Hope you've been well. I am getting a bit fucking stressed over here, mate. I'm getting a bit stressed over here. We have 8 days left until the release of the demo. And yeah, that is not a lot of time. That is not a lot of time. I'm actually starting to feel it a little bit. I've been stressing a bit, but you know, I still think we are decently on schedule. It's not too shabby. We'll see. I'm definitely gonna need some more playtesting. That's really the main thing at the moment. I have a few things in the game that we need to sort out. But yeah, first and foremost, if there's any playtesters in here who have not yet tried the demo, please go ahead and do so. We really need to make sure that this build is all good to go. So I would very much appreciate it. Anyway, first one in today, none other than Great Grievance. Welcome in, man. Second place we have gamedev. Third we have Wolfheat. We also have Nymph in here, we have Cheetah, we have Codinho, good to see ya. Atrium, Wakacha, welcome in guys. Nu börjar det. Don't worry, tomorrow it's 7 days. How is that supposed to make me worry less, Wakacha? Did you do the Steam Fest? Which one? I didn't do the next fest, if that's the one you're asking. I'm going to do the Horror Fest at the end of October. So yeah, the current plan is to... I mean, I can't even say current plan anymore, it's basically set in date. I've made fucking announcements about this shit. The demo will release on the 23rd of October, and then a couple of days later, the next Monday, the 27th, starts the Horror Fest, which we are a part of. So hopefully that can give us a little bit more eyes on the game, but yeah, it's also fucking... It is stressful, man. Not gonna lie, it's like, you know, I'm starting to properly realize that I'm actually going to publish something playable here, and it is a little bit scary, you know, when it's not just a game jam version or a little fun thing just for the sake of it. Like, this is actually like a commercial product, and we're gonna have fucking reviews on it, so I'm kind of freaking out a little bit over here, but oh well, what can you do? Birdsong, welcome in. And when you blink, it's 12 hours. Shut up, Wakacha. Exciting stuff. Yeah, no, it is exciting too. Bloodlight, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. It is exciting too. I am definitely a bit stressed. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that isn't the case, but, you know, it is exciting. It's been some time since I checked in on your development, care for some show and tell. We've been working on, I mean, the main stuff we've been doing lately on stream has been adding a lot extra details and so on, which I think actually turned out quite nice. Just making sure that the rooms are not too empty and so on, you know. Just that's something we had for a long time, like a lot of like the shelves in the rooms and so on there were like nothing in them, and that I wouldn't feel good about having that in the actual demo. I have, like I said, I have a few bugs we need to look over, a handful, like 2, I suppose. One I need to do off stream, but we have the scene loading bug, the async scene loading. It is stuttering even in the built version, so we're gonna have to sort that out. That is pretty much priority number 1. But I wouldn't mind adding one extra detail at some point as well. Switching devices, no worries, Bloodlight. Because I thought about the outside areas in the garden. There is especially one area which feels a little bit too empty. I feel like having something there just to add a bit more depth should be good. And I did figure something I don't have yet, which would definitely work. That could even be a little puzzle of some sort, which is a mailbox, right? Like, that's a very common thing to have outside. When I launched my first playtest, I was scared shitless, yeah. I mean, I said it as well, it was even when I was setting up like the demo page, like the separate demo page on Steam, like I started sweating. Like, unironically, like my hands were fucking dripping. Like I was kind of freaking out a little bit. I think it's fairly natural, you know, when you've spent this amount of time on something. Like, you know, I've probably spent like it's thousands of hours on this, right? And yeah, when you get in this close to one of the bigger milestones, it's a fair bit of pressure. It is a fair bit of pressure, but oh well. For a little while I saw your shorts on YouTube. Oops, caps, no worries. Yeah, I did start trying to catch up a bit on shorts on my clip channel, and actually, with that, I do have some news as well. The current plan to see if potentially we can get a little bit of extra exposure for the game. I actually think I'm gonna post some of the best clips to my main channel as well, but actually, you know, a little bit more properly edited with shorts or with subtitles and stuff. Because on my clip channel is kind of low effort, right? Like, I basically just fucking copy-paste my clips straight from Twitch over there, just to not waste them entirely, but I just, at the moment, I just don't have the time to, like, properly edit every little clip I post. But for my main channel, that is the plan, so speaking of which, we're actually going to publish one right this second. Which I almost forgot about. I decided to even do the little announcement in short format. And then over the next couple of days we're gonna be posting a few clips and stuff. Some random ones that I think are just a bit funny, and a couple of ones which will have actual call to actions to wishlist the game. And then for the release day I even made a short of the actual trailer as well, that we will post. Since our trailer is less than 1 minute long, it actually fits in short format as well. Obviously it's harder to get it to look right with the aspect ratio, but it kinda works. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I just posted one of them, the little announcement here in short format, so please go and check that out, show some support. Like I said, one of the good things with shorts, I know not everyone is like big fans of shorts and all, but it is a pretty decent way of potentially getting some extra exposure, so to speak. But yeah, this is basically just the video we worked on before, right? Like, it's the announcement, teaser, or whatever, just in short format. But you never know, like, even just a few hundred, a few thousand views or something could convert to a couple of wish lists, which anything helps, right? So make sure to go and check it out. Something that's really annoying about shorts is that you can't actually link here. Like, you can't have clickable links in the description, not on phone either. However, now that I think of it, can I have that in comments? I probably can. Does this work? Now look at that! It doesn't even become a link in the comments. That is a little bit annoying. Yeah, that is not a clickable link. Fuck it. I'm gonna pin it anyway. But yeah, that is a bit annoying. I don't know why that is the case. Not until you reach certain milestones, I think. Well, do you need to be a fucking partner to be able to link? But I don't know if that's true, because I've been trying to look at this a bit, and I have never seen a link in the actual shorts. Like, even Northern Lion, I double checked on him the other day. Because I know TikTok is like that. TikTok will only allow you to have a link in your bio. They don't allow it on posts whatsoever. But they do allow it in your bio after like 1,000 subs or something. But like, I feel like I would have most YouTube thresholds or whatever met other than partner. I mean, I did used to have partner as well, but, you know, YouTube kinda kicked me off the partner program, so oh well. Yeah, just look here. Northern Lion. Subscribe, follow me on Twitter, unclickable links. And like, there's no fucking There's no fucking limit this guy wouldn't have reached. So yeah, that's a little bit annoying, but still, exposure is still good. It doesn't mean that people can't search for it. They should also, you know, even if it's someone that just ends up subscribing, that makes them more likely to see my other stuff, which makes them more likely to see the game as well, so it's all good. Because corporations want you to keep it on the platform, YouTube only accept other YouTube links, I think. But YouTube usually isn't that way, because in a normal YouTube description, you can link to anything. Like Meta platforms and like TikTok, they are very obviously want to keep you on the platform. Because you can't link anything in like comment or descriptions or anything. Like the only place where like Instagram and TikTok allows you to link stuff would be in your own bio. But obviously that's a few clicks away. Normally like YouTube videos you're fine, you can link in the comments, you can link in the description. No, there's no link restrictions in comments. Not on a normal YouTube video. I basically pin a comment on almost every video I do. Boom. Clickable link. Descriptions. Clickable link. All good. But shorts, they do seem to be handling shorts a bit differently. Relate a short to a longer video where you have the link. Yeah, I am actually doing that. I think I've set up almost all of the upcoming shorts to relate to the trailer. Because the only thing that's scary about related videos is that if someone is watching your shorts and you put a related video as like a long form main channel video, those are usually quite long. Let's be honest here, most people who watch shorts are looking for like kinda short things, right? Like, generally speaking, someone actively scrolling shorts is going to have a lower attention span than people watching long-form videos, right? That's just the case. So the issue is that it can kind of kill the viewer retention of the video you're linking to. But the good thing here is that since my trailer is so fucking short, if someone would just watch like 25 seconds, that's like a 50% viewer retention still. So I thought that for the time being, most of these are just going to link to the upcoming trailer. Why did they kick you off? What's up, Lion? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. What are you talking about? Some YouTube stuff overall, as well as just got the question of why YouTube decided to kick me off their partner program. They did that a couple of years ago, maybe. A year or two. A year and a half ago, maybe, something like that. Because basically, I became a YouTube partner in like... Oh, fucking time flies, eh? I think I'm becoming a boomer. When did I become a partner? Probably like 3.5 years ago or something. So I was actually making a bit of money from YouTube for a while. However, as often was the case before I went full-time, I always had a little bit of a struggle with consistency. So it came to the point where I almost had not posted like a single video in like a full year or something. And, you know, at some point, YouTube can actually basically contact you and be like, you're not posting enough to be a partner, so fucking either start posting or we're gonna kick you. And yeah, I didn't manage to post anything in time, so they kicked me off the partner program. And now, ironically now, when I would need it more than ever, I'm not eligible anymore, because I don't have as much views as I used to have. Get back in the program? Yeah, you can. But the issue is that you need over 1,000 subscribers, I think, which I have. But then you need like 4,000 view hours in the last month or something, which I don't think I have at the moment. So technically speaking, I am not eligible to become a partner, which is a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. What does the program give you anyways? Well, the big thing is ad revenue, right? If you're not a YouTube partner, you don't make money from ads, which means, in other words, unless you have sponsorships, you basically don't make money from YouTube. So back in the days, I made like at least like a few $100s or something from YouTube. Right now, with like my recent videos and stuff, like I'm not making a dime from them, right? I should be able to check exactly where I'm currently sitting at. But yeah, I know obviously I have the subscribers for it, but it's just the view hours we don't have. Let's see, a YouTube studio. Revenue. Yeah, I could become like the first one to be able to have memberships, but I don't know. That's basically just Twitch subscriptions, but on YouTube. I don't know, if I'm not like pushing that or I'm not streaming on YouTube, I don't know how valuable that actually is. So, can I show this? I should be able to show this. So, this is where we're sitting at. Sorry, this is in Swedish at the moment, but to qualify, you need at least... Oh no, this is for the first one, never mind. Lady Asaku, thank you very much for the follow. This is the one. So, you need 1,000 subscribers, which I have. We recently hit 5,000, so there we are all good. However, you need one of the following. Either you need 4,000 public view hours in the last year, or you need 10 million views on shorts in the last 90 days. Obviously, most of my shorts get posted to my clip channel, so I'm not really getting much views there. But yeah, I'm basically kind of halfway to this mark. So yeah, still a little while to go to become a partner again, but as I said, it is what it is. Okay, let me catch up. I think I've been missing some stuff in chat here. I have a streamer friend that does shorts editing. If you'd like a referral, I know him personally. The main issue is just that, especially as someone who's a non-partner, when I'm not making money from it, it is a little bit hard for me to be able to justify paying someone for editing. Like, it's really annoying for me to do all the work. Like, obviously, I'm trying to manage a stream, game development, as well as 4 YouTube channels at the same time, which is a little bit mad. But the issue is just that, like, you know, I'm at the moment, I'm just not making enough money to where I would feel super comfortable being able to pay someone for it. Like, obviously, I would love that, because it would make my life a lot easier if I could focus like 90% of my time on streaming and game development, and then, you know, have people do the editing for me so that we'll just automatically have content out on YouTube. Like, that would be a huge advantage, but at the moment it is just very difficult to justify paying someone. Especially, like I said, when I'm not making money from it at the moment. Because at least if I say that, like, my clip channel on YouTube, say that I was making like, I don't know, $100 a month or something, at least then I could justify paying someone, maybe even a little bit more than that, because that it would give me more content, which would give me, you know, obviously that's still a very low amount for like an actual editor, but yeah, basically I would need to start making money before we can consider that, I think. I mean, of course I could just pay someone with my savings as well, but then again, this is more of an investment and it becomes a little bit more risky, because if it doesn't pay off, that just means I'm losing more money. And if I lose more money, I lose more time, you know, yada yada. It's the whole thing. I'm mad focusing. YouTube shorts are basically, hey, we saw your TikTok is very successful, we should make the same. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Maybe the restriction is for live chat. That I wouldn't be surprised about. Because YouTube comments has quite a bit of auto moderation as well. I've got your announcement trailer on repeat right now on another tab. Thank you so much, Birdsong. Sounds like you gotta put your videos on repeat in the background. I mean, it would help out. Unironically, it would help out. Anyways, I just popped in to say hi. Hopefully I'll be back later though. No worries, Lion. Thank you very much for dropping by. Appreciate ya. Eliasatu is my wife. Ooh, welcome in, Miss Grievance. Mrs. Grievance, I suppose. Good to have ya. We got you on the big screen this morning. Hey, look at that. He also just loves to teach and coach people through how you use DaVinci. Oh, interesting. So far, I'm quite a fan of DaVinci, not gonna lie. My computer is like half crashing every other time I try to fucking render something, but you know what? The software itself, actually not too shabby. 8 days left to get to work. That is kind of true. We kind of need to do that. It's normal for businesses to lose money in the early years, but you need solid return on it for sustainability. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not, to be fair, it's not like I couldn't pay someone. Like, you know, I still have some money, right? Like, I could pay someone to edit my stuff. It's just that it inherently becomes less sustainable immediately. So, we'll see. Irregular human, the unconventional person, the unnormal homo sapien. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Just chatting? Now we're gonna get to work. Shorts took over everywhere, dopamine. They really did. Like, every platform, even like Reddit, started doing something similar as well. Like, yeah, that like short format really exploded everywhere. Heading into lurk, my friend. Best of luck with the future stuff. No worries. Thank you very much for lurking, Birdsong. I appreciate ya. Yeah, so no, I didn't say fucking start the teaser. That was a misclick. Sorry. Scuffed streamer. What was that? Yeah, I completely misclicked. I clicked the wrong button here. I don't know. I might have potentially slept like 5 hours tonight, so I am a little bit. I'm a little bit bakom flötet, as you would say in Swedish. I'm not even gonna try to translate that. Anyway, main thing we need to sort out at the moment is this bug we have with the loading of the scene. This is like the biggest problem right now, in my opinion. Basically, I tried to set up async scene loading. For anyone who doesn't know, that basically means that instead of us showing a loading bar when you go into the game, we do it in a bit of a clever way, where as soon as the player clicks the start button, since we have a bit of a transition, you know, opening the door, moving the camera, going through it, etc. before we boot you in, we actually start preloading the scene immediately as you click this button, since it's obvious that the player wants to load the game at that point. However, I realized that the entire game basically starts stuttering as soon as we call async scene load. Sometimes it works here. I think it started for a moment there, but overall that looked pretty good. But then the interesting thing is that if I think if I start in another scene, and I did try this in the built version, because first I thought this was just an editor issue, but this actually seems to be a proper issue. Yeah, look at that. That was like a 1.5 second lag or something, which is just not acceptable, right? And I don't know why. I mean, obviously my game scene is fairly large for like a 2D game, I suppose, because it is basically like a god scene that contains every room of the entire game. They just disabled and we enable them when you walk into them, so to speak. But I can't change that at the moment, because that would be a massive refactor. So, I don't know, I'm kinda thinking that we might just have to settle for a traditional loading screen at the moment. I would have preferred not to do that, like if we could have got this async scene loading to work. Because when it works, it's completely smooth, right? And it's pretty nice to not have a loading screen, but yeah. I don't know if we're gonna have time for the demo release, so we might just need to settle on a traditional little loading bar. How long is the demo going to be? I don't know. It's a little bit tricky. I was hoping to have somewhere around like 15 to 20 minutes. Right now, it seems like the demo might actually be even longer than that. But I'm still waiting for more people to playtest. I haven't had a lot of testers play it yet. So, yeah, like, at the moment, for the current build, the current demo build we have, all I can do is, like, guesstimate. But, like, from... took me 30 minutes, but I'm seriously stupid with this stuff. Yeah, just such that he's one of the people who has played it. But this is the thing, like, obviously, I think I've had 2 people play it right now, and both took more than that. And, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? Like, if my demo ends up being a little bit longer, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I can't judge the full demo until we have... Like, I can't judge the playtime of the demo until I've had more people playtest. Because, as you said as well, well, I think what you're trying to say is that you don't play that much of these type of games, right? And that is the case with the other tester as well, where I think he doesn't play a lot of puzzle games in general. So, basically, I need more data to be able to properly know. Like, the full game, I've had more people try the full playtest for the full game. The average there, I think, is something like 1 hour to get through the entire game. Obviously, I cut away a few things for the demo. But yeah, it seems like it might be longer. But yeah, I'm not gonna do anything drastic content-wise until I've had more people test it. How long is your demo gonna be regular? Since you have that entry scene, you could just load it when the screen goes black? No. Like, it's still added as an additive. Like, the issue then is that you still get the lag, right? Which means that when it goes black, you're gonna have a black screen for like 1.5 to 2 seconds. And that is enough for the player to get the thought in the head of, oh shit, is this lagging? You won't see the lag because it's black? No. The issue is not that you don't see the lag. The issue is that you don't get any feedback that the game is running. If you play a game and all of a sudden you have a completely black screen for 2 seconds, like, I think most people, like, unconsciously will get a little bit like, oh shit, is this crashing? Is the game still running? Did something break? So I think we need some feedback. Like, I think we're gonna do that where we load it during the actual switch like we did before. But I need something to give the player feedback that basically the game hasn't crashed. Which is one of 2 things. Either like OK Dog said, welcome in man, we do some animation that just shows that stuff is loading. Or we do like a conventional loading bar. Which I don't think is too tricky, since we have the async scene loading set up. Like, yeah, I do suppose we're still gonna use the async scene loading, we're just gonna move where it happens. Instead of it happening when you click on start, we're gonna do it when you get to the actual fade. Good question, I think my demo will be somewhere between 30 to 60 minutes on average, I assume. That sounds good. How long is your full game? Since everything is procedurally generated, there might be people who play a lot more, since technically the game is infinite. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, because for me, I feel like, I don't know, I'm hoping to have the full game be around 2 hours. I wouldn't be opposed to having it be longer. But the current aim is kind of around 2 hours or something. So for me, like, in general, like, I can't have half the game be the demo, right? But then, of course, with my game, you instead have the whole thing where it's a puzzle game, right? So playtimes are going to vary a lot. Like, as soon as someone gets, like, stuck on a puzzle, all of that extra time becomes their playtime, right? So it's a little bit tricky where, like, I'm thinking that 2 hours would kind of be the average or whatever that I'm aiming for. Because obviously, if someone just manages to, like, you know, quickly put together every single puzzle and so on, you could rush through the game. Like me personally, obviously I know the solutions, but I can get through this game in like a couple of minutes, right? But that's basically a speedrun. But that just, I think that goes to show that if someone was really lucky and or really just happened to get everything instantly, you can do it very quickly. But at the same time, there's been people who've played more than an hour as well. Yeah, loading icon or something, simple 2D sprite animated. I think we could do something like that. How you doing, okay dog? Arthur, welcome in as well. I don't know if I said it. Achtung, hope you're doing well. I don't know why I've started saying Achtung when you come in. It's just, I think I just like saying the word. It's a kind of funny word to say. But since everything is, yeah, if it only takes 2 seconds, they want Alt F4 because they think it crashed. No, but the issue here is that it doesn't matter if they Alt F4 or not. What matters if they even for a split second think that the game is not running correctly, I think that is objectively a bad thing. I think that you should aim to never have your player experience that type of emotion, even if it is just for a split second where they are like a little bit unsure, because it instantly drops the quality of the game. That's my opinion, at least. I think it's really bad, even if it's just a split second thought where a player like doesn't understand what's happening. Like, I value feedback a lot. Like, that's really what I'm trying to say here. And even if it's just like a 1.5 second waiting time, in my opinion, it's unacceptable. If it's not explained to the player, that is. Like, I'm not saying that a 2 second loading time is a problem. I'm saying that a 2 second loading time that isn't communicated, I think is a real issue. 8 bits a byte, welcome. How you doing, man? Good to see ya. Loading malware, yeah, exactly. I don't think it's that bad, actually. When you start a game, I'm almost expecting some staggering. Yeah, but what kind of game? Yeah, maybe if you're starting like a massive AAA open world Unreal game, but this is a simple 2D point and click game. I don't think a lot of people are gonna start this expecting it to lag. But not when the game is running. But yeah, wait, when you start a game, I suppose if you... So you don't mean when you start the application. Because I think... I would say when you start the application, I would be more okay with. But this one, like at this point, you're already... In my opinion, you're already kind of in the game. Like, yeah. I don't know, I'm not saying I necessarily am like objectively correct here, but personally... I think one should try to get rid of those type of reactions, emotions or whatever from players as much as possible, because I don't know, I feel like it has a bigger impact on the player experience than one might imagine. I think you are sensitive, but if you feel it's important, fix it. Yeah, the thing is that it's not gonna be that difficult to fix it. I think this is a reasonably easy thing to fix, and I definitely think it's worth it. Like, the thing is that I think it's also just me in general. I am a fairly, like, perfectionist, detail-oriented person, and when it comes to this game, like, something I've noticed with a lot of point-and-click games, in my opinion, is that a lot of them lack feedback in a lot of places in general, which I think is... I personally think that's a pretty big problem, so that's something I've been trying to fix as much as possible, and I don't know, I just don't like... Yeah, I don't know, I have a hard time for when my game doesn't deliver the feedback I want it to. Having music or ambient sounds will... maybe cause some confusion, but if you fade it out before the switch and lag happens, I think it would be fine without it displayed. Yeah, it's just that it becomes such a delay, because I did have it that way. Like, the reason why I implemented this is because it started taking like 2 seconds to load, and even for me as the developer, it was enough for me to be like, what the fuck is happening here? Do you know what I mean? Loading graphic stuff, async in Unity is a bit hard. Yeah. I think the issue is, I think Cheeto was the one who said it, which I think Cheeto had a good point here. I'm also trying to async load this at like the most sensitive fucking timing ever, which is during like a linear like animation and such, which means that any type of lag spike whatsoever is like super noticeable. Yeah, that is unacceptable to me. But then when I changed this so that we didn't use the async one, we get a lag in the fade out and it becomes like a 3-second just black screen, which I really don't like either. It's very possible that I am taking this a bit too seriously. That could very well be the case. But I don't know, I also think that the quality expected on a platform like Steam is a lot higher, and I do want to try and match that. And I don't know, these things matter to me. My games have a freeze for about 1 to 3 seconds when starting them. Define starting them. Do you mean like here when you click on the start button? Because starting a game could also mean open the application, but do you mean when you like load the actual games in? From the main menu? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I personally think that's too much. Like if this was like a half-second thing, I wouldn't really mind it. But when we start pushing on almost like 3 seconds, it's... I don't know. I don't want the player to ever question whether the game is running correctly or not. Main menu is on a separate scene, yeah. So what do? We preload the scene event here, so that is one of the issues. So basically we could move this, right? We could just not preload the scene here. We do everything else as per usual. And then load the game. Well, now I should be able to just call that one, and this is what we had before. Then of course the issue is always that, just like with the preloading, every now and then it would work perfectly. Like it would be completely smooth in the editor, in the build game, and then all of a sudden it starts staggering. And the same thing was here. Sometimes I didn't get the lag.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up.
Let's
for
do
10
it.
minutes.
And sometimes I would get like a 3-second lag. How are you doing, Rucker? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I know this is a small thing, but I fucking hate it. I don't like it, man. I don't. I know this might seem silly, but... And the worst thing is that, once again, I think this potentially could be even worse if I start from another scene. We'll see. Because the issue is that when it gets far too long... Oh no, it's probably fine now since... No wait, I don't do async loading now. Since now I just call the load scene event with fade set to true. Which means I'm not gonna trigger that one. Instead we're just going to load scene. That should be null. Fade to scene. Because sometimes the fade doesn't work, because technically the fade happens on an like overlay canvas, and if it lags too long, it's actually going to fade in while the screen is still black, and then you get like an instant boom, you're in the game, and that doesn't feel good either. I make all my menu stuff, loading saves and like settings on the same scene, and use coordinate offsets and boost to decide what screen the player is on. Händer i taket såklart. Well, I've never released anything, so maybe that's why I haven't chatted about this. I think as long as it's just a few seconds in the loading of the game, it's okay for me. Can start the fade in after loading is complete. Yeah, there's certainly ways to fix that part as well, but I do suppose that the end thing here, which is still going to be the problem, is that I think a 2-3 second wait without feedback is not up to the standard that I want my game to be in. That's really what this is about. Maybe this is an issue with loading the game without using an executable. Do you mean as in like because I'm in the editor? Because unfortunately I did try that, and the same issue happens in the built version of the game. I don't know, out of curiosity, Satsudak, if you're still here, did you get the staggering as well? Or the stuttering? I know my other playtester did. He experienced it. I did it as well. When you clicked start to go into the game, like did the game lag for you, or was it completely smooth? Do you remember? Maybe a little one? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, unfortunately it did happen in the built version as well. I did actually push this off for quite some time because I thought this was just an editor issue, but doesn't seem to be the case. Like, I think the issue also is that my game scene is fairly large. Because now obviously the animation will be smooth. But that's like a fucking 4-second wait, and then we also lose the fade-in. Unfucking acceptable. That's what I'm calling it. That is unfucking acceptable. So we need to set up some form of a loading screen. Unplayable? I actually think so, yeah. No, it's not unplayable, but it is, from my point of view, it certainly is unacceptable. I couldn't live with that. I might sound silly, but that is the case. How do I make this one not be here anymore? What's the thing I do? I click that one? Oh, there we go. Not even AAA teams fix this without it normally. Yeah. No, the thing is that obviously I thought that I potentially could get around it since my game is very small. Like, my entire game is like 250 megabytes or something. Like, a lot of the time that will not be the case in a AAA game, right? But then, yeah, so I thought that this was a way I could, you know, cheekily get around the loading bar. Which would have been nice. Like, if I could have skipped it, that would have been nice, but I think, as you said, like, I think we're just forced to use a loading screen here. And the fading is choppy, low FPS. Yeah, it seems like the async loading is still a little bit too heavy. It's very possible that I potentially could do something in my game scene to make it better, but I don't know if we're gonna have time for the demo. I think the best thing we can do is just to make a simple loading bar. Which, like I said, I don't think that should be too difficult. I guess we're gonna put that on the transition manager as well, since this is the one that's handling the fade and everything. What happens here? Let's see. Load scene async, preload scene. Are you only handling... And that's all good. Oh, right, and then I trigger... Then the fade will actually happen when I trigger load scene, right? I should refactor that at some point as well. It would be better to use... If I used programmatic animations, I could use parameters to, you know, in code just change the duration of the fade and like the delay and all of that. Gonna do a full screen loading screen or just some overlay graphic? I think I'm gonna do an actual loading screen. Or, well, a loading bar. Maybe just do like a loading bar at the center of the game. That's kinda what I'm thinking. Because the one issue that I see with like just having a graphic showing that the game is running is that at least that does solve the issue of giving the player feedback on like that the game is running, right? The game hasn't crashed. You see this thing spinning, so obviously the game hasn't crashed. The issue instead is that we are not giving feedback for how long they have to wait. Like, kind of the good thing about the progress bar is, well, obviously that it shows progress, right? So I would argue that you get more feedback from a loading bar. Oh wait, you did say loading scene. Do you mean scene as in a Unity scene or scene in the generic sense? So we need... I mean, maybe I need a few things here. I guess I'm gonna need a reference to a slider, which is going to be the, I don't know, loading bar slider. But I'm gonna need to enable the actual game object as well, which probably is gonna end up being a parent object. So I think we're gonna have just a loading bar too. And then I assume when we call a preload scene, what's up, Darth? How you doing? When would I trigger this now? When does this... no, but that should be fine. Okay, let's comment you out for now. Then we are instead going to trigger this. Instead going to say that we want to preload the scene. The scene... Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna hardcode this to the demo now, which means that you can never access the full game. I'll sort that out sometime, or not. Maybe not a Unity scene, otherwise we need to worry about loading the loading scene, true. I'm gonna check your VODs when you start doing localization. Yeah, do it. I think it's even in the title, so if you go to the VOD channel, you should be able to just find it by the title. Because I think we had a pretty dedicated stream to setting up the localization. I did do the whole connection to the Google Sheet, so that I can just pull the localization sheet from Google. That I think I did off-stream. However, if you want to set that up as well, just let me know and I can link you a really good tutorial for it. Okay, so now we're going to preload the demo scene here. Oh wait, I can just move this, can't I? Oh, if is demo. Yeah, that's fine. The game I'm working on right now will be available in English, German and Spanish. Nice! The scenes are a decent way to manage scene by scene content, if you eventually do a refactor away from the one god scene. I just don't know if I would be willing to do that at this moment. Because...
Oi oi, what's good?
Unironically, I think that is a massive refactor. Like that's like almost on the same amount of work as when we refactored the entire interaction system. Because everything is built up for, like the room manager uses references to, you know, the list of rooms in the hierarchy. Every room references other rooms, like all of that would have to change so that they reference scenes and stuff instead, and yeah, it's just way too much work. How you doing, Strom? Good to see you, man. Unity localization Google Sheets. Yeah, I think it's this one. So this guy is also talking about making it automatic, as in like Google translating everything. I didn't do that part, but I use this to set up the connection between Unity and the Google Sheets service or whatever. So highly recommend that. Very convenient. You're talking about loading the demo scene lag? Yeah, exactly. I thought you would have done coupling with the almighty event bus. I probably should have. But no, when it comes to handling the rooms, it's basically the... There we have the proper singleton room manager pulling all the strings. Okay, we're gonna try and preload you. And then start coroutine load. I think before we do this, we are going to say that the loading bar should be activated. I'm kind of guessing here. And then while progress is less than 90%, float progress. Oh yeah, I did this for debugging purposes. So I don't need you either. Because here the issue is that when I debug it, you can see that it basically... Like when it stutters, when it works fine, everything works fine. You know, in the background we'll load like up to 90% and then do the switch. But when it stutters, it will basically jump from... Like, it will say 0%, the entire game will freeze, and then, like, a second later, it will have jumped to, like, 89%. Lurk work meeting, no worries, 8. Thank you very much for lurking. Any general tips, conclusions, now that you use it? Yes, I have one pretty big one, which I kinda did fuck up once. So, something I highly recommend is... Like, obviously, it's a lot easier to work in a Google Sheet. So what I do is that I do all of the work here, and then I pull that into Unity. The issue is that sometimes I still want to add keys through Unity, and then I will instead like push from Unity to the sheet. One issue though is that when you push from Unity, you will see this. You see this little triangle here? That basically shows that we have some Unity reference here to this one. Because the issue is that if you do everything here and always just pull to Unity, if you would at some point reorder these, that's gonna fuck up in Unity. Because now Unity has lost track of like the fact that you moved them. It's gonna think that the one that was in number 5 should still be in number 5. So whenever basically, every time I pull down from the localization sheet, I also push from Unity to get these references, so that every new one I add always has this reference, because that means that if I move this around, if I reorder it, if I change the names, it will never mess up in Unity. Whereas if I would, if I would add a new one here, it's not gonna have this. And that did become an issue for me once, so I highly recommend going into like the kind of pull-push thing early. Basically, pull from Google Sheets, and if there's anything new in that, push it back again, so that the reference is saved in the Google Sheets too. That would be my main tip. That's why you use fade loading titles. Most games use fade loading to disguise this as exact issue. Yeah, I might have to... But the issue is that I don't think it would disguise it. Because if the game freezes, no matter what I do, it's not going to update correctly. Right? Because if the menu transition animation froze, then whatever fade loading bar I would do would also freeze. So I don't really know what would fix it. Like, one thing you could do, potentially, actually, this is a little bit cheeky, but I could say that the loading bar slider dot value should start at 0.1. So that we know it always will display a little bit of progress at first, unless that gets overridden here. No, you wouldn't have to necessarily. I could do a check for it. I could basically check again. If the value is greater than 0.1, then I want to say that the loading bar slider dot value should be set to async scene load dot progress. Yeah, just otherwise it's totally cheated. The issue would be that it could technically progress backwards, which would be a problem. But now we can basically fake that it always starts from 10%. Wait, if loading bar value, yeah, is greater than 0.1, then yeah, that should be correct. I can't do this check here, because then there's a chance that we're gonna skip this entire while loop, and that would be an issue. I run into that issue as well with loading my levels in echoes. I switch the loads in async, then you create an async operation, and while that isn't done, you can fill a progress bar, and when it's done, proceed, yeah. To get faster loading, I use Unreal's different game maps, so different scenes whenever I can. Like when you enter dungeon or an event, even use duplicate maps without some stuff the scene does not need. Yeah, I think that is a good way of going about it, but personally, I just think I'm in too deep at this point. Like, I don't think I'm willing. That might be the one refactor that at this point I'm gonna say I'm not willing to do. I think it's too much work, and I don't know how unnecessary. Like, if all of that work, which might end up being like 2 weeks of work, unironically, if that is all to save me a 2-second loading bar, then I don't think it's worth it. Is your starting menu a different scene? Yes. I basically have... I think I have like 5 or 6 scenes, but the entire game is inside of one. I have a initialization scene, where the player might get to set like language and brightness. If you've done that, you will automatically skip that scene and go straight into the splash screen, which is a separate scene. That boots you into the menu, which is a separate scene. From the menu you can go to the credits, which is a separate scene, as well as into the game. And then from the game we also have the demo ending scene, ended up being a new one. So I have like 6 scenes. If it is, you could hide the loading bar in when starting logo appears. No. Because that is basically what we did, but the issue is that the entire game stutters. And doing it during the fade would be the same as doing it during the transition animation. It's gonna be very noticeable if it like lags mid-fade or mid-transition. But that was kind of the plan. It wouldn't be strange if we loaded and then continued to the fade, the loading bar. Yeah. Those 9% loads, freezes when it's done, taking you to 10 and fade it to 100. Yeah. Yeah, I think what would happen now, if it lags, I think the loading bar would start at 10%, and then it's gonna get a lag, and then it's going to jump up to 90%, and then boot you into game. I think that is the lag version that could happen at the moment. I think we should just try this and see what happens. I need to disable this one as well. If async scene load is not equal to null, ready to switch scene equals true. Alright, I still need to call the actual switch. But now I should do that from here, to be honest. Instead of using the event, I can just call this. If async scene load is not equal to null, ready to switch scene true, return. I'm confused. Okay, I'm just gonna start here. Fuck it. Okay, so this is gonna be on the system canvas. I would like to add a UI image. I think we can use our little sliced box here. Description box. Sliced, right? Do I have a different... What's this canvas? 1920 by 1080. Whoopsie. So what, I need to times the scale by like 6. That should be pixel perfect. This is gonna be a bit confusing. Because do these represent pixels now? They do. That seems fine. Okay, so this is gonna turn into our loading bar, so we're gonna do like... maybe something like that. Should I just have added a slider instead? No. Let me have this one in case I want to use it as a little reference though to how this stuff is set up. Let's see, background, fill area, and then you have the fill. It is anchored to the left and stretched from top to bottom. The fill area... Okay. Okay, so on this one, we're gonna call you loading bar. I think we're gonna do something similar where... wait, fuck it, I can copy this. Fill area, I'm going to paste you here. Okay, so one from the left, one from the right. I don't know why you're not stretched to the top. Probably has to do with the anchors. I guess we do like -2, -1.5. -1.5. We're gonna copy that over here. Then we have the fill, which is... how do I want to do this? I think the actual loading bar is gonna be a little bit grayish. Maybe. Okay, we need to add a slider here. Transition, color tint. I don't think I want that. Fill rect will be this one. You are not going to have a sprite. Fill area. Okay, I think I need to move this. What are you set at currently? The value is 0. So technically at this point you should be completely hidden. Okay. Two seconds, you lose most of the people born after 2000 at that point. Exactly, man. Are you doing the Microsoft loading bar? It does not really tell you how much it has loaded, just random percent. No, this is, right now I'm basically setting up a real loading bar. Then whether this is gonna work well or not, we'll see. Well, I faked the first 10%, but the rest of it is actual loading bar. What do I need to do here? Width? Do I want width? Shouldn't width be like 0? Yeah. Look at that. Maybe a little bit tall. Maybe a little bit tall. Maybe we do like 6 instead. Yeah, I think that looks better. Okay. Now I think we can delete this one. And I'm realizing now that the slider is actually on the same game object, on the parent object. Which means I don't need you. Yeah, let's just do you. Now we're gonna have some errors here. Loading bar dot game object set active. Then loading bar dot value. Loading bar dot value. I don't think I'm ever disabling this one now, but we're just gonna try it. And we'll see what happens. Okay, so transition manager, where might you be? Are you like here? Here we go. Loading bar should be this one. And by default, you should be disabled. Okay, we are just going to try this and see what happens. Whether it seems to work or not. I don't think we're even gonna load the scene right now. It's basically going to just freeze at the end. Okay, so you start a little bit too early. Demo is loading. Okay. That is a little bit weird. Can we debug log this? Let's debug log the progress and see what happened there. I think I need to call the load scene async a bit late though. It seemed like the loading bar popped up a little bit too early. Okay, it doesn't update the value correctly, just here it looks fine. 06, 30, 42%, 54%, that looks fine. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. I'm gonna go and get a bit more coffee during the break, but we shall be back shortly. Okay, is something failing here? While async load dot progress is less than 90%, loading bar dot value, if the value is greater, oh my god, if the loading bar value is greater, you fucking Dumbo. If the async scene load progress value is greater than 10%, then you upgrade it. Okay, there we go. That should do it. Stopped at 80%? Oh, I guess it got over 90%. Oh, if it's less than 90%. Shouldn't I do... I should do less than equals. Or, what I do is that once we get over to this... Or maybe just in here, we say that loading bar dot value should now be set to 100%. Okay, ads are running. Like I said, I'm just gonna take a quick break and go and get some more coffee, and I'll be back in a few seconds. Appreciate your patience. And we are back. Don't be too harsh on Dumbo. Okay, let's see how this looks. I think we're getting there. That looks pretty nice. I could display a tip here. You know, kind of like... You know, a lot of RPGs, like Skyrim and so on, will display like some lore thing. We could kind of do like an in-game tip, potentially. Maybe. Did you know Alt F4 activates the debug menu? Exactly. Share my current project in the Discord channel? Ooh, I'll check it out. Is this when it's waiting for input? I'm unsure if I actually need to wait for input. Right now, welcome back from the ads, guys. Right now, the issue is actually that I'm just never calling the actual loading. So that's something we need to fix. But I don't know if I need to wait for input here. Because once you get into the game, like the way the opening cutscene works is that the opening cutscene basically waits for input. So I think we should skip it. Like, the only thing they would miss is the fade in of this scene. But like, say that it starts loading and they walk away. This is what they would come back to. Press any key to continue. So like, this already kind of waits for input. So with that being said, I feel like we can just jump in here automatically when it's loaded, right? It feels redundant to have to use input to get past the loading screen, basically. What about loading a mid-game save? Is that not a thing for the demo though? Yeah, currently we don't have the save system in the demo. What do we have here? My current project currently debugging one of the bosses, which is normally at day 40, and he's not gonna be fast as fuck like that. I wonder if I find it usually it's better quality if I open this in the browser. Can I not do that? I think I should be able to do that. Ah, fuck it. Oh, why is computer lagging? Defend Castle, first edition. Okay. Nice little menu animations going on here. Is this kind of like one of those God games or whatever? But I think you have a good idea for the full game, Cheetah. Like, actually loading the save during that time gives us a bit of extra time. You do the art as well? Day 1. Holy shit. Oh, nice little rain. I like the... You call it like the animation when it lands. Health bar looks good as well. Yeah, this looks cool, man. Everything but the music, like me then. Oh shit, look at that. So here is the entire thing sped up basically. Nice. We aren't getting audio? I don't think there is audio. Nice, man. It looks cool. The only thing, if you want some feedback, the only thing I might say is that I assume this is like the health of your castle, which you are protecting, right? I assume that's the case. In that case, I wonder maybe if everything would look a bit more consistent if you had a bar here too. Since it seems like you use bars for his health as well as... I don't know if this is probably not a health bar. Yeah, that's like an attack timer or whatever. But basically it seems like everything else is a bar. So I feel like potentially it would look more consistent if this was a bar as well. That's just like a, you know, random thought I had, so do what you want with it, but just something that popped into my mind. But it looks good, man. How long have you been working on it? Absolutely right, I think I should do that. I feel like it would be, obviously, as some might have realized at this point, consistency is something I tend to value very highly. I feel like it might end up looking a bit more consistent that way. But yeah, it gives me a little bit of that, like, Age of War vibes. I really want to go back and try that again, man. Sorry, just need to answer something here. Few months, couple of hours every day. Nice. Every other day. Haven't even heard of Age of War, just checked it out. It's a really old, like, it's one of those, like, classic Flash games. Okay, sorry, I was chatting with another tester. I think there is one thing I might have to change for the demo. Potentially. Sorry, I can't really say it on stream, I think, because I think that is a bit too much spoilery, but we'll see. What are we doing? We are fixing a loading bar. That's what we're doing. Let's do that first. We'll check the game out. I mean, in my mind at least, I remember it very fondly. I actually do wanna. I've spoken about this before. At some point, maybe after we release a demo or something, I actually wanna do a fun little stream where we go back and just play a bunch of old Flash games. I think that would be a lot of fun. Just play through all of those classic ones, you know. Still haven't tested the game at all. Gonna save it for the right moment. Do you wanna playtest the demo, Kita? I can send you a key if you wanna try the demo, the current version. But it is up to you, of course. Okay, so wait, I need to call this later. I think that is easiest to do from the actual timing that we do here. 0.5 second fade out. So I think we're gonna wait an extra 0.5 seconds here. And that should solve the early pop-up of the loading bar. If you want a blind demo feedback rather than the blind full game feedback, I will be worthy. Yeah, because, I mean, it's tricky, right? Because obviously I'm gonna need blind plays for the full game as well. And even if someone has just done the demo, it is a little bit less of a blind play, right? But on the agenda currently, it is much more urgent for me to get more testers for the demo, so if you're interested in it, I can definitely send you a key. Because I've only had a handful of people try it at the moment, and I feel like I'm gonna need data, you know? Okay, let's see. Boom, fade out, menu, load. That's not too shabby. Okay, so what would happen if we then actually load the game once this is finished? So the way we're gonna do that, if not ready to switch scene, boom, allow scene activation true. While not done, you do this. Ready to switch scene. Oh yeah, that's afterwards. So here, for now, we actually just want to load the scene. Which means we're gonna go in here. Async scene load will not be null. So ready to switch scene. Will be set to true, that frame. What? But then you return. Oh no, wait, because I'm gonna fade, am I not? Oh shit, wait, I can't call this one. This is only with the event. Wait, how the fuck do I load the scene? Do I just call the... If not ready... Okay, so, oh yeah, the problem is that it's stuck here, because I think this will automatically load it, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think I need to do this. All we need to do... I think we're gonna comment this out. We're gonna grab this. And we're gonna put you here instead, and I think that might solve it. Refreshing my large, have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Birdsong. Yeah, I'll send you a key later, Cheetah. A key for Cheetah. That's so done. I'm almost ashamed of myself. It's so done. Okay, so there we had the full lag from 10 to 90, which does happen sometimes. Now I don't get the fade in, but we can do that. Wait, I can manually fade in, can't I? Because that's in the same script. Fade to scene, fade in. Do I not have like a fade inside scene? I can just use that one, couldn't I? I mean, I don't really need the fade out. No, so all I do is... Can I trigger... Just trigger fade in? It's not done. Do that. So what if here I triggered this, and then at the end we also want to say that the loading bar set direction, no, set, oh, game object set active true. False. If you fake that the loading bar gets stuck, it's gonna look more natural, I think. So if there are hiccups one time before the freeze, it's gonna make sense. Like slowing down and slowing up. But doesn't that kind of happen naturally most of the time? Is that the only issue is that when it actually freezes, like when it properly freezes like that, when it jumps from 10 to 90, the entire game is gonna be frozen, so there's nothing I can fake at that moment. And when it loads naturally, it's gonna kind of do jumps anyway, right? Key goes into key to... Yeah, exactly. One of those mornings when you have a loading bar stuck to your windshield. Okay, come on now. Boom. Okay, we got the lag. And then we go in. The fade in looked like it worked. Wanna change it? A smooth one now as well? No? I would like to see how a smooth one looks too. I am starting in the menu scene. This is the thing that's annoying, because whether it does the full lag or not, it feels kind of random. Like now I only get the full lag. Loading and unpacking cached files may be lagging. Yeah, it's definitely something is causing lag. I'm not entirely sure what. But yeah, the unfortunate thing is that I don't know if I have time to solve it either at the moment. Okay, let's start from the splash screens. If that usually makes it more laggy, to be fair. That's perfect. I think this is quite good. At least you get the feedback that the game hasn't like crashed or anything. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I haven't saved overridden the system canvas. Fine. Vabik, Va3 each. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, but thank you very much for your follow. Welcome in. No, but if you get stuck at 10, fate it jumps to 30, fade to 45 and then freeze, load at 65, fade to 90 and then go. Oh, do you mean I would start fading it and then do the preload thingy? I see what you mean. The only thing that feels a little bit weird with that is that we're basically just saying that like what in practice what we're doing is just kind of making the loading bar longer for the sake of it. Because I think this full lag from oh, that was weird. No, I didn't even get the first part. The full lag from 10 to 90 I think almost only happens in editor. In actual built version, I think it does multiple lags. But the last one we didn't... Like, it looked like the loading bar was immediately at 100%. Maybe I do need to do some little tweak there. I don't know if I should have a text saying loading as well. The only issue with that is that I don't have a localization key for it, so I would need it localized to every language as well. I mean, most of these do look fine. There was one that was a little bit weird. I do need to try this in a built version as well, just to double check, but at least the transition is good, which is nice. Okay, let's actually have a look at other loading screens. Also, how is our new short doing? Doing anything? Not too good. Not too good. Go and check it out here if you wanna show some support. I'd really appreciate it. I don't think that trailers in general work as well in short formats. What do we want to do? Game UI database. Let me have a look at a loading screen. I think doing the tips here could actually work. I guess we could say the percentage. That's fairly easy. Because that wouldn't have to be localized either. Yeah, I could certainly do... I think maybe doing a hint and percentage. I would like to put loading in that too. It's just annoying because we're gonna need to localize it, which means I need to get all my localizers for like 10 different languages to do it. Also, do I have any Brasileiros in here? I really need someone to double check my Brazilian Portuguese, in case anyone is interested. I don't think I've actually found a localizer of that yet. Obviously, Brazilian Portuguese, I have translated most of it myself. A little bit is machine translated. But yeah, I basically just need someone to double check it. That's a kind of cool one. Yeah, we already have the tips, so those wouldn't have to be localized and new. Show the game logo. I'm actually not sure if I want to do that. I don't know if I want actual art either. I'm scared every time Chappy starts doing language stuff. Why? I've been thinking about adding a new redeem. I know that Red Cabin Games, he actually has a redeem for him to speak Swedish for like 1 minute. And you also have, I think Mother Sheep has one to speak Austrian and German. I thought it could be kind of fun to add a redeem like that. Maybe even do it where the viewer can pick the language I have to speak, and however little I know, I will just try to speak that for a little bit. That could be kind of fun. That could be kind of fun. I mean, the only issue would be when it's a language I actually don't know anything. I guess that would have to be fucking Google Translate for a minute. But like even, I mean, obviously I'd be fine in like Swedish and Portuguese. I should definitely do something in Spanish too. And then I have a few languages where at least there's something I can say. You know, like I would never say that I speak like French or Arabic or whatever, or Finnish as well, to be honest. But at the same time, like I know enough words to at least say something. I feel like it could be a fun little redeem to have at times. So of an endless research and pondering between Brazilian word choices, yeah. Suomalainen chatnit. Kiitos. Kyllä. Nyt suomalainen chat. Perkele. You see, wouldn't that be pretty fun? Wouldn't that be pretty fun? Selva? I have no idea what that is. Selva? Maybe. Oh, no. Oh, as an answer, I would translate this to okay or like all done. Oh, interesting. Harry Chat, welcome in, man. Oh, we are finished again today? Dude, we are finished every day. Every day is finish day. Well, every day is half finish day, at least for me. There's no day when I wake up and I'm not half finished. Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed always had an interesting one. I wonder how they do. Is this a different scene? I guess it is, right? I guess they boot you into like a new scene in the game where you can like walk around while loading the actual game scene. Damn, I'd almost forgotten about that. It's been so long since I played a Assassin's Creed game. But they've done this for a long time, right? Where you basically... You're in like an empty space, but you can still like run around and stuff. Yeah, Assassin's Creed 2 even had it. Brotherhood? Wait, is that... No, is that after 2? Yeah, it is. Isn't it? I think so. There's too many Assassin's Creed now. There really is. Okay, in that case, I wonder if I should do a proper loading screen instead. So maybe we give this one a parent object, and we call this one loading screen. Then I'm gonna make you cover the entire canvas. And we're gonna give you an image so that we can make sure that you always cover everything. Then should add a few text objects here. So one would be the hint. This is an example. I actually think I call them tips. This is an example tip. Let's throw on a little content size fit on this one. Horizontal, preferred size. Then I'm gonna center you. Gonna switch this into special elite. Move you up a little bit. That looks a little bit too big for my liking. That looks a bit small. Maybe something like that. And I think I want to duplicate this one. And then potentially do like... show like the percentage. Maybe. Always thought these were so cool, with kinda engineering flex. Wait, what is? Loading bars? If Kita is not answering, silver means clear, so it's like, okay, all clear in a sarcastic way, maybe like sure thing. Okay, yeah, it's very similar to Swedish actually. We use clear in pretty much the same, like klart. It could kinda be used in the same way. Like, it can almost kind of be used as... it can kind of be used as of course as well. Like, såklart in Swedish. So that would literally be like so clear. That's basically a way of saying of course. Oh, det är klart. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's clear. Maybe this could be a bit bigger. It's one of those not easily translatable words. Yeah, just it doesn't make a lot of sense in English, like if you literally translate it. Like if you're saying, yeah, that's clear. Like you can kind of get it, but it sounds a bit odd. But yeah, I understand because we basically use it in the exact same way in Swedish. Tip text. Percent text. You could also do it where maybe the tip is centered. And then we like bring this stuff down. I don't know, maybe if I would prefer that. Maybe put the percentage on the side. I like how I chat about fucking grammar here. Adding a dot on a example text that no player is ever going to see. Maybe something like this. Legend Chan, welcome in. Hi chat, first time watcher, senior dev. Can you tell me what MedShop is building right now? I am currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which we're gonna release the demo for on Steam in like a week or so. I had some issues though, because I wanted to preload the game scene in the menu, but that caused some stuttering, so we're currently making a little loading screen here. It's not what I initially wanted to have, but I think we're gonna have to settle on it. So you say you're a senior dev, are you like a game dev as well, or like software developer in general? If you want to, if you're interested, you can check out the game on Steam here. If you want to have a look, appreciate those wishlists very much. Okay, I don't know, centered loading bar or bottom loading bar? What do you guys think? That feels asymmetrical, which I don't know if I like. But either we have the text be centered, and we put a loading bar at the bottom, or we basically put everything together like this. And maybe I do prefer this. Do I not have some script for this? Tip? Video on tutorial tip? No. Show? No. Display? No. Hint? In-game hints example? Tips. Tip. I definitely have something like this. I do something on change string reference on enable. I think that's what I want. What do you do? We have a list of localized strings, the current index. Then I add to the index every time. Yeah, because I show them in a specific order in-game. I wonder here if maybe I just want to randomize this. Because otherwise you basically gonna see the same tip every time. Because I imagine that most people who start the game will only click on the start button once. So maybe what we could do here is add a little serialize bool for randomize order. Maybe not randomize order, maybe just like I don't know, random selection. Here we do, wait, current index is greater than count. So that's only an issue when I do this the normal way. But we can still keep that checked there. No, we can do this. We can check if random selection. Oh, no. Let's use a ternary operator, just those are cool. We're gonna do int index is equal to, depending on if it's a random selection. If that is true, we're gonna set it to random.range between 0 and localized strings.count. Otherwise, we set it to current index. And now we will need to check if index is greater. Then we set index to this. And then we're gonna use the index here. Then we can say current index plus plus, that's still fine. Yeah, that's all cool. That should default to false, which is fine. I'm gonna say random selection is true. Thanks, I've added to the wishlist. Thank you very much, man. Software dev, I only basic understanding of game dev. Nice. You extract the random range to a separate variable. You will have easier maintaining. Wait, I extract the random range to a separate variable. Do you mean outside of the ternary operator? Like I would do... Hejsan svejsan. Basically, just set a random index first. Is that what you mean? Boas estrogen. I can't say that in Portuguese. I don't know why it's so difficult. Hope you're doing well. Come here. Is that what you mean? Like setting this one externally from the... Like doing this. And then just using this variable here instead. We'll have easier maintaining. Oh yeah, you mean like in case I would change like how the randomness works or something like that? I suppose. Okay, so we set a random index. The index will be set to, depending on if it's a random selection, we set it to either the random index or the current index. Random.range weird chat. Do you not like the random range, Slayton? How you doing, man? Okay, just trying to be productive. Are you here for some co-working? I'm up for it. If index is greater than this, then set it to 0. That should never be the case when it's random, but it might be the case when we check the current one. To be fair, I could do this at the very end as well. Doesn't matter. This should be fine. And now this ternary operator is much more readable. Yeah, I see what you mean. That is definitely fair. Why would you even random range anything? Why not? What would you use as an alternative, Slayton? Okay, localized string. I would like some tips here. Sure. Shit, I don't remember which tip is which. I don't know if I want to use all of these in the demo. Tip, tip, tip. Where are you? No, is this a post? No. What do I call these? Tour. Oh, menu. Yeah, menu tip, I think. Maybe? Yeah, menu tip. 0, 1, 2, and 3. We're gonna skip 0. Oh, you know what? I might only have one tip. You know what? I might actually only have one tip right now, which is going to be tip number 1. So all of this was kind of for nothing, but it's fine. Tip 1 is what we're gonna use. Which means I guess I could have just straight up localized this one. Don't actually... That might still be useful to have later, but we can actually skip that entire script. And instead, we are just going to set this to be tip 1. Because I think the other tips I currently have are not really applicable to the demo version anyway, so it's just unnecessary to have them in there. I thought the main point of ternary operators was to condense too much logic into one line of flex. I don't know. I mean, I really liked it wasn't like super long ago that I learned about ternary operators. Shout out to Satsudak. He was the one who told me about them. And you know what? I'm actually a pretty big fan. I like ternary operators. They're fun. Oh wait, we do need to change how this stuff works now. We're gonna actually need a... Let's see... transition manager. We are going to need a reference to a game object, which is going to be the loading screen. And then anywhere where we did set active, we should do that on the loading screen instead. So we no longer need game objects. Okay, we're gonna activate you here. Gonna do all of this stuff, and then at the very end, we're gonna disable the loading screen. Oh wait, we need to update the text as well. Loading bar, we're gonna have a text mesh pro UGUI, which is called loading percent text. Sure thing. And async load progress. Well, async is less than that. It's greater than this. We faked the first 10%, so we needed to immediately be set to 10%, so might as well do that here. Loading percent text dot text is equal to string. You know what? We can just straight up fake this 10%. That's all we need to do. And then during this part, we're going to say that loading percent text dot text is equal to toString, and we're gonna do something percent. This something is going to be the async scene load dot progress. What, times 100? Yes. But then I need to... Wait, I need to round this, right? Because this is gonna give me a bunch of decimals, which we probably don't want. Show the one tip in a random language, just to mess with the player. If anyone questions it, we can just say, well, it's a psychological horror game. That's the point. Transition manager loading screen will be this one. Percent text shall be this one. I'm gonna disable you. See how that looks. Like I said, I think we need to round the number. I think you can use like... Can you use like format on an integer? Or on a float, I mean? There's something you can do. I mean, that wasn't too shabby. It is a little bit quick, and it's probably gonna be too quick for most people to actually read the tip, but... Oh, it doesn't jump to 100 either, that's an issue. So whenever we set this to 1, we also set this to 100%. Should I say it to 99? No, I think 100 is fine. Oh, you know what the easy way of doing it is? What if I just round it to an integer? Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I know there is a way to actually format it, or whatever. But we could literally just round this to an integer. And it would be fine. Like... Yeah, that's what I did here during the debug log thing. So if I do... maybe I should do a float percent is equal to... this... casted... Yeah, so I guess I do int percent. Can I not do that? Cannot implicitly convert type float. Oh, I did this? Okay. So... No, this is not gonna work. Because this is always... If I round this into an integer, I need to... Okay. We do float percent. We do the calculation here. The async signal progress times 100. But then in here, we cast this into a integer. Maybe? That feels like it could work. That's not too shabby. But we do get an immediate jump in here. It doesn't... Right? It's not fading, is it? Or am I just missing the fade? Or does it take too long to load? Pause. Wait, pause. No. That fades in. I guess I could just call it later as well, because I might wait like 1 frame now. Possibly even more. So you know what, we could set this trigger at the same time as right before we deactivate the loading screen. Because we might lose like a couple of frames of the fade. Potentially. That's not too shabby. It does wait kinda long at... %100. Maybe what will happen if I set this to 99%? Maybe we even... No, let's fake it more. Let's set this to 95%, this to 0.95. And then it's only gonna show for 1 frame. Fuck it. I'm gonna try it. You know what we could do as well? We could actually do a private void update loading bar. And then we just pass in a float progress. In here we put this. We pass in the progress here. And then we do this whole calculation down here as well. So this is now going to be progress times 100, and then cast that to an int. Now we can just call this. So over here we can just say update loading bar, and we're gonna cheat and just pass in 0.95. At the very end we're gonna pass in 1, and during this part we're gonna say update loading bar, and then we're gonna pass in async scene load dot progress. A little bit neater. I mean, that could work. Because it felt a little bit weird when it stops at 100% for like a full, or like half a second. Like now you basically have just enough time to see when it hits 100 and then you fade in. I think I prefer this. Okay. System, apply everything, save, and let's try to do this from the splash screen, because that usually messes up the loading time even more, for some reason. Yeah. Okay, so we go 10, 95, 100. I think that's fine. And is it gonna be smoother now, since I'm in this scene? No. I feel like that's fine. To be fair though, since this is frame dependent, what frames per second am I at currently? 60? What happens if I go unlimited? I'm probably not even gonna notice the 100%. Maybe I need to fake that with an actual time or something. It's kinda noticeable. But I think maybe we should fake it a little bit. Like, maybe before... The issue though is that I think we might... Let's see here. This is actually what triggers the load. So I think what we're gonna do... that's a bit tricky. Because I think this is kind of what's causing the lag in a sense. So if I would put a timer before this, I just make it even longer. And that means it's gonna say 100% for too long. What happens if I would just yield return, wait for seconds real time, and then we pass in like 0.2? Cannot be used like a method. Oh, new. What if I do that? Adding 0.2 seconds to the loading screen doesn't feel like it should be a problem. Wasting players' time. Oh, that's funny. I think that feels better. Is the fade in front or behind the loading bar? I think it's behind it right now. System canvas. Where is the actual... Yeah, it is. Okay. So wouldn't this, like, automatically look a lot better? Well, the issue is that I don't disable while it's fading. Let's have a look though. What would happen if I put this... No, wait, all I really need to do is put a loading bar behind, or loading screen behind the transition. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. Appreciate your patience. I might go and get myself a bit of tea during the break. But we shall be back shortly. Okay, it's so quick that I don't even have time to realize what's happening. Oh no, wait, I only called the fade in trigger. Ah, what if instead... Here, instead of calling this one, we actually call fade inside scene. Oh, can I not do that? Because are you a... That's a fade event. Okay, ads are running. Like I said, I'm gonna take a quick break here, but I will be back in just a minute or so. Cheers. We are back. Sorry that break did take a little bit longer than it was meant to, but appreciate your patience as always. What is up, Boom Trout? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Adgnosis, welcome in, man. Good to see ya. Thought this link could be useful to promote Shroud of Gloom. Check it out. Gamesjobsdirect.com. Wishlist Wednesday. Okay, I don't think, I don't know if I can see this on here, because I don't think... Isn't LinkedIn kind of one of those places where you need to have the profile or whatever? Not gonna lie, I opened that LinkedIn Interneeded tab, it looked sus. So wait, what is this about? Should you just giving a quick overview? Okay, what were we doing here? Oh yeah, I was thinking if I could fade inside scene. This is 0.5 seconds. I mean, I could just do this manually, to be honest. I could just call both. So here we could say... set trigger fade out. Then we fade in. Can that override the other one? I'm not... or am I gonna need to wait 0.5 seconds here? Waste even more time. Okay, I'm gonna try this and just see what happens. Currently working on a new little loading screen here to get into the game, because I did try preloading, but it seemed like we got some lag, some like stuttering or whatever from it, which is, in my eyes, unacceptable. Ooh, oh, okay, 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 that's not too shabby. That is not too shabby. LinkedIn post from in the community where you can comment your Steam link and ask for wishlist. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, the only issue is I'm not too keen on LinkedIn. The one thing I don't like about LinkedIn is that you're basically forced to use it as a quite personal platform. As in, like, for example, I think they have literal guidelines that say that you like have to use your fucking full real name and stuff, which I'm not too keen on doing. Oh, that is pretty fucking neat. You know what? That is pretty neat. Now, the only issue is that we don't actually fade in the loading bar. Maybe we should do that. It's very quick though. Maybe it's fine. Fading it out though does look a lot better. Maybe I could minimize the time a little bit. Maybe I could set this to like 0.35. But something I need to get better at, actually, is those like trendy things on certain platforms. Like, I know on Bluestray as well, you have like Wishlist Wednesday, and you have like Screenshot Saturday and stuff like that. Which I think wouldn't be too bad to try and be a part of, but I'm gonna be honest, I basically forget it every time. Speaking of which, it's fucking Wednesday today, isn't it? Should we do a little Bluestray post? I'm definitely not... I feel like I'm not posting enough here. Singleton re-init, what the fuck? That's funny. Zato is... he's in the next fest, isn't he? I think he is. Okay. Is anyone doing... wait, can I do this? Okay, and then we want to search for wishlist. Do we have some like wishlist Wednesday stuff here? That was Screenshot Saturday. I know Screenshot Saturday is a thing here, but I think Wishlist Wednesday is too. I think I've done a Wishlist Wednesday before. I guess I can search for... can I search for tags? Wishlist Wednesday? Yeah. Can I see how we use this tag is or whatever? See wishlist Wednesday post. Can I see like amount? No. Seems to be a bit now. Yeah, I thought it might be helpful. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing it, man. GamesJobsDirect.com is a leading independent job board for the video games industry. Maybe they have Bluestream stuff as well. Oh. Fairly good newsletter and post legit jobs. They even feature jobs from creators of Ready or Not. Games job yeah. Huh? I saw it. Games Job Direct. I assume... Yeah. Leading independent global job board for video games. Yeah, look at that! Wishlist Wednesday. Share a link to your game in the comments. Let's keep the indie hype rolling and give each other's projects some love this week. Okay. When did I post this? 10 AM. I mean, sure. I guess we're gonna do the demo page. Three comments on Blue Sky, 17 comments on LinkedIn, so you have better visibility. I don't know about that. Yeah, less competition, that is true. Because you could argue if it has 17 comments on the LinkedIn post, that post might be more viral or whatever. But yeah, definitely less competition. Might get some HRIs? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, man. What do we say? I'm working on a point and click. I don't love, like, I think it's good to say that it's a puzzle and horror game, because it is like a mix of both. At the same time, I don't like that like horror slash puzzle thing. But does it make sense to say like puzzle horror? Horror puzzle game. Point and click horror puzzle. That becomes like a mouthful. Usually I just call it a point and click horror game. But you could argue that like in the demo it's almost more of a puzzle game than it is a horror game. It's tricky. Demo is launching in just about 1 week. Yeah, something like that. Should we add a little tada emoji? I like the tada emoji. By the way, did you send the key to the point-and-click horror gamer we raided the other day? Operation successful? I think the operation is successful. He did seem keen on trying the game. He did follow me back here. I also followed him on Blue Sky. I think he followed me back there. I haven't sent him the key yet. I haven't sent out any keys yet. Because the main issue is that I need more playtesting at the moment before we have like the public place of the game. So I just want to make sure that the build is, you know, as good as possible. But yes, the plan is that we're gonna send him a key. Seemed like a cool guy. Maybe Obra Dinn style minimalist point and click mystery game. I don't know. That sounds like a good thing to be able to say, but I don't know how accurate it is. I think Obra Dinn is a lot more of like a conventional mystery game and a lot less of a horror game. I think like the mystery aspect, at least at the moment, is probably a lot deeper in Obra Dinn. I haven't actually played it, but these are my assumptions here. Yeah, I guess I'm slightly worried about how accurate that statement would be. Minimalist could be good though, like a minimalist. Minimalist, right? I usually want to say minimalistic, but I think that like is a almost never used. I'm working on a minimalist point-and-click horror game. The demo is launching in just about in 8 days. Launching in just 8 days? The demo is launching in just 8 days. The demo is launching in 8 days. Maybe? Yeah, let's do that. Here's the link to the post. Oh wait, can you do tags in... Can you do tags in comments? I never thought about that. Let's do a proper little thing here as well. We're gonna have the wish list Wednesday. Indie dev, game dev, maybe point and click, maybe horror games. Gonna do a little wish list now. No. I'm not gonna wish list the Blue Sky post. What did I say on my last posts? Marketing, eh? Demo will release soon, announcement video. Eight days left until the demo release. Wishlist now, maybe? I'm gonna hop out and see you later, studying some digital marketing. Oh, very appropriate. Have a good one, Agnosis, and thank you very much for dropping by. Good shout with that page as well. Appreciate ya. Sure. Wait. What happened here? Ah, fuck's sake. Did I fuck you up? I think you checked the thingy. Even though I removed the link. Can this work? Please? Please, please. Oh my fucking god! Now I fucked it up with the first one. Why don't they update the thingy? Oh my god. Like, if I change the link after I pasted this, it's still the same thing here. Isn't that a bit weird? 8 days left until the demo release. Wishlist now. Until, let's do it a bit more personal, until my demo launches. Ta-da. Wishlist Wednesday. Indie dev, game dev, point and click, horror games. Maybe we can throw in a little puzzle games as well. Puzzle games. What is up, Mr. Zombie, the geezer himself? How you doing, man? Wishlist, yeah, exactly. Gotta love marketing, yeah. I don't think it's what most people sign up for when they decided to become game devs, but you know, it's part of the process, you know. Mrs. Zombie, I still need a proper fucking Cockney check-in redeem from ya. Hate having to add all the stupid tags, I feel dirty. I do as well, but it's one of them things where, you know, it's the whole thing about like, don't hate the player, hate the game kind of thing. Like, we kinda need to, right? Like, it's the same thing, I get a fair amount of comments that, like, my YouTube videos are, like, clickbaity, which I don't think is necessarily true. I see why people say that, because it's a very, like, YouTubeified title, right? Like, how I made my first game as a beginner, 2 years of game development, 1 year full-time in the game development, blah, blah, blah. Like, obviously, it's very, like, YouTubey titles. I would argue that it isn't clickbait, because nothing is... Like, I consider clickbait to be when it's actually, like, tricking the person, or when you do, like, a very cheeky, like, you'll never guess what happened. But this is literally stating what's in the video. And it's one of them things where, like, whenever people say that these are, like, too clickbaity, my initial... my mindset around that is basically, so what do you want me to do? Should I pitch something that I know is going to be a significantly worse title and perform worse just for the sake of not having, like, a YouTube type title? Do you know what I mean? Like, from a... I don't know, from, like, a business perspective, that just doesn't make sense. Like, why... Like, of course I'm gonna try to pick the title that's gonna be the best, right? I don't know. Small rant, but... Jin, welcome in, how you doing? Your titles are good, not even a little bit questionable to me. No, I think the issue is that I think people have very different opinions on what clickbait is. Because I would not call my titles clickbait. Like, do they have like the typical, like, YouTube kind of hype jargon or whatever? Yes, that's absolutely true. But I don't think it's like, I consider something to be clickbait when either you're actually lying, like the title misrepresents the video, which I don't feel like I'm doing whatsoever. Like, what I'm stating in the title is, like, technically true, no matter what, right? And the other only thing I would say I would still consider to be clickbait, even if it is true, is when you do that, like, when you end the title with, like, you'll never believe what happened. Like, that goes more into the clickbait area, although it still could be true. I wouldn't see that as bad, but that one definitely feels more clickbaity. Let me record it now, what you want me to say in the recording. Something that sounds proper, like a proper Cockney or something. I don't know, you probably can come up with something more fun. I have, like, a very, very posh hello from Acrylic Pixel. So it would be fun to have, like, a very informal one. Like, that sounds like proper Cockney. Or similar, just like very informal British, eh? I mean, in the hit in 3 months, and it's some trash game nobody played. Yeah, just that I would consider to be clickbait if it actually wasn't a hit, right? If it was a hit, I wouldn't consider it clickbait. And if they would have changed it to, I made a game in 3 months, once again, you could argue that it's a very, like, YouTubey title. But I wouldn't consider it clickbait if they actually made a game in 3 months, because they are stating something that is correct. Lion, welcome back. How you doing? Damien, good to see ya. As long as you don't do / have the BJ face on the thumbnail, you're good. I might have that on some. It's possible that I have some on, like, my second channel that might be a little bit. Once again, though, I should say that they are not, like... I haven't taken a custom thumbnail where I'm, like, exaggerating the expression. Like, these are literal screenshots from the video. Like this one is a little bit of that kind of style. But it is, like, a snapshot taken from inside of the video. Which, you know, say what you will. I haven't really done it on my main channel video. Maybe some of the language ones you could argue have a bit. But that's the same thing, like, I still take it from the video, so it's not like an exaggeration from the actual content. And once again, it is a little bit, like, I know I'm probably leaning more on the, like, you know, open-minded side of this. But I'm also still a little bit with that stuff, like, don't hate the player, hate the game, because why do you guys think that those type of thumbnails are very popular? Because they fucking work. It does. Whether you like them or not, it makes people click on them. Maybe you don't, but like in the grand scheme of things, I can almost guarantee you that more people end up clicking on them. Like, yes, you might lose a couple of ones who just don't like that type of thing, but in the grand scheme of things, like it's like this with all things, right? The reason people like do these kind of trendy things is generally speaking because they work. It's the same thing, like everyone complains so much about like YouTubers like asking people to like and subscribe, but it's one of those things again where like people do it because it works. Like the conversion rate on getting likes and subscribers are like 10 times higher if you actually ask people to do it. Like, that's the reason why people do it. So, I don't know, I tend to be in the camp of, like, don't hate the player, hate the game, like, you know, people kinda gotta do what they gotta do. Like, because it's weird to justify, as someone on the content creator side, is a little bit weird to justify not doing that type of stuff when I know it's going to be arguably better for the performance of the video. Do you know what I mean? With that being said, I'm not trying to convince someone to, like, change your opinion on it. Like, if you don't like it, and if you choose to not watch people because of it, that's fair. Like, of course, everyone is in the control of themselves, so, you know, I can't change someone's mind on that. However, I would say, when people say that, like, people shouldn't do it, that's the only time when I'm a little bit like, I don't know if that is fair to say, because once again, people do it because it works, and it feels weird to tell someone to not do something that is objectively gonna be good for them. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, am I being controversial here? Let me know what you guys think. If it is a grab from the actual video, then it's perfectly fine, but not the custom-made thumbnails that are just for the O phase. Ray, also like and subscribe to my YouTube channel and X. Wow. Like, my opinion is I don't see a problem with it, because I understand why people do it. Because if you would look at actual, like, if you look at the actual data, the conversion rate is just so much better when you do it. It's kind of like telling a game developer to not ask people to wishlist the game. Like, are you gonna stop wishlisting the game just because it feels bad to do that call to action, when in reality it actually works? Like, do you want your game to perform worse because someone doesn't like you like using that type of call to action? You probably wouldn't, right? And I think for YouTubers it's the same thing. The like and subscribe and comment is good, because it definitely helps with the algo and your video getting picked up. Yeah. Because that's what I'm saying, like, the reason people do it is because it works. When I started working with a team to do my game's marketing, I quickly learned that how I think is far different from current best practices, and not to try and fight it. Yeah, the way I see it, I'm just like, you kind of have to follow the stream. Like, if you don't want to put obstacles for your own success, a lot of the time you just kind of have to do what works, whether you like it or not. That's kind of the thing. I don't mind content creators asking me to like, subscribe, follow. Yeah, I don't either. Just once again, like, I understand why they do it. Just realized I didn't do a like and subscribe comment in my latest devlog. Oh well, I don't do it in all videos either, to be fair. I do it sometimes, and sometimes instead of actually saying it, I might just have one of those pop-ups with like the subscribe button and like gets pushed or whatever, you know, one of those things. Rather than explicitly saying it, but it's still kind of, there is some call to action for it. 8 days left until my demo launches. Wishlist now. Sure. If this fucks up again, I'm actually gonna cry. This is like the 3rd post. Okay, that looks fine. If you wanna go and show some love, people, that's the link. My 2 cents on it. What's up, Kabali? How you doing? A lot of the time I get distracted and forget to do it. Even something as simple as following someone on Twitch. Have to go and check browser history to find channels, so the call to action a lot of the times reminds me to do it. Yeah, exactly, like it's, and that's why people do it, right? Because as you said, like, people actually do forget to like and comment stuff, or like and subscribe, even though they might actually want to do it. So the call to action actually does work. But I find that that's a very typical thing that you will hear people complain about, like you know, people think it's so cringe. And then, like, it's almost like a meme now, right? Being like, oh, like and subscribe. But, I don't know. I think you do have to, you know, you have to kind of contemplate a little bit on why people do it. Like, there are reasons for it, right? Can do a normal WoW phase, but these hardcore YouTubers are dislodging their yaws for the shot. I think a fair amount of them actually edit them as well. Like, you will see a lot of thumbnails with, like, you know, where they actually literally make the eyes bigger and the mouth bigger to like enhance the expression. Like, I do that with like emotes, right? But that's because emotes are really hard to read if you don't do it. I don't, like, the only thing I would do with thumbnail is that I might up the contrast a bit, just because it makes it read better. But I don't do like full editing or whatever. It's really, I might do some color correction and then maybe up the contrast a bit. Just whenever something is smaller, it does get harder to read, and contrast tends to help quite a lot. Like, if you would actually, like, you know, make my emotes a lot bigger, a lot of the time you would realize that the contrast is actually really high, but they just don't read as well otherwise. Like on this one, for example, you can kind of tell that my beard is almost like full black because the contrast is so high. But the issue is that, you know, if I lower the contrast, you can't really read what is happening. The one thing that such is a call to action to leave a review is important, but it's frowned upon. I need people to review on top of wishlisting. Yeah, not only is it frowned upon, I actually recently learned that you're actually not allowed to do it in your game on Steam. You can have a call to action like this to wishlist the game, but I think it's actually against the Steam guidelines to have some type of like call to action or similar in your game to review it. That I actually think you're not allowed to do. Damn, that is pretty good. You know what? I'm pretty happy with that. But Steam, I need to tell people to review. Yeah, I do feel ya. Yeah, I think that's good. And also, yes, this is what being a perfectionist is like. One time is not enough. I do need to check it like 15. Just to make sure. And then if we start from here, we're gonna get a bit more lag, I think, but let's have a look. I think that is only in editor though. Yeah. But that's fine. Even when it lags that much, still the fact that it gives feedback, I think is good. I think I am happy with this. So we're gonna save that. That is already saved. We're gonna be responsible and actually do a commit here. Scene transition loading bar. For the Mad Chappy logo, before it fades out, play a creepy sound. When it plays, the chicken gets scared and lays an egg. I think it would be pretty nice to do some little animation. That Nymph actually had a really good idea. Can I find that? I think that was in the general chat. He did do a little mock-up for what we could do. Did you know that this is what my stream used to look like back in the days? For anyone who hasn't been here, you know, since the good old days. This was the quality I used to stream in back in the days, believe it or not. Is that not fucking outrageous? I was streaming with 0.4 megabytes in upload. 0.4, I didn't even have 1 megabyte. You can't even see. Like, one of my eyes is gone. It just disappeared in the fucking... and the fucking... Oh, dude. I cringe so hard when I see this overlay. Like, oh, fucking hell. What is this, man? I mean, still on brand, though. I still use, like, the orange. Like, if you see all the text here and stuff. Kind of the branding. But, holy shit, this overlay is so disgusting, man. Yeah, the HD in the corner makes it even more funny, true. I don't see any difference. Good old times, good old times. I always watch streams in 160p. Yeah, that was basically the best quality I could have back then. Let's see, it was you, right, Nymph? Yeah, look at this. Like, something like this. Can I open this? Something like that could actually be pretty dope. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do it for the demo. Just, it's definitely not a priority, but it would be pretty neat to do something like this. Just the annoying thing is just that it's like animations, right? Which, as I've said before, I don't consider animations to be like my strong suit. I think I could, if I put some time into it, I think I could get something similar to that. Yeah, animated logo would definitely be good. I think so too. Yeah, maybe not so important for the demo, but definitely full game would be nice flourish, yeah. Okay, let's have a look at the to-do list. Fix async scene load starter loading screen donezo. Another thing we have gotten a bit of feedback on, it has come up a few times, is to have a back button in the language menu. That is something that is fairly simple to solve. The only thing that we have to keep in mind is that we cannot have the back button in like the initialization, because if you never played the game before, the first thing you will be presented with is the language selection, and if someone would click back there, it would close that menu, but they wouldn't actually have selected a language. So we need to make sure that that back button only appears here. Like, the reason I haven't implemented it is because basically all of these are back buttons. Like, whichever language you click on, obviously it takes you back to the menu. So I think Codera did it the same way as well. So it's one of those things where I thought that, like, this is not really necessary to have. It's better to just force them to pick the language. But at some point it's one of them things where if enough people comment on it, I should probably add it. And I know I've had at least a couple of playtesters asked for a back button here. So I think we're gonna do it. By the way, I managed to get localization going, translate the store pages, demo and full, and then the language toggle works really nice in game. Let's go! I thought localization was gonna be horrible to implement, but thankfully I watched you do it. Yeah, it's actually, at least in Unity, I find it surprisingly straightforward. I'm not an animator, but also starting to enjoy it. To do it off the jam if you wanted. How's the jam going for you, Nymph? Importing a CSV file to the localization table has been a lifesaver, yeah. I definitely recommend setting up the automatic one. It's really fucking convenient to just be able to click pull in Unity and immediately get it straight from Google Sheets. It does take a little bit of time to set up, but it's really nice. Okay, so how would... Oh yeah, there was another thing. Automatic? Well, depends on how you define automatic. I mean, as in like, you know, I have a Google Sheet with all my localization, but instead of like manually importing this, what I do is that I just go to my string table over here and I click pull. And when I click this button, we just go boom, and we have now pulled the entire string table from Google Sheets straight into Unity. Nothing I need to do here. It's really convenient. See, I found a video before, because I followed a tutorial that showed how to set it up. Just remember, there are some like things you don't want to share there, just there some secret keys and so on. Unity localization, Google Sheets. Yeah, it's this one.
People that?
So the one thing here is, as I mentioned before, he does also show how to make, like, automatically translate stuff with like Google Translate. So I didn't do that part, I just did the like push-pull thing. But there's a link to the tutorial. How do you specify what gets pulled? Is that in the set path button? It's in the string table here. Like, I have a connection to my Google Sheet, right? And then I just map the columns here. So like, I have the key column A, which is the name of all the keys, and then like C is English, D is Portuguese, and it will just automatically pull that in here, right? And then if you check here, you can see that C is English, D is Portuguese, and so on. So as long as those are set up correctly, everything will be fine. Definitely worth it. It wasn't that tricky to set up either. Let's see here. Settings. Language. I guess I should just copy one of these right back. Gonna paste you as a child here. Yeah. Something like that. Now, what do you actually do? Return to settings, that is correct. So that should be fine here in the menu, but is not fine when you first start the game. Because we can allow people to click the back button there. So whenever we enable this menu during the initialization, we have to make sure to disable that button. But now when I already have a language selected, we should be able to click back. I don't know if I love the fact that I can change the title of the language here, even though it's still set to English. Like, this could give the impression that clicking the back button could change it. So maybe when you hover the back button, whenever you hover the back button, we display the currently selected language, just to make sure that there's no like misinterpretation here. That's fairly simple to set up anyway. Language settings, back button. We are just going to update, no, language title. Language button. Oh shit, can I not do this? I thought I had two different ones here. No, just the one, it's for a hover. Yeah, language button. So that shouldn't technically be called language button, because this is not what happens when you click on it. But I'll worry about that some other time. We're gonna call this one, we're gonna add a language button here. Ah, shit. But how do I set the locale? We just make a bool for it or something. Language title will be that one. I could even do it where if it's null, you set it to on pointer enter. Yeah, if locale is not null, then you do this. Oh wait, how do you know? Oh, because you pass in the locale. Okay, so if the locale is... if it is null, then we're gonna find the localization T for language title. The language title in the currently selected language, which means that locale here is going to change to like localization settings dot selected locale, and I think that should be all I need to do. This is a slightly different process to what I did, but this way is also much easier. Thank you, Matchables. No worries, man. Misinterpretation, exactly. Okay, let's try that. I feel like this is gonna be better. Very small things, but if you know me, I find it to be the case that details matter. Yeah, so now if I have a Spanish, or if I have a French, it's gonna say long, or whatever. And now if I have the back button, it will show English. If I change to Russian, I go in here, I have English, it says language, but when I have the back button, it's gonna go back to Russian. Yeah, that feels better. Now, of course, the issue is that... I guess I could just do a scene override though, couldn't I? In the initialization scene. Because here the issue is that if I clear all of my player prefs, and then we start the game, yeah, you get presented with the language selection, but we have the back button. And that feels weird. Here you should not be able to click back. I mean, it's gonna work. Oh yeah, that's a big issue, because then we open the settings, and you have to... yeah, it breaks the entire game. But I wonder if I couldn't just do a scene override here. Like, if we go into the language settings, can I not just disable this one specifically as an override in this scene? And we're basically good to go. I feel like that should be fine. Yeah, now we don't have a back button here. But if we select the language, apply this. And now we go into the language selection here. We can now click back. That's fine. Should I GIF of the jam in the Show Your Word channel if you want to see it? Ooh, let me check it out. Yeah, and here I can also click back. Sweet. I wonder if that button should say main menu instead. Kinda happy with the loading bar. Okay, I think that is sorted. Hey, we got one light on the new short. Look at that. More than 0. Here's a link to it if anyone wants to show some support. Okay. That should be fixed. Back button in language menu, done so. Rebind button, hitbox. Let me check that. Yeah, that is true. You have to click on the actual text, which is even more difficult when it's only one letter. Question is, how does this system actually work? Because I'm using the default Unity stuff here. Am I gonna need to like refactor that to get this to work? No, because I know what to do. We just make the hitbox of the text a lot bigger. And it's basically sorted. I think that's fine. So it's still not actually going to be the button you click, but as long as the hitbox is big enough, it shouldn't matter. Control settings. Because I think it would require a bit of a refactor to make it the actual button itself be what you click. Or maybe not. Can I just move this? Maybe I should just move this. Because I call... Yeah, you already have a reference to the binding text here anyway. But I don't think that should be a problem actually. But if we say that the text should not be a raycast target, and then we... Oh, but wait, we're trying to have an animation then. We can sort out. We're gonna move this class onto the button instead. But since we still have the binding text here, I think that should be fine. As far as I'm aware. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up in half a minute or so. Appreciate your patience. Oh wait, before the ads, we have time to check out the GIF. Day 1 and 5 hours remaining on the jam. Holy shit, this looks mad good, dude. Damn, look at that. That's fucking beautiful, man. The tree looks really nice. I mean, everything does. Good shit, Nymph. Let's see if I manage to add enough features. I think the art is enough to sell it. It looks really good, man. What happened here? Nope, this did break something. Oh yeah, it's because of my menu button script, because we don't have a Touch Mesh Pro. I don't want to animate the image. Oh wait, I could do it with the highlights. Do I even have the highlight system working? I don't know, but let's fucking try it. When I go in here, we're gonna switch button type into image. And I think that might solve it. As far as I'm aware. Nope. Oh, because I didn't change the scale thing. Animation type should now be highlights. That might not be visible, but I think that should make it work. Because the color is already set to white, so... Yeah, that feels good. Apply that, and then we're gonna open the prefab. We just need to do this to the other ones. Let's see, deselect is donezo. Inventory. Oh wait, I can do this on all at the same time. Flashlight. Why is that? Oh, that's that text, okay. Button text, all of you are no longer going to be Raycast targets. And then on each one I want to... wait. I want to take the menu button and say that you should now be an image and the animation should be a highlight. Then we need to check each one and just move these over to the actual button instead. Ads should be over. Welcome back, guys. Boom. Oh, and then let's fix this. You should be disabled, you should be enabled, you should be disabled. Okay. Is that a fix? I think it should be. What did you say? It ended in 5 hours? Is that what you said? Do you wanna pitch your game? Like, what is what type of game is it you're working on? Yeah, look at that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe they should be highlighted. Oh, but I don't do that anywhere else, do I? Then I need to do that everywhere. I can't be bothered right now. Yeah, the calibrate button doesn't highlight. Okay. Save that. Ribbon button hitbox. You are fixed. Let's try this going from the splash screen. Oh, we finished in 1 day and some hours. Okay, okay. Sweet. That feels good. Oh shit, look at me being all good with the commits today. Maybe I did 2 things here though. Yeah, we have the language menu back button, and we also have rebind button hitbox. Let's push that. Sweet. I think those are the only small tweaks I had at the moment. I have another pretty important bug, but I cannot fix that one on stream. In theory, it's a survival side-scroller, but for now doesn't have much in terms of features. Okay. Let me know when you finish it. I can give it a go. Okay, I think maybe we should see if we can sort out a mailbox. Kind of random thing. But I feel like some of the outdoor scenes, specifically one of the scenes outside, I feel like just doesn't have enough going on. And if there was like a... If there was like a mailbox you could kind of interact with, I feel like that would add quite a lot. We do have one slight problem though, which is that it would make more sense to have the mailbox here. Is it weird to have the mailbox over here instead? No, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Because this is the scene where I just feel like there's not enough going on. Like, there's some decorations and whatnot, but none of them are interactable. Like, at least here you have like the door. Over here you have the stairs. Over here you have the swing. And over here you have like the bin and the garage. And this specific scene feels a little bit too empty for me. I kind of feel like it would be good to have something interactable, maybe even a puzzle. Which I feel like a mailbox, like a locked mailbox, could work pretty well. The only issue is how do we actually make that one? I guess we would have to search for like British, maybe old British mailbox. Now the question I wonder is, we could do one of these, but are people gonna understand that this is a mailbox? I mean, we could just write post on it. That's a fair point. Maybe do some little emblem as well. History of mailboxes. Postal Museum. Look at that. 1840. Early experiments. The first pillar boxes. What time are we talking here? Around 1853. Earliest boxes on Jersey were red. However, change was made in 1859 when the color for all post boxes was standardized. I mean, we don't have color, so that doesn't really matter. Today, the color of British letterboxes is as much part of the iconic nature of the box as any other feature. Complaints were received by people having difficulty finding them, and a return to red was specified in 1874. Took 10 years to complete the program of repainting. Holy shit. But I'm thinking that this could be a fairly old house, so maybe we should do one of these. This broke the standard pattern, and so in 1866 the post office again produced a standard letterbox. As a standard box, however, it was not to survive. I could definitely make one of these. The only thing I'm kinda scared of is making it actually read like a... Ooh, that one has a lock on it. But this is like a public one, isn't it? Oh yeah, wait, fuck, that's the issue. Are these private? No, this is where you leave your mail to be sent out, isn't it? No, these must be private. Did you have these at your house? Or are these where... Because there's also those mailboxes where you just leave mail to be sent. Not as like a destination. Yeah, because here we have like times and shit. Is that what this is? In that case, it might be wrong to use this. This looks like public mailboxes. Yeah, I bet that every house didn't have one of these, did they? Maybe? Anyone have a surprising amount of knowledge about British post or mailboxes? I mean, this is right outside of a door. This looks like an entrance to a house. Yeah, maybe, no, I think these might be private. How old mailbox should it be? It doesn't matter too much. Because, like, as I've said before, I'm thinking that I still consider the house to be fairly old, even if the story plays out in slightly more modern times. But, you know, even if it's a really old mailbox, you could still argue that, like, it's just been there for a long time. Like, you know, people renovate. People might have some stuff that's newer, some stuff that's older. Everything doesn't have to be, like, perfectly consistent. China matters. Before 1900s, mailboxes were shared. After that, it was just like they have in Sweden. But how did you get your mail if it was shared? Because you can't have... If you had one of these... If multiple people use this one, they all can't have access to open it, right? Because then you would... It would be very easy to nick mail from other people. Home delivery or mailbox at mail. I mean, we could do a more modern one as well. That isn't really a problem. So do you think that like a one like this wouldn't work? Does this seem to be before the 1900s? Yeah, this was like 1853. 1859. Some of these definitely look like public mailboxes. Like this must be a public one. Because there's so much information on them as well. Those are send to mailboxes. As in like you leave your mail to be sent out. How do I... Old British home mailbox. Yeah. I think that's what we need. Okay, vintage rustic letterbox. Maybe letterbox would be better as well. I mean, this one still shows up. Why? What is this page? British Raisin Green Mail. Oh, you can buy this? Wait. Let me just double check that they're not gonna leak my fucking address here. I hate shopping websites. But this is like a... This is not an actual vintage, is it? It's like made to look... Yeah, it's inspired by original pillar boxes. Like when it says post office, I assume this is a public one where you leave your mail to be sent out. Yeah, this looks public. Yeah, especially when you have times on it. It's definitely... I mean, we can do one just like this. Because even here you still have a lock on it. Which is like, if we want this to be some sort of a puzzle, that's like the most important thing, I suppose. The good thing as well about doing one like this is that I think it's gonna be read more well. Like, more people would recognize something like this compared to something like that. So maybe we'll just have to go for one of these. I mean, we could put it on a... Nah, I think we'll just put it on the wall. Yeah, maybe we will even use this one as the reference. Don't know if I'm gonna do actual text on it, but we could do some like emblem or symbol. Yeah. Thank you, Wakacha. Antique box, then something like this. Oh, interesting. How the fuck do you open this one? Maybe you flip up the top? Maybe it's something on the back? Because this is like a bit away from the wall. Because the thing is that if we consider the house to be old, we can have a older box. But even if the house is old, we could still have a newer one. Because, you know, it might have changed later on. I wonder what like time this is from. Traditional old style, it's called. This website does not look secure whatsoever. What the fuck? I get 5 errors or something. Just going into it. Does a remade? Yeah, but it's still inspired, right? Which I assume means that they might have looked similar to this at some earlier time. Oh yeah, the one you sent is also remade, right? Just the only thing with these is that I wonder if people are not gonna read as well as a mailbox. That one has a very specific style to it. Yeah, I just meant it as a reference of how standalone mailboxes might have looked. Yeah. But when did you start having these like wall-mounted ones? Can you give me a year here? Please? No? No. Most of the households had house delivery or just a box on the wall. Yeah. I think we're just gonna do like a wall box. I think that's fine. Even if it wouldn't be like old enough. As I said, it could have just been installed later. It doesn't have to be from the actual time when the house was made or whatever. And then we can just maybe move this barrel a bit. Maybe place that one more centered. And put like the mailbox here on the wall or something. It would make more sense to have it here. But the main issue is that I feel like this scene needs more stuff. Something else needs to happen here. There's not enough going on. Okay. Let's see what we should cook up. How big should it be? Let's bring out the mighty ruler. Maybe... Why are you flipped? Maybe 20 pixels width. Then make it a little bit taller. Maybe 25. 20 times 25 or something. Maybe. What's my reference? Did I close my reference? Old British home mailbox. I kinda like the rounded top. That feels like one of them things that could make it look a little bit more classic. Find that we usually put more details, decorations and stuff back in the days. What is up, Remax? How you doing, man? Good to have ya. Wait, is this gonna be... this would be viewed a little bit from the side, so maybe we actually need some perspective here. Okay, let's just do the front first. Thinking that we potentially could do... maybe something like this. That looks like a tiny house. Maybe. Would you see the top? Maybe a little bit. I mean, I could do this. Yeah, maybe. And obviously we need somewhere where you put the mail, which would be here. And then, like the actual box that you would unlock. So maybe put a little lock on that one as well. Doing good, we're making pixels today. Yeah, we've done some small tweaks in the menus and stuff. And now I thought... we might make ourselves a little mailbox, because I feel like I need more stuff going on outside. Do you know what I mean? That's not too shabby. Okay. Maybe do some little emblem thing up here. Okay. And then we need a lock. That's where you unlock this bottom piece. I'm fixing your beard at the moment. Let's good. Let's go, man. I wonder if I need to do something like this. So you would kind of see the... Oh, this is not gonna look good. Can tell already. I mean, it wasn't that bad. Maybe we just make it darker. Well, that's not too shabby. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with that. Now, we're gonna need a few puzzle pieces. Question is, how close should you walk to this one? Because basically what we need to do is to make a large version of this as well. Maybe something like this. It could be a little bit bigger. Then on this side we're not gonna have you guys here. Now we're gonna look at it from straight ahead. Okay. This is just gonna be a little reference. I want to play the demo, dude, can't wait. I want to find all the bugs, let's go. I can send you a key if you wanna playtest the demo version early. I still need more testers to try it. Maybe we do something like that. Cyber Ghost, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. Okay. I don't like the spacing, feels very uneven. I mean, to be fair, there's more spacing on the sides there as well. Let's see if we can do the entire thing and then we start tweaking this. So here, this part is pretty wide. Maybe we'll do these kind of grayish. And then we can make the actual door start here. We need a keyhole. Right here. Oh shit, I don't have a center pixel. Let's make you bigger. sure. I think that would read. Can I? Yeah, if you want to. I definitely need more people to playtest it. The only thing is that obviously right now it's private testing, so try and not like share any specific details and so on. Why am I not using this? Okay. Not too shabby. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the emblem here, but we'll work something out. Oh, maybe you should see like the hinges too. That's not gonna be symmetrical though, so let's do that later. How big is this? That is 15 pixels. Let's keep the same width here. 15. Would you see below that? Probably not. Lurking out for a few, gotta fix the daughter's car, gonna be lurking. No worries, Strong, thank you very much for lurking, as always. Okay, we're gonna take it this one. Maybe all the way... Let's see, the other one kind of below. Maybe we'll do something like that. And then... Maybe... Oh, no. Fuck. I'm gonna go boom. Maybe boom. No, I think I can only use one of those. We're gonna go boom, and then we're gonna make something that looks good. Which is not going the way I want to. Don't like the unevenness. I might actually do this manually instead. That looks fairly rounded. A lot less curve at the top. Maybe we go... Why does this not become 333? That's 9. I think that's fine. Teabag Beerchan, welcome in, man. How you doing? Are you freehanding or what you call it? Everything? Never using reference pictures? Oh no, I am using your reference. Like, I use it kind of generally. Like, I'm not doing this one-to-one, but I do have a bit of a reference. But then, like, I moved where the lock is. I'm not gonna do the same exact emblem and so on. I think I probably moved the actual letter hole a bit further down. But yeah, I do have, like, a general reference. How you doing, Teabag? Okay, let's see if we can just copy this part and just move you up here. How would that look? I don't think that's too shabby. I might wanna... you know, this actually looks a little bit weird. You can very clearly tell the edge where it starts being 2s instead of 1s. Maybe we don't do the 45-degree stuff anywhere. Like, maybe we remove this, and then we go 2, 2, 2 all the way. Something like that. Hey, Teabag Beer Can! With the Prime subscription, look at that! Fucking legend, thank you very much, man. I truly do appreciate that. It was good to have you, yeah. Okay, quite tired, how about yourself? Yeah, a little bit the same. I did not sleep the greatest tonight. I'm starting to feel the pressure of releasing the demo get into me a little bit, but overall I'm doing quite good. Thank you very much, T-Bag. Okay, maybe here I actually need a bit of curve. Should I do something like that? I don't know, how much do I want to see the top here, though? I mean, I feel like we should see it a little bit. Does that look a bit weird? I feel like that looks a little bit weird. What if I do this straight instead? That looks even weirder. The top part looks odd in perspective here. Looks like a little country plot. Got some health problems since a few weeks and still didn't figure out what's the issue. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, T-Bag. I hope it gets better, man. Don't worry, you're in no hurry, soon it's just 7 days. I mean, that is true. Okay, maybe we do this entire thing just straight ahead. What happened here? How does this look? I think that looks better. I think I prefer that. We are gonna need like the bricks or whatever on the background as well. They are fairly large, maybe even too large, but... Let's see, this one is gonna cover like 2 bricks-ish. Maybe... we do something like this. Sure. I think that could work. Okay, we need to do the 2 emblems. The other Zek, welcome in, man. 7 days, that's practically...
137 Crete is forcing you to stand up for 10
Let's do
minutes.
it. What is up, Crete? How you doing, man? It's practically a month, no need to rush, go play some Next Fest demos. I actually do have a few demos I would like to try, but I am a little bit stressed here. But we might... Maybe we'll even end the stream today playing a couple. We'll see, no promises. There we go. If I had no clue what it actually does, sorry about this one. No worries, man. It's just good for me to stand up a bit. Don't you worry. Okay, wait. I think I want to change this. Usually bricks wouldn't be straight on top of each other, right? But you would actually have... There would be like the thingy in between. Maybe we do something like this. You know what I mean? I think this would look better. Oh, did I do it too thick? Maybe. We'll see. This is gonna be fairly dark anyway. I think it reads as a mailbox. You don't work with any templates ready for scenes like this, so you can copy, paste, and rescale. Oh, do you mean for the wall? Yeah, I do sometimes just copy, paste from another scene. The issue here is that I have no close-up scene yet that is against one of these walls. So this one I kind of have to do. Like, if I do something else like this on the outside, then what I would do is just copy this part of it. So like, I have a few shelves you can walk up to, there I basically copy-pasted a shelf. But this is the first, like, outside wall that you can walk up to, so just gotta do it from scratch, eh? I think it would look pretty good if we made these lines a little bit uneven, potentially. We'll see. I really need to go and have a piss though, so I'm gonna be right back. Give me just like 1 minute or so. Thank you for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Okay. How are we doing with a little mailbox? I still kinda feel like this should have a bit of an angle. Maybe if I just do something like this. Maybe. Yeah. Welcome back, thank you T-Bag. That repositioning of the hand. Wait, what? Repositioning? What did I do? But now if I do that there, then we should kind of have the same thing here. Shouldn't we? Maybe. You know what I'm realizing? This should be a lot lower. I actually think that's the issue. Oh, in the video? I don't think we should see as much. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Since you would see more... If we imagine that this has pretty much the same depth everywhere, you would see less of the top than you would down here. Yeah, I think that made it better. I wonder also if maybe we should do something like this. Like if we grab this and we move it up a little bit. Maybe something like so. Then we could grab this and make it look like it actually... And this goes out a bit further. I think I like that. What is up, AE? How you doing, man? Frosten, welcome in as well. Good afternoon, was technically morning 6 minutes ago. Not for me, man. Time zones, eh? It's 7 PM here. How are you guys doing? Okay, maybe add some little thingy here. Sure. Sure. Does that mean, should I do the same here as well? That's an issue. Okay, fuck it. Did I do 2 pixels? Yeah. Sure. Sure. I definitely think it reads like a mailbox. I wonder, should I do this? Like there's a little flap here or whatever. I don't know, something like this? Yeah, maybe. Starting to make you uncomfy, but you already are. Find a new headset, testing it out. Ooh, nice, man. How about you? I'm doing quite well. I'm doing quite well, stressing a little bit, but it's all good. But I had trouble falling asleep last night. But my chat animation is starting to look right to me. Nice! Had to get the tail fixed, still questioning the eyes, but one color is looking okay for now. Nice, man! Add a name. Never mind, that might be hard to do. We could definitely add a name. The only issue is that I would need to localize that. I mean, I do have one name localized, but... yeah, I think that might be a down the line type of thing, potentially. I think I prefer that. I think so. Maybe? Nah, I'll leave it for now. Maybe just a house number? Yeah, that we could do. Names don't need to be localized, you know. In some languages they might be. Every localized name out there is just an adaptation based on translation. Yeah, but an adaptation is a localization, isn't it? Just like if you play the game in simplified Chinese, you probably want to use simplified Chinese characters for the name, whether it's a adaptation or a like completely alternative name. Chilla Vippen, what is up, Red Cabin? How you doing, man? Good to see ya. What do you think of our little mailbox here? We still need to add the details, unless I get rid of the details here, but we did some like emblem stuff going on. I wonder, is it crazy to just like steal something from the clock? Is that mad? I feel like I kinda could maybe do that. Potentially. Clock. What do we have here? What if I just... is that gonna be obvious though? Maybe not. Maybe not. I'd feel ashamed if someone notices. Or I'm lazy and I just call it here for now. And then we do this instead. Let's say that there's not that much stuff going on with this one. In that case though, I kind of feel like we potentially could move this piece up a little bit. And then do the same on the big version. Something like that, maybe. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Kind of mailbox is that? I use some reference for some oldish British mailbox. It was pretty good though. I liked the Sato hinges. Cheers, man. How you doing, Red Cabin? How is Space Scavenger going for you? So you were doing some level design, I think, the other day? Or tweaking the style of some level? Okay, I think we might do this for now. In that case, there are a few things. I mean, we are gonna want to be able to open this one. So, first and foremost, the door actually needs to be separate. You need to be interactable. Does this need to be interactable? Not really. Unless you wanna post something, I suppose. Ooh, maybe should you be a bit darker? I kinda like you like that, I think. Okay, so if you open this one... Oh, wait a second. We need an open one of these as well. Shit. I don't know if I just want to do this. Okay, we're gonna do this, but we are gonna shrink you a little bit. And then I guess we need to have... Needs to be an actual locking mechanism. Oh shit, but usually you would unlock it that way, which means that you would twist the thing upwards, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, we're gonna move this down. I'm gonna put you like here instead. So that is slightly above the center. Maybe a little bit more. Because if it's just like a few pixels off the center, it looks misaligned. You know what I mean? Oh, whoops. And we're gonna flip you, put you here. Now let's see, if you open it like that, you're gonna flip the locking mechanism upwards. And then when you open it, that will point upwards. So we're gonna make some little thingamajiggy here. We're gonna make this dark. Maybe we make this one dark as well. Then I'll do something like... Maybe something like this. I don't know if I like that. Mailbox, I thought it was a gravestone. Yeah, just a small visual overhaul, pretty happy with it. Got an updated demo now, boring, damn. How have you structured your demo? Do you have like a different scene for your demo? Do you do like just a like is demo bool type thing? Like in Unity or whatever, like how have you structured it, if you know what I mean? Yeah, nut fix. Okay, that sounds like a good Saturday night. Anyway, So fucking dumb. That is so that. Holy shit, I'm ashamed of myself. Yeah, so we would only see the inside part, and that, I mean, that would basically be something like this. We'll see, it might also look better in game with like the light system. Oh, wait. No. We add a little bit of... You can kind of see the side here, maybe? Give it more of a 3D perspective. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. I think I prefer that. Okay, on the actual mailbox though, we can keep those, but we do need to kind of see the inside. I guess the main thing we need to see is like the bottom part on the other side. That looks maybe too deep. Maybe something like that? You should probably match this one, to be honest. Maybe do I need to move this one up a bit? Because I don't know if I want it shorter than that. Yeah, maybe. Would you even see the sides here? Nah. I don't think so. Does look kinda good though. Could just say that this one has quite thick walls. I think it looks better. So the open version of this would basically look like this. Oh, you know what? Details matter. You know what that means. We need a open version of this one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Code separation is done with preprocessor directive. Hashtag if Unity demo. Nice. I thought about doing that as well. I haven't done it yet, but that seems like a pretty good way of doing it. Because then, well, that code wouldn't even be compiled right if it's the main game. Then I manually change some things so that the first sector is a bit longer than normal. Okay. I think Codra did something similar. I think he, rather than just cutting it off from like the first level or whatever, he did that, but then he made it a bit longer. And yeah, I feel like that made sense for like roguelike type games. So you still get the experience to be a bit longer, even though it's just like a small part of the game. Slant the door a tiny bit, that would probably look good, to be honest. Let me put this on a new layer. Let's see, I think this would be downwards, right? Okay, easiest way to do this, I think I'm gonna just pull you down. Maybe... no, I'm gonna take this. only. Throw you down, maybe something like so. Why did those arrows become like vastly different? Oh, because I was on the... Yeah, I see. Yeah, I think that does look better. Yeah, can always tweak it later. Let's do something like that for now. You know, if we wanted to, we could even go a little bit off the edge. That might look good. Give it a bit of thickness. Good evening and morjestaveli. Nyt suomalainen chat. Suomalainen chat nyt. Kyllä. How you doing, Amis? It's good to see you, man. Don't British mailboxes open vertically? I think it depends on the mailbox. That looks pretty good, cheers, man. Yeah, I made sure that code isn't even in the game, but I don't delete any content or anything, so probably still hackable somehow. Yeah, I decided to actually make a new scene, but I use the same prefabs for all the rooms. But that does make it so that technically I can just not include the actual game scene, and then in the demo scene I can delete all the rooms that are not part of the demo. Which means that there's no way, even if they would manage to switch my bool is demo, they still wouldn't be able to load the game scene, because that would just break, right? Because the scene is not gonna exist. And if they changed that variable inside of the demo scene, or if they managed to hack it so they would be able to go through a door that you shouldn't be able to go through in the demo, the room you go into would be null and you would get the error room instead. That's currently what I've done, which feels like a decent solution, I think. Suomi chat nyt torille. Torille, don't know what that is. Do different Git branches for the different versions of the game and handle it like that. It's gonna be pretty hard to separate them otherwise. The main issue there is that it feels like it becomes a bit more messy when you do fixes for the demo that you want in the full game. I mean, I guess I can push those changes only to the other branch as well, maybe. But it's gonna be a lot, because although they are separated, it still also is kind of the same game. Like, when I add decorations in the room, I still want that to be in the full game, you know? Cherry picking is popular this time of year? Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Let's keep that one. The other one I think we can have like that. I think so. We'll see how it looks in game. Okay, are we basically done then? Open close version, put you there. This is the open and closed for the wall. Yeah. That feels pretty good to me. This is 320 by 180, that is correct. Yeah. Let's go with that. Can I call this mailbox? Sure thing. I export that. Let's see if we can throw this into the game. Hejsan svejsan. What is up, Vinny? How you doing, man? Seems like CodeRad had some shader issues when he upgraded to the new Unity version. I was so surprised I didn't have that. Cause I have a bunch of like, I don't know, pre-release shader version, or I have like a pre-release package of TextMesh Pro to get the lit TextMesh Pro texts, and those are a little bit janky. I was very surprised that everything still worked after I did the update. Was a joke that you can cherry pick the fixes, do a fix on the demo branch, cherry pick it onto the main branch, or vice versa. Yeah, I do suppose that is true. It's just that I'm being very lazy here, and that's still like a bit more work. Because now, after I add this mailbox, since this is the same prefab in the game scene, when I save this prefab, I'm just immediately gonna have it in the game. You can't tell an indie dev to cherry pick, they had to learn how to use Git properly for that. Yeah, that's basically it. Hey man, just played the demo, amazing work, thank you so much Vinny. Uploaded the video of the playtest to the folder Shadow with you, sweet, I'm gonna check it out after the stream. Appreciate you Vinny. The chirp is no longer regular indie dev, he's at least 2 regular indie devs standing on top of each other like monkeys wearing a trench coat. That's worse, both monkeys would have to learn cherry picking in this case. Ah, good stuff. Art. Mailbox. Okay, we want read write, no interpolation, no compression. We're gonna set this to multiple. We're gonna apply all of that. Gonna open this up. Gonna select this portion. I meant this portion as the, yeah, sure, that's fine. Gonna go boom. Gonna go boom. Boom. And boom. We are going to call that a day. And then, if we can get this stuff in here. I know it would still make more sense, I think, to have the mailbox closer to the entrance door. Still though, I think I'm gonna put the mailbox in this scene. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is that gonna be too weird? Basically, what I'm saying here is that normally I feel like you would expect the mailbox to be like here, right, next to the front door. Whereas I'm basically planning on putting it right around this little corner. I feel like that's fine. It's not too weird, is it? Because the main issue is that here we have enough stuff going on. There's like the front door, there's the car and stuff. Over here we have like the basement stairs, we have like the swing here. On the far end we have like a garage door and stuff. Here there's like nothing going on. So that, like, the main reason I'm doing this one is not because I feel like I need to have a mailbox in here. It's just that I feel like I need something more in this scene to kind of grab your attention. Welcome back to Grievance, good to see ya. Was first in chat, but actually just getting here. How you doing, man? You reacted to it, so I guess my services post was fine. Didn't have any example to go off. Oh yeah, of course, man. Oh, that's completely fine. I think you can create your own build targets in Unity. You can completely ignore any non-demo content in the demo build if you want to. Yeah, do you mean like as in scenes? Because that's what I'm doing currently, is that I just don't even include the main game scene in the demo. So that the content in that build should be unreachable. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Grievance is looking for a concept artist to create black and white pencil style concept sketches for his trading card game. So if there's anyone who's interested, make sure to reach out. Join the Discord here. I think there is a class called Build Player Options. Oh, really? So wait. Are you not talking about scenes? What do you mean by build targets? I'm not sure I know what that is then. If it's not like the... Because I was thinking about this. Like here I can choose which scenes I want to include in this build. So as you can see, I've just like unticked the game scene. And then I can remove anything I want here in the demo scene, basically. Okay, I'm gonna just duplicate a rake. That's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna call this mail... Wait, I need two though. This is gonna be mailbox closed. I'm gonna give you a empty parent, which is going to be called mailbox. Gonna give you the props icon. I'm going to remove non-interactable. And then make sure to unpack this prefab. And then we're gonna do interactable instead. Raycast alpha pixels. Nah, we're good. Always interactable, no. Always successful, yes. Then we want to add a open puzzle on click, and that should really be everything. Gonna duplicate you, call you mailbox open, and you're gonna be the same. You're gonna actually do the same stuff. Mailbox open should instead be this one. Let's see, did I move the wrong ones? Of course I did. Let's center both of you. We're gonna move the parent object instead. Close one is gonna be fully centered, and then we're gonna move this one to make sure that you align, so I guess you should be there. How does this look? Cankles, welcome in, man. With build play options, you can also define a demo build macro and ignore any content you... Oh, yeah, that we did discuss. I think that could be nice if there's any like code I just don't want to compile whatsoever. Okay, I think that's fine. Maybe move it down a little bit, slightly closer to the window. By the way, I changed two little things in the translations. You need me to mark it where they are? No, when I update it, I'll just copy the entire thing. Like paste the entire Spanish row over, so that's fine. But thanks for letting me know. I'll make sure to update it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna update all of the localization before the final demo build, no matter what, so it shall be included. Thank you very much, Vinny. We're doing here today. Update task, by the way. Oh shit, sorry, man. I had completely forgotten about that. You know what? Fuck that task. That's an easy fix. I did some small tweaks today from some playtesting feedback, and now I'm trying to make a mailbox. That's what we're doing. How you doing, Cankles? Sure. Wait, does that mean that you would see the window, though? Just that's a bit annoying. Kinda does. If I put you here, does that look really weird? It does feel a little bit weird, doesn't it? And it doesn't align with the window. Maybe. Okay, let's just try something. We need to make the actual scene though. I wonder if I should be lazy and just copy another close-up puzzle. Wait, do that. Oh yeah, wait, I do need non-lit layers. Oh shit, wait. Is my fucking mailbox not centered? Come on, Chirpy. We can't do that. That's outrageous. How do I center you? Oh wait, this one is centered. No, I centered you on the actual mailbox. 320, 160. 160. Okay. Boom. Then, since it's an even number, we just do another boom. That is the actual center. Which means I want you to be like here. Yeah. Oh, do I need to? No, wait, I can do this. There we go. Much better. Hey, I like the task. Oh shit. I don't know why I get that error sometimes. Like, something about some hot cheese. I mean, it could also be the fact that I never actually read it properly, and I've never actually investigated why I get it. So maybe that's a weird complaint. Okay, let's have a look here now. Back button. You should close this puzzle. Both of the mailboxes, you should open this puzzle. Okay. Can I rename this into mailbox close-up? Mailbox base. Then we are going to duplicate you. We are going to switch the sprites to this one. Uh, 0.5. There we go. Okay, so this one is going to be locked. Let's rename you. I guess door. Is this a door? What else would you call this? Hatch? It's not really. I feel like. Is this a hatch? No. Fuck it. Door closed. Let's see here. Non-interactable. That shall not be true. Instead, we are going to make you interactable. Raycross alpha pixels, not necessary. Deselect item, default color, highlight. Yep, that's all good. If you try to open this, we are going to play sounds on click, and we are going to shake on click. The sounds we're gonna play is I do have a new yank sound effect which might work here. Door yank light. Let's try that one. Let's see how it sounds. Item interactions. Don't have one. You know what? Let's do this. Let's set it up to the master key, which is a cheat item. And then successful interaction. We're gonna create an empty. It's gonna be called interaction unlock. When you do that, we are going to play sounds on click, and we are going to switch objects on click. If you unlock it, we are going to deactivate the small closed mailbox. We're gonna deactivate the closed door. We're gonna activate the small open mailbox. And then of course we need to make the actual open door. Are you gonna take a break after the demo release? It's possible. It's very possible, depending on how overworked I feel. Which, there's a fairly good chance I'm gonna feel a bit overworked. Let's be honest. So, yeah, potentially. Bit casual, welcome in, man. That is technically hatch? Okay. What exactly is the definition of a hatch? Small opening in a floor, wall or roof allowing access from one area to another. Opening in the deck of a boat or ship leading to cabin. Door in an aircraft, spacecraft. Opening a kitchen wall for serving or selling. I don't think it is. I mean, lucka, it would definitely be a lucka in Swedish, but according to these, it doesn't sound like it would work. Just, I would probably call this a lucka in Swedish. Anyway. Old Chappie has shown us the size of a $2,000 per month New York apartment in 2045. Okay, so we have this one. For now, you're not gonna be able to close this, so we are just gonna make this non-interactable. This one, do I want to raycast alpha pitch? No, I don't. And now, when you unlock this, we also want to activate the open door. And the closed one should be... No, the open one should be deactivated by default. And I think that should be everything. I think we should now have a little... It's possible that the sound effect is not gonna sound like metal-y enough, because I think this is gonna be like a metal mailbox. So we might have to add some little metal sound effects on a low volume below it. How far along are you with the full game? Depends on... It's really difficult to answer, I find, because it depends on how you define it. Like, everything overall, or just content-wise. Content-wise, I might be like halfway through the full game. But if you would look at the entire journey of making the game with like all the polish, the prototyping, the refactoring, like if you take all of that stuff into account, I would be even further, I suppose. I mean, I'm probably gonna have way more polishing to do at the end as well, to be fair, but... Yeah, I'd say maybe halfway, a bit more than halfway. Something like that. No, I think it's more. Because I've been working on this game for a year. I think I could finish this game in a couple of months. Borderline has some attributes of both. I mean, hatches are just formal doors, so you're using the more generic term. Yeah, the thing is that, like, looking at these definitions, it just sounds like a hatch is most of the time something you go through, except for in the case of, like, the kitchen hatch or whatever. But I might be nitpicking a bit much here. I don't think anyone would feel weird about me calling this a hatch either. You know, an opening through a wall, floor, etc., or the cover for it. In that case, because it is an opening, there it would work. It's just here, it was to allow access from between areas, or opening in a boat or ship, aircraft. The other definition, I would say, definitely works. Oh shit, I have the wrong one enabled here. Open, you should be deactivated. The first half got it. What was the biggest bottleneck in terms of time investment into the game or whatever? I'd say probably the amount of polish and refactoring I've done. Refactoring just to make the game easier to work on, but obviously since, you know, I'm still kind of learning coding and stuff, that did end up taking a long time. And then on top of that, I'm just very much of a perfectionist, so I've spent a lot of time just polishing this game. Like for the first like 6-7 months, I had like 4 minutes of content, because I was just making sure that every little thing kind of felt as good as possible. So, like, the hour of content I have right now has pretty much been built in, like, just a couple of months. How am I a chicken, though? A hatch is usually meant to be secured from one side, that's the difference. Interesting. Which that would kind of work here. Okay, so we have a closed mailbox here. We can walk up to it. Oh, I think we need to disable the rain here. This feels a bit odd. Yeah, this doesn't look right. Or do a separate rain scene where it just doesn't land. That should kind of work. Yeah, that's not metally enough. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Yeah, maybe get a little bit of like a metal undertone there, and it could be good. Oh, I didn't add the sound effects for opening this though, did I? Interaction type not supported, okay. Door closed, sound effects, door yanked light. Can we do some, just add some little metal rattle or something? Metal rattle, I think that one might be really loud though. I mean, oh, we could do it very low volume. Metal clang, that's a sound effect we recorded from a padlock. Maybe. Let me try the metal rattle on like 30% volume. And maybe slightly pitch it up. And I need to see where I can open this one, because we haven't set up the successful interaction. There we go. And did I do any sound effects there? Interaction unlock. No, we need sound effects. So some open sound effect, I assume. Okay, I think we're gonna have to go with cabinet or cupboard open. We are gonna pitch it up a little bit and then maybe add some little metal tap sound effect. Potentially. I am very much just guessing here, but we're gonna see if it sounds good or not. I mean, the hatch was always in the floor, was hidden under the big wooden crate and led to a secret dungeon with treasures. Yeah, I feel like that's like the first thing I think about when I hear the word hatch. Or like, as they said, like on a ship or something. But that's like a kind of a trapdoor or whatever. Or like a attic hatch. But yeah, I think it does work in this context as well. Keep rain how it is until the door is open, then place the rain behind. The issue is that... could I place the rain behind? I could. Technically. If I mask it. Technically the particle effects are in front of everything. But we can solve it with a mask. The weird thing is that the fact that all of this is landing on the wall doesn't fully make sense when you look here and there's nothing landing on the wall. I feel like here, since you go closer, there should technically be less rain and all of it should kind of go straight across the entire scene instead of landing here. Okay, I don't think I want a yank sound effect. Okay, we have some figuring out to do here. Cupboard open, let's lower your volume. Metal tap is not enough. I think we're gonna do... maybe metal clang, we could try it. Maybe add a little bit of a very tiny delay on the cupboard sound effect. And then here... I think we're just gonna skip that yanking sound effect. Maybe only do the metal rattle, or maybe raise the volume a bit. Check Discord. Yeah, that is a pretty good sound. Let's see, let me try this. We can always get Biana to do more recordings as well. Ah, that's fine. That is fine, I think. Potentially pitch it up even more. Yeah. Maybe not. That's too dark. Maybe 1.2. The clan definitely doesn't work. Now, if you actually want to get technical, since the mailbox is technically protruding, it would be landing on the roof of the mailbox. Yeah. Sounds perfect, cheers. Hefty då. Few months of work for a few minutes of content sounds rough, but sometimes it's worth to make sure you're on the right path. Yeah, and to be very clear, I wasn't working on content, right? Like, for like the first 6 months after the game jam, like I quite literally had zero focus on making content. Because I felt like getting the general like quality of the game up was more important. And I'm very happy I did that, because, you know, it's partly because of all the refactoring and stuff that we did that has made it so easy for me to make content now. Like what? If you skip the part of actually making the art, like it took me like 15 minutes to set up a new puzzle here. Like, because everything is just made with like puzzle pieces, which is really convenient. Shout out to Atrium for helping me out a lot with the refactor. Wait, is there a way to see what the game looks like in the game jam? Yup, it's still playable. I think my bots link is a bit messed up, but this is the game jam version of Shroud of Bloom. In case you wanna check it out. Okay, let's do that, and then we're gonna add a little bit of a metal rattle as well, but on fairly low volume. Holy, what a huge difference. Yeah, the game has come quite a long way. I'm feeling really good about where the game is like heading in general. But the game jam was, believe it or not, even more minimalistic, a lot less polish and feedback, and the general like game design was much more like arcadey, where each room was one little puzzle. There was no like monster variation. Overall, I'm feeling really good about where the game is going. Still fucking nervous as hell in front of the demo release, but... No? I mean, to be fair, I don't think you're gonna be able to open this in the demo anyway, so it doesn't actually matter too much. Let's flip this. Let's make the rattle a bit higher and lower the volume a bit on the knock. Colors look way better, also the detail is very important. Yeah, like, increasing the size of the palette is something I'm very happy we did. Like, obviously we didn't do it a lot. I added 2 more grays and 2 more reds. So I went from 3 colors to 7 colors. But it did allow me to do all of these like extra little details, but not have them like grab your attention too much, which I think turned out really good. long did you make that game jam version? Like how much time I spent on it? It was a month-long game jam, and I spent 155.5 hours over the course of 25 days. Any predictions, goals on the demo release? Predictions, not really whatsoever. I have no clue how it's gonna do. Like, obviously I hope it's gonna do well. I hope people are gonna review it well, but yeah, it's difficult to say. Goals? I don't know. I would be, since I'm also releasing it for a fest, like the main goal would be to just get more eyes on the game. So if I can get the demo popping just a little bit, and you know, with the fest through extra eyes on it, like my main goal would really be to get more wish lists, right? To get more people interested in the game. I don't know what, like if I would get, I mean, to be fair, if I got a few hundred wish lists from it, I would be pretty happy with that. Should I get even more? That would be really nice. But yeah, I don't really know what to expect. I know another developer got 500 wish lists from a fest where he didn't even have a demo. 500 would almost be a doubling my current wish lists. That would be pretty nice. But yeah, we'll see. But it also depends, like, obviously the reviews are gonna be fairly important. Like if I imagine that the game is gonna perform a lot worse in the fest as well if we would get like 3 total reviews. I assume that's the case at least. So, you know, on the demo release, make sure to play it, make sure to review it, it would mean a lot to me. Fact man, the jump scare in the jam version when getting caught scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I think it did turn out pretty good. The only issue is that it's the same jump scare through the entire game, and if you play kind of, like, if you get stuck or you start struggling, you could get it very often, and I feel like just the design of it isn't as good. Of course, it was a game jam, right? So like, in terms of a game jam game, I'm still very happy with it, but for like a full Steam release, there definitely were a few improvements I wanted to do. No, you don't. If you really want people to play, you would just add anime boobs to your game. Maybe that's what I need to do. Don't recommend does not have anime boobs. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting your review to be. I think that's better. But I think we need to pitch up the rat, so... How much did I do on the other one? Oh, only 1.15. Maybe we do 1.2 here. No, watch out. I mean, I could do it for the demo, because I don't think you're gonna be able to open this. But no. It's too loud. We'll see, we might have to get behind it to make a custom sound effect for this at some point, but... As I said as well, it doesn't... This specific part doesn't really matter right now, because... I don't think you're gonna be able to open this anyway. Add some echo. I can't... The amount of like reverb and stuff is based on the room you're in, and outside there's almost no reverb. Whereas like if you go into like the hallway or the main hall, there's like a shit ton of reverb. Can't edit the sounds inside of Unity. Not like, I can't add like echo reverb, with the default system. I mean, of course I should make a new sound effect with extra reverb. But I'm unsure if that made... I don't know if you would have echo here. Like, that usually is... Usually you get, like, echo slash reverb from... Like, you know, being walled in and depending on the type of walls and so on. Oh, I guess, yeah, you could argue that that would be, like, from inside of the box. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. Give me 1 second. Ah, shit, I can't do that. Fuck it, it's fine. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that. At least there's something more going on here. Does feel a bit weird to have the mailbox that far down, though. Feel like that makes more sense. Then we have one there. No, okay. So the easy way to fix this, if I'm gonna be a perfectionist, and I even want the wall to be correct, then we're just gonna take this, and we're gonna flip you. Now there's one fairly close there, one fairly... Yep, that is correct. Even though his philosophy of marketing doesn't align with yours, I recommend you videos of Chris Ochowski about game marketing. He has a few good interviews online. I've looked quite a lot of him. Out of curiosity, what doesn't align? Because I think most of my... A lot of my thoughts are taken from Chris Ochowski, to be honest. He's straight into sell anything, make money vibe. I don't know if I agree. I mean, obviously he's very much on the, like, make money vibe, but I think that's also why most people watch him, right? Well, I mean, it's about making successful games, but that's kind of a lot of the time combined with making money in some regard. But he does have a fair amount of... in a lot of his videos and stuff, he does say that the most important thing is still to make a good game. So it's not like, you know, just make a shit game and try to sell it. If I remember right, he literally said, don't make games you like, make one that sells. Yeah, well, it's interesting. I think, okay, I don't know if I'm gonna be controversial here, but like, I think most of his target audience, like the target audience for his videos, are people who want to make successful games, right? As in, like, financially successful games. If that's the case, like, isn't that advice kind of correct too? I don't know, what do you guys think? Because, ironically, I am not really a part of the mindset that you have to make a game that you yourself would like to play. I'm making a point-and-click horror game. I've barely played either one of those genres. Do you know what I mean? However, I want to be very clear about the fact that I very much enjoy working on my game. Like, I truly enjoy building this game, right? But this is not a game that I would play. Like, this is... technically speaking, I'm not the target audience of my own game. Do you know what I mean? That said, I'm not... Like, the reason I'm making this game is not specifically because I think it would sell, right? It's just because I think it was a good scope for me to work on. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. Call of Duty games sell, but those games are full of shit and people making them hate themselves. I don't know if that's always the case, but... yeah, that would probably be most likely a bit overscope for most in this, I'd imagine still. If someone actually had the secret for guaranteed success, they'd never share it. A lot of methods that can work, all of them require some amount of luck. You're more likely to succeed by playing on your own strength from this perspective, I think. But I think the thing that confuses me here is that, do you think Chris Ochowski would disagree on that? Like, making a game from your strengths, I don't think he would disagree. That that's a better method. I had a similar discussion about this with a musician friend of mine. He complained that his niche music style is not listened and he will never be rich playing music. But that is his passion. Yeah, which, to be clear, I think that's fine as well. I think a lot of it depends on, like, what your goals are, right? Like, if he is fine with that, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If you want business success, then passionate for your project has little to nothing to do with it. No, I think that is true to some extent. Like, is it an advantage to be more passionate? Yes. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like... Because I've almost had the opposite, right? Like, I've almost had people try to convince me that I shouldn't make this game, because I'm not really the target audience for it. So I should make a game that I personally feel like this is the game I would like to play. But I don't... Personally, I very much don't agree with that. Like I said, I still wanted to be clear that I very much enjoy working on my game. I'm just not the target audience of it. But I'm passionate about building this game, I really enjoy working on it, but I am by no means the target audience of my own game. But I don't know, like, with that being said, I still think that... I still feel good about my game, and I think this is, like, perfect in the scope of what I can make. Like, I feel like I can make this into a very good product. But... yeah, I'm not really... But yeah, like I said, I've had people try to almost convince me that I should not be making this game. I think you would agree it's a realistic perspective to acknowledge that each project is different and failure is always possible. Yeah, and I think he does... I feel like he does do those, like, disclaimers as well. In a way that's fair. That's my opinion, at least. Not watched him enough, his videos, but the ones I watched really sound like he does not care about the game, just how it sells. I mean, I think you have to keep in mind, as should be over, welcome back. I think you have to keep in mind the fact that, like, he is on the marketing side of it, right? Like, the fact that he cares about how it sells is kinda... That's the point of his position, isn't it? Like, would you, if you were making a game and you hired someone for marketing, would you like someone who does not care about how it sells? Do you know what I mean? It's a formula that is more proven that generates money. That's what higher up suits care about. That's why there's little margin for freedom of creativity to implement in games or those type of formulas. That was kind of my point. Money people don't care about art, just about the money. I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree entirely. Because I feel like the issue with this argument is that people always see like financial goals as exclusive to carrying about the art, and I don't think that's true. Like, a lot of the time, it feels like you, even as a like indie developer or as a artist of any kind, it's almost like it's frowned upon to say that you would like to make money because you should just care about art, right? But I don't think that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people care about the art or the, you know, the specific thing that they are into, but can also care about wanting it to be successful. Like, I don't think that those are mutually exclusive. Like, the way I put it for myself, the way I see it, is that, like, do I want to make money from my game? Yes, of course. Is my end goal specifically, directly to make money? No. Like, my main goal is to be able to continue making games. But the only way I can continue making games, the way I do now, is if my game sells, right? So, like, my actual goal is to be able to make games, but for that to happen, I must make money. At least if I want to do it, like, successfully, professionally. Because otherwise, I wouldn't be able to spend 10 hours a day working on my game if I run out of money, right? But I feel like people often are very, like, reluctant to saying or hearing someone say that they want to make money, because when you're in these like creative fields, it feels like it's almost taboo to say that you want to make money, which I don't think you should be. Like wanting to make money is not the same as just being in it for the money. Do you know what I mean? Passion and motivation can help, but they're both fleeting emotional experiences. Discipline, strategy, and execution produces results. Yeah. To be honest, that is clever. When you jump in a project that you also love to consume, it's a never-ending project. You always want something more. Yeah. It sells because people want it. There's a market demand and thus market supply. It's fine to make it all about money, because bad games don't sell. Yeah. No, and I actually, yeah, that's a good point, Grievance. The fact that, like, if all you care about is making money, it's very likely that you also would produce a good game. Because, let's be honest here, I know there are, like, perfect AAA examples of kind of half-assed games that still sell well, yes. But, like, is it not fair to say that the majority of games that sell well are pretty good games? I feel like at least for the target audience, a lot of the time they just wouldn't sell that good if it wasn't a good game. I remember his #1 marketing advice is to make a good product. Yep. No amount of YouTube shorts, Twitter viral posts, etc. will sell a bad product. No, yeah, exactly. I think, like, almost every video I've seen of him, he has always made the disclaimer that the #1 thing is that, like, none of his advice should be taken into account if you're not making a good product. Because at that point, it's like, it's not gonna be applicable anyway. It doesn't matter how much you pay your capsule artist, or how good of a trailer you make, or which fests you join and which ones you sign up for, and, like, which showcase you in. Like, none of that stuff will truly matter unless you, unless you don't have a good game behind it. And of course, there's always going to be exceptions to all of this, right? You're always going to be able to point out some game that's, like, not that good but still sold well, but, like, in general, I think those are exceptions. Meet Shallow, welcome in, how you doing? So just what you got to ask yourself as a small developer is where you want to spend your resources, improving product or raising awareness. Yeah, and if your goal is to actually be successful, I think a lot of the time, almost, like, a lot of indies will put all of the effort into improving the product, which isn't bad per se, but let's be honest here, the most difficult thing for indies is to actually raise awareness. Like, most of us just can't get our game out there, right? Sorry, I'm a bit behind chat here, but trying to catch up. I hold myself a lot with this talk. The whole gaming industry is dying because of investors and money people, so kinda salty about that. No, and I think that's fair. I think one of the reasons why this is kind of a little bit of almost a sensitive subject is because I think a lot of people would agree to that, and you could certainly see places where, or scenarios where someone wanting to make money is doing something that actually kinda hurts the, what do you call it, like the, this entire branch or whatever you want to call it. But I think it's also important that, like, you can't judge anyone who wants a successful game in the same way. Like, just because a developer wants to make a successful game does not mean that they are in the same category as an investor that is only looking to make money, right? Like, it's a spectrum, right? And also, to be very clear, there's nothing wrong with just wanting to make a game that you would enjoy and not caring about the success, of course not. But personally, I also don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to make a successful game. And anywhere in between, right? Like, I would say that I land more somewhere in between. Like, I very much care about, you know, wanting to make a good game that people enjoy. But I also care about being able to continue making games. And to make that happen, I need my games to be at least reasonably successful, because otherwise I'm gonna have to go and get myself a 9 to 5 again. And not only will that affect my time I can spend on building games, I also won't be able to stream this much, right? Like, if you look at my average streaming schedule before and after going full time, it's a pretty big difference, right? Like, most likely, if we get to the point where I have to get a job again, like, my streaming is not like my streams are just gonna get shorter. Like, very likely, I might just not be able to stream as much, like as many days either. Which is, obviously I enjoy this, so I want to do this, and the best way to be able to do this more is to make some money from it. Damn, that name brought Storm to this chat, kinda true. I don't know. Does it make sense? I feel like that makes sense. Bit off topic, but I'm considering streaming my game dev process. Any tips or things to know before that? Number one tip, if you haven't streamed before, would be just practice thinking out loud. The number one mistake I see small streamers do, or new streamers, is that they just don't talk enough. And if you don't talk, then people leave before they have a chance to get to know you. Do you know what I mean? So just, it might feel very weird at first, but it's something you get used to very quickly. Just like, you know, narrating your own thoughts, basically. When you're starting out, I would say that saying almost anything is better than sitting there quiet. That would be my main tip. Second tip is don't be the guy that like overly self-promotes, because most of the time it's very easy to see through it, and it doesn't really work anyway. This is why it's hard to make any coherent truism or advice about luxury products. They cannot be irrational. Cheers, man. Any example you can give, there is some counter-example, yeah. But that's the thing, like, I don't know, I think this is also like considered a fallacy or whatever, but in some regard you have to keep in mind, like, just because an exception exists doesn't necessarily debunk the entire idea, right? Mara Sheep, good to see you, man. Cuffbus just had a crazy launch, started with a $20 tag, negative reviews came in and they reduced it to 10. Did it, and the reviews changed? So was most of them because it was overpriced? Everyone wants to make money from the game, that's true, but some people are just lacking soul, but then again, I'm kinda socialist communist. But the thing is that like if people are lacking their souls, like most of the time, I feel like that game is not gonna succeed. Like if you want a truly successful game, I feel like it has to be somewhere in between. Like obviously you have to care about making a game and making it something that people enjoy, but a lot of the time you do need to put some effort into trying to be successful as well. Let's not mix those two things. There is wanting to make a successful game and wanting your game to achieve success. Wait, what's the difference? If you run a lean business, you don't need massive success though. I think it's definitely possible to make a living as a game dev, though perhaps not very glamorous one, unless you're in the top 5%. Yeah, no, and that is absolutely fair, and I want to be very clear. I have no fucking goals about selling like millions of copies. Like, if I would say sell like a couple of thousand, I'd be more than set. I would even go as far to say that I don't even need to actually like make money off my game. If I can only get the money I've invested into making this, if I can break even and just get that back so that I have like another year to put into another game, I'd be happy. You know what, if I have to live on ramen and noodles while doing something I love, I'd gladly take that. I have, by no means is my goal here to make a boatload of money and buy a fucking yacht. I don't give a shit about that. I just want to be able to continue doing what I do. I think a lot of indie devs fail because they don't take the money pot seriously enough. I agree. I think that is the case. To be clear though, like if you don't care about making a successful game, obviously this doesn't apply. But for people who still want to achieve some success, you know, I do think that is true. There's a saying in the software world, if you get tired of writing code, start a software company, because 80% of any business is business. Yep. I mean, same thing like if you look at AAA, right? Like more than half their budgets is usually marketing. I never spend money on game that I'm not prepared to lose. I pay an art studio for assets in my game, but if my game makes $0 in sales, I'll still be able to pay all the bills. I mean, I would too for a while, but like obviously eventually my money is gonna run out, right? And that is kind of what I'm not trying to become fucking financially, what do you call it, financially independent or whatever, as in like never having to work another day in my life. That's not my goal. But like however long I can like elongate this time of making games, that's really my goal. Even if you run a really lean business, if you hope to retire from it, you eventually need to reach a non-trivial salary and never hit that point without being very intentional with monetization. Yeah. Chris had a strong opinion on picking genres as an example, misalignment with your project. I mean, he would probably prefer it would be a simulator roguelike. Yeah, I probably think so. Or like nowadays you also have the incremental games, which seems to do really good. But that's what I mean, like, I don't see the problem with this. If your goal is to be successful, like, shouldn't you pick a genre that seems to have a higher chance of being successful? Like, I struggle to see a problem with it. Kinda like the thing we were talking about before with, like, YouTube titles. People complaining about, like, too clickbaity titles and stuff. Yeah, it's basically I see this in the same way, where, like, but like, if you want to perform well, like, you kind of have to do it, right? Like, don't hate the player, hate the game. I'll be honest, I want to have a big car collection, so the game needs to sell. Fair enough. I don't drive my self-worth from possessions, but I love my cars, computers, and house. Yeah, I think there's always like, you know, you can always get some enjoyment out of the more material things as well. Once again, I think that's one of those things that can be seen very taboo to say, but I don't necessarily think it is. Like, as you said, I don't think you should derive your self-worth from it, but like, appreciating something is not a problem. What is up, Brainerd James? How you doing? Sorry guys, I am still a bit behind in chat here. Fucking 5 minutes, let me catch up. If I recall correctly, it was actually Chris who said that as long as you don't have negative reviews, they don't matter, only wishlists do. The truth is that most salaried ordinary jobs are no longer keeping up with inflation in a way that makes retirement realistic. Yeah, get your money back plus build a player base should be the first goal. Yeah, exactly. Like, I definitely don't need to, like, make a bunch of money. Like, of course, I'd be happy if I could make a bit of money from this game. As in, when I say make money, I mean, like, more so than breaking even. But, like, my absolutely main goal would be to make my money back that I put into this. Which is a fair amount. Like 100 copies is not gonna do it. Like, I would probably need to sell a few thousand. Is it very likely that that's gonna be the case? Probably not. It's probably quite likely that I'm not gonna make my money back. But at the same time, like, whatever time I can buy back from this game is gonna be worth it. Like, even if I only get another 6 months of time selling this game, like, I'd still be happy with that. But, you know, it's not like I can sit here and say that, like, I wouldn't want to make more of my money back. Like, obviously, so far, I've lost a fair bit of money on this. I talked about it in my most recent YouTube video. I'm like down almost $16,000 at this point. So, you know, it would be, I don't know, it would be silly for me to sit here and say that, like, I don't want to make money from this. Like, of course I do. I would like to not lose as much money if I could. Then again, the end goal is not to make money for the sake of making money, right? Like, I want to make money so I can afford to continue to make games. I'm new to your channel, so just curious, do you play games from other small indie developers on your channel? Sorry for on topic, what's after? No worries, man. I do. Every now and again we do a bit of playtesting. I also play, you know, other games as well. We started a Resident Evil 2 playthrough recently. Obviously, most of my time nowadays goes into development, but I definitely do play games occasionally. I mean, I was a gaming streamer for way longer than I've been a developer. Minimum wages stopped keeping up with inflation decades ago. One is that your game is based on successful formula. The game is built to sell. Other is product you made with all your power and hope it is a success. Yeah, the interesting thing here though, I don't know if I necessarily see anything wrong with either case there. I truly don't really do that. Like, if someone, even if someone wants to make a game based on a successful formula and they're trying to build a game for it to sell, I don't know if I would go as far to say that that's like inherently a bad thing. I know a lot of millennials who are getting food deliveries on Klarna, bros out here financial burritos. Don't lie, you want to be the Marcus Notch person, get millions and leave the gaming industry. No, I definitely don't need that. But like, at the same time, would I say no? What if you came up to me and said, like, do you want $1 billion fucking quid? Like, sure. I mean, I'll take it. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I'll take it. I'm gonna continue making games, but I wouldn't have to worry about my bills anymore. It's kind of odd question. Some people play pop, other play something they really like. Yeah. To be honest, I can't see myself working on a single game for over a year or so. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. Just keep the scopes small. Like, I can definitely put time. I mean, I've put more than a year into this soon. I think tomorrow is 1 year since we started Shroud of Gloom. I could definitely work on a bigger project, but you know, depending on how well Shroud of Gloom does, that is kind of going to decide how big my next game is. Because, you know, I have to keep in account how much of a buffer I have to be able to do this. And, you know... yeah, basically, the better Shroud of Gloom would do, the more time I would get back, which could mean that I could make a bigger game, but also it's fair to keep in mind that it's more risky making a big game. We'll see. I'm still not... we're gonna take it as it comes. I used to be so jealous of indies who made it big. Over time I mellowed out and realized two things. Hard work won't guarantee success and envy doesn't help me, so just focus on my own path and do what makes me happy. Yeah, I think that's fair. Recommended to do a minimum, normal, and good goals. Like minimum chase, normal chase, good chase, yeah. Minimum chase would be like making back half my money. Like, normal chase, like what I'm actually aiming for is to make back my money. And obviously anything above that would be a bonus. That's kind of how I see it. I'm kind of a degenerate. I won't start in a project unless I think it's got at least 1 million a year plus long-term earning potential. And I truly don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think, like I said, for some reason I find that when it comes to creative like industries or creative pursuits or whatever, I feel like it's so fucking taboo to say that you want to make money, and I really don't think it should be. I think it's, if you want to make money from whatever like artistic pursuit you have, I think that's fair. With this game, you could search for a job in the industries too, so not total waste of money if it does not sell. Oh no, if you... No. If you think I would think this was a waste of money or time if it doesn't sell, then that is definitely misunderstanding. That's like partly what I talked about in my last video, is that like even if I don't make it here, I'm never gonna regret doing this. That's not the point. Like, I still think I will always be happy I did this. But with that being said, do I want to do this for longer? Yes. And if I want to do it for longer, I need to make money. Also, every release, even Milk Toast, increases your audience, bringing you closer to a critical point where you start pushing big numbers, yeah. Last few indie success stories I looked up, none of them scored big on the first game, they already had followers, yeah. Now, I definitely think there's an advantage to having previous game. It's not wrong, it's just an odd question. Others see it as selling your soul, and that's what I think. I think there might be like cases where I could, potentially in some, to some degree, agree. That was a weird sentence. But like, just because someone wants to make money, I cannot see that as equal to selling your soul. I just don't think that's fair. That's why consistency and discipline are so much more important than passion and motivation. Consistency dramatically minimizes the luck factor over the long run. You just need the staying power. To be honest though, this is where we come to the interesting thing. I actually don't know if I fully agree with that either. I would not say I'm either a very consistent or disciplined person, if I'm being honest. Like, it might seem that way, because obviously I've been working for this game a year, for like a full year now. And like, I do put enormous amount of time and effort into it. But if I'm gonna be completely truthful, I think I still do it out of like passion and maybe obsession, you know? But I think basically my motivation doesn't really run out because I'm so fucking obsessed about this. I wouldn't say that the reason I keep working on this game is because I'm disciplined either. Do you know what I mean? Is our question true? Is like wanting to be a doctor just to make a lot of money. I get it, but I also get how it can be controversial. Yeah, I think the end result there is kind of what matters. Like, if the world's best doctor was in it for the money, but he cured every fucking person and he made like significant progress inside of that like field or whatever, would you say that you would want him to quit because he's in it for the money? Like, if the end result is positive, the end result is positive, right? Would you consider getting a job in the industry after this solo time? If I could, yeah. That would be my plan B. If not in game development, at least in like IT or something. But it depends. I don't know. I guess I have a lot of imposter syndrome here, where I feel like I'm still probably not good enough to work professionally in the industry. So, as I've mentioned before, my plan C would be to potentially go back to school and actually get a proper education in this. Or start an OnlyFans. I don't know, we'll see. Success always comes with haters, let me explain. Having money in your pocket is like having anti-hater force field. Doctors will probably pay you through the nose for getting their degrees. You'll need to be patient paying off those loans. I'm in my 7th year as a AAA code developer. I'm counting my lucky stars that the studio is doing well. We have a lot of business and dev talent. I released 2 games and I don't feel it helped, but then again, I do it as a hobby. No, and there's definitely, like, there's never guarantees, right? Yeah, just I suppose the thing as well as we could say is that having released games is not necessarily the thing that turns it into an advantage, right? It's having built a following from previously released games. Like, that's what I would consider like the big advantage. But obviously, then it's the same thing again, like there's a lot of factors. Damn, I'm really struggling catching up with chat here, but I think this is an interesting topic. If you have a couple of failures, then the passion/motivation can dry up quick. In that scenario, discipline consistent keeps you pushing through. Potentially, yeah. We'll see. We'll see if I get more demotivated if Shroud of Gloom doesn't do well. Could be the case. Could be the case. Because I would definitely still argue that at the moment, I wouldn't probably consider myself... Like, the reason I put this amount of time into the development of this game, I don't think it's because I'm disciplined. I'm not trying to make the argument that, like, discipline isn't good, to be very clear. But I'm just looking at this from, like, my personal experience here. I'd rather have a very skilled doctor who helps me than virtuous mediocre ones, yes. Yeah, that's what I mean, like, if the best doctor in the world was in it for the money, I'd still want him to fucking help me. Do you know what I mean? I like your mindset that you want to do it because you like to do it, therefore nothing is done in vain. I'm trying to get into game dev and not set myself a timeline over the next 2-3 years. If I like it, I will try to achieve something. If I don't, at least I can say I tried and it wasn't my cup of beer. Or something like that. Yeah, exactly. No, I think... I would never consider this a waste of time nor money. Like, is it gonna be a bit tough, losing all of my savings? Yeah, of course. But the amount of, like, you know, happiness and fulfillment I got out of pursuing this would still be worth it. But most likely that Doctor got that title by not helping those that he thinks should die. This is what happened in Japan for years. Hospitals send off people might have died, so the success rates does not drop. Yeah, but I don't think you can use that argument across the board. Because in general, I still feel like success most of the time should correlate with like good results. And I don't mean that is like in the arbitrary way. Most of those money-hungry doctors in game dems aren't the best ones. They have a title from Shady University and try to sneak into the gold pot. This is why for each decent game there's 100 asset flips games on Steam. Yeah, but those asset flips games don't tend to do well, right? Like, I think that there's probably way more successful developers that did have some kind of intention of making money than we might expect. Like, I definitely don't think every single game developer out there is only in it for the love of the craft. That's not to say that someone who wants to make money isn't also in it for the love of the craft, right? Like, I think my main, like, argument here is that I don't I don't see these things as mutually exclusive, like both can be true. This soul tart does not include you. You were born in Sweden, so you don't have a soul. Fair enough. When someone had a high income, I gave 30% of it to different charities. I'm not saying I'm better than a full capitalist person, I just don't like money, and that's fair. But yeah, I guess the thing is that I still don't know if it's... Like, if someone, quote, likes money, I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, we have a really good clip, right, for this? This is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, making money doesn't have to be something bad. What the fuck is his name? Australian animal guy. Steve Irwin. Can I find this clip? Why is this all shorts?
What good is it? What good is a fast car, a flash house and a gold-plated dunny to me? Absolutely no good at all. I've been put on this planet to protect wildlife and wilderness areas, which in essence is going to help humanity. I want to have the purest oceans, I want to be able to drink water straight out of that creek, I want to stop the ozone layer, I want to save the world. And you know, money's great. I can't get enough money. And you know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to buy wilderness areas with it. Every single cent I get goes straight into conservation. And guess what, Charles? I don't give a rip whose money it is, mate. I'll use it and I'll spend it on buying land.
There's a very high...
Would you see that and then go, you know what? Steve Irwin is a bit of a bastard for wanting to make money? No, right? Does that make sense? I like having money because it helps my anxiety about having no money, that's about it, yeah. No, and that's what I mean as well, like, it's not like I want to make money for the sake of making money, right? Like, I want to make money to be able to continue doing something I love. But this is what I feel like sometimes is the issue, because when someone, especially in the creative field, says that they want to make money, I feel like people often take that as you just want to make money for the sake of making money and you don't care about anything else. I don't necessarily think that's the case. And how she looks at him, very cute, it is. Money is not important as long as you have enough of it, yeah. When you have enough money, you stop worrying about money, then you can start worrying about time. Yeah, probably true. I've always said that if I ever got fuck you rich, I'd build STEM schools and wooded parks. I once heard saying most people don't want to be rich. They want enough money that they don't have to spend all the time selling their labor and can spend time doing what they want. They want enough money that they don't have to worry about whether they'll have enough if some emergency happens. Yeah, exactly. No, he's one of the good guys by making the money help the world that money broke. Yeah, but this is what I mean, he still wants to make money, right? But, so it's kind of, that kind of goes to show that, like, wanting to make money is not necessarily a bad thing. At least I don't consider it that way. Oh yeah, I think I got some recommendation on some content creator as well. Need to check that out. I don't know if I super love this background. There is something that bothers me about it. I think it's the perfectness of it. Perfectness. That was an interesting choice of words. I think we need to make this a little bit more rough. I think a very small percentage truly want money. Most people want comfort, experience, freedom, health, etc. Yeah, I think that's fair. Do I like that? I think doing something like this would be good though. Just in general make it less perfect, and then I think we're also going to remove some parts. Could even do little random things like this. In general, make this look a lot less perfect. That looks a bit weird. Yeah, already looking a lot better. You know, just because I'm doing this, I'm gonna make a boatload of money. I'm joking. Silly. I buy grain and feed pigeons in the local park. It's a good way to spend money. Yeah. Yeah, a lot better. I don't recall feeling truly secure since turning 16 and I'm trading my life every day for fiat, which essentially worthless because every day I lose more and more value, purchasing power by design. To say that I'm a bit salty about how the system is set up is to put it mildly. Anyways, I'll be lurking a bit while playing StarCraft 2, I think. Cheers, man. Thank you very much for lurking. Good to have you here, man. You capitalist pig. Good luck with working after this hour-long break, yeah. We did get a bit caught up there, but it's all good. I think it was an interesting discussion. Just imagine the world as if I were the first and only human to ever live. What would be given / promised in that scenario? Nothing. Thus, this game / system, for all its fault, is still a blessing compared to the true brutal nature of reality. Fair point. Okay, and now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're gonna do is to start messing this up even more. So we're just gonna start deleting shit all over the place. A lot of the time is not about what you add, it's about what you remove. Yeah? I don't know if you knew this yet, but I am a fucking poet. I'm joking. On the topic of capitalist pigs, did you have to open up a company studio for releasing games, or did you do that already because of your background in streaming? Hope it's not too personal question. Of course not. I haven't yet, but the current plan is to start a company for the actual release of the game. I don't know if it's something I truly have to do, but it would probably feel good to have that sorted. That's too much. We're getting there. I think this is gonna look a lot better. Maybe? Let's see how that looks in-game. What are we talking about in chat here? 100%. Things should be infinitely better. It'd be great if people with charity won't play nice, but I rarely worry about things I can't control. I just focus on what I want to do with the can do given the situation. Yeah. I agree. In general, I am a very... I run it with the release coming up, but in general, I am kind of a white laid back person. Like, I try to not worry and stress over things too much. I feel like that just... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think I prefer this. A lot less clean, which I think ends up looking a lot better. I'm quite happy with our new little mailbox. I wonder if I could pitch that up even more. I think so if I go to 1.25 in pitch. That's all one can do, really. And remember that security is in fact an illusion no matter what you do. Yeah. I think that's fine. I'm happy with this. It would make more sense to have it here, but I just need something to fill out this scene a bit. I'm pretty happy with that. So what we're gonna do, as per usual, to feel better about ourselves, is to fake it host. Make a mailbox. Ooh, now I can check that off. How much better I feel about myself. Anyway. I used to stay angry all the time, and eventually I just realized that anger was hurting me more than the actual issue, whatever it may be. Yeah, kind of same thing for me. Ironically, kind of because of Dark Souls. I used to be the most fucking rage gamer you'd ever fucking seen. And then I played Dark Souls 1, and I got so fucking beaten down into the ground to the point where I was just like, you know what? There is no point in me being angry anymore. And not gonna lie, ever since that, I actually have a pretty hard time getting like salty over games. I think I've gotten to the point where I just don't care enough. Which ironically is pretty bad for competitive games, because I just don't care that much about losing. How did you do that? That the sprite update in Unity without exporting the file from A-Sprite, or did I miss something? It happens automatically. As long as you're not exporting the file as a new one, like I'm overwriting the same file, then it just updates. It's really convenient. It took me a while to figure out though. In my first RPG game I tried making, I had like 9 different full sprite atlases saved, because for some reason I never tried, so I kept like making a new one and then just taking whatever I needed from that. But yeah, I realized that if you just overwrite the file, Unity automatically updates it. It's really fucking convenient. So like, the funny thing is that you can even do it during play. Like, I don't even need to stop playing. So I can keep, if I can load Unity that is, I can keep this up and then just go into Sprite, do whatever I want here, save this, and it's in Unity. Ironically, or unironically, actually looks kinda cool. Should I make some graffiti or something? I kinda think I should. I realize I've missed a little thing here somewhere though, not that it really matters, but... Do you even play games anymore? Of course I do. I don't play any games anymore for that very reason. Oh, really? I have to try that out. I usually have to export it again. Yeah, it's really convenient. Nowadays I just always go ahead and just overwrite it. Graffiti slabs, actually. I might actually do something like that. In the web world, we call that hot reloading. Really great feature. You know, we could actually add a number to this one. Okay. Should we do a free marble race to decide the number? No, wait, can I give you guys... I don't know if I can give you guys that kind of power. Do I trust you guys enough to pick a number for me? Maybe one of the numbers have dropped? You could do that. You know, we could do something like... You know, we do 4, 2, and then just the O has dropped at the end. Yeah, 420, 69 incoming, I know it, man.
Remix challenges the community to a marble race.
Okay, let's do it. Might want to pick about 5 numbers to exclude. Yeah, so here's the thing. What we're gonna do is that the winner of this marble race will get the opportunity to suggest a number. And if it... The only rules are, it cannot be more than 3. Like, it should be 1, 2, or 3 digits. 69 and 420 are banned. Any other, like, funny number will also be vetoed. 666 I would also say no to, mainly because that feels too on the nose, if you know what I mean. I know you did Kappa, but... Yeah, those I think are the general rules. 1 to 3 digits, no funny numbers, and not 666. Remax as the Redeemer. Would you like to pick the map? Let's do a few more marbles this time. Let's do 3 by default, and we're gonna do 6 for subscribers. Let's get a bit more chaotic here. 665, the neighbor of the beast. That's pretty fucking good. Oh shit, we have an ad coming up. Okay, we're gonna do the teleporter. Type !join in the chat if you want some marbles. I think I'm gonna go and get some more tea during the break, and we'll start after the ads, just so no one misses it. Look at all them marbles coming in. Once again, like I said, we're gonna do... Whoever wins is gonna get the opportunity to suggest a number, like a post number for the house or whatever you call it. House number, I guess. John T. Should we start a prediction as well? Let's do it. This is gonna be whether or not the Challenger rematch will win. 2 minutes to vote, so go ahead and do so now. The poll is up. Gamble all of them channel points of yours. Then you have something to do during the break as well. If whoever ends up winning has too low attention span and has left during the break, then whoever is in number 2 will get the opportunity, and so on. Ads have started though, so let me take a quick little minute break here, just go and get myself a bit more tea, and we shall be right back. Cheers. And we are back. Almost perfect timing too, with the ads ending in 1-0. Boom, the ads should be over. Welcome back, guys. If you still haven't joined, feel free to type !join if you want some marbles. As we said before, whoever ends up winning will get the opportunity to pick a number. This should not be in front of the pause menu, should it? Oh well, it's a bit Yankee, but why would that matter? How did the prediction go? Did we bet anything? We did indeed. We have 3,000 points bet on rematch winning, 2.6k points bet on rematch losing. So, last chance to join, type !join in the chat, just like so. Yeah, I'm gonna join as well. It's not rigged, I promise. We are gonna be starting the marble race in about 10 seconds. His default Unity UI is so classic, stinker but classic, yeah. Okay. Let's go. Wakacha does get caught, a few other ones as well. I see a lot of Grievance in the lead. Ooh, myself included. We have Camuston, first one into the Plinko section. Does get a bit bouncy there though. Grievance still doing pretty good. Multiple Grievance in the lead here. Does get a little bit caught up in the swoosh it, but does keep the... Oh, look at that crit! Jumping ahead of everyone into the spinners. Does not get knocked out either. First into the second teleporter, and oh no, he does get caught. Whereas we have Grievance, the double Grievance going into the goal. Don't worry about the missing obstacle here, it's fine. Comes then in third place, Wakacha, rematch, crit, Grievance, double Mad Chirpy, Jin. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Okay, is anyone struggling? We have a few people still in here. I don't know if this is the last one. Let's have a look. I think it is. It is indeed. That is every single marble in the goal. Not too shabby. So that means that the prediction is also over. Unfortunately, rematch did not win, so the points will be spread amongst the non-believers. With that, we're going to end the prediction. Grievance does have a number as well, and he picked 718. So that is what we're gonna do. Is a raid we saw proof on the clips? No, it's not. Shut up, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I wonder if I should do this in a greyish color. Maybe it doesn't need like a clear white outline. And I guess we kinda want these to be a bit of like fancy numbers. I don't know, how big can these be? Like maths would probably be something like that. Which is what, 180... I don't understand this. 180 by 35, 15? No, 38 by 15, right? Yeah. So we might do one number... Let's see, do I need this to be even? Preferably. So maybe this is the size of a number. Boom, boom, boom. And to be fair, a 1 is a bit smaller though, so we could actually... we'll see. Okay, kind of fancy numbers. Let's do them a bit thick here. And then for 7, I think we're gonna go with a bit of a... Maybe go with a bit of a curve. I don't know. I'm just testing stuff out here and we'll see whether it seems to work or not. Ooh, maybe we do this. That does become a bit more fancy. And I kind of feel like this section needs to... be a bit thicker. Maybe that's a bit too big. We'll see, we'll see. 718. Just tell me 718 isn't a Porsche reference. Now my dream car is an R6 Avant. I am so not a car person. Many rappers have repeated those numbers in different order. If I recall right, 178, I assume it's some police code for some car-themed crime. Ah, maybe. Not sure if speeding under influence will lead to substance or theft also. Oh, it's 187, dispatch code for homicide. Oh, interesting. Okay, what did we do? 71. Okay, so a fancy 1 shouldn't be too difficult. I think we're gonna... I mean, maybe a bit of a curve would be nice. Maybe. Seven, 1, 8, we said. It's gonna be a little bit trickier. Oh wait, if we want to do it fancy, I think we should do like 1 smaller, and then like 1 bigger. Do you know what I mean? Okay, let's just try something. How big does this become? Well, that's probably good. This is probably gonna look weird. That does look weird. Okay. We do... Yeah, maybe. Oh shit, this is gonna be... is that gonna look good? Maybe I need that... Oh, you know what we could do? It'd be a little bit cheeky and make you uneven. I can do something like that. Potentially. Now that one looks way thicker. That one has like... it's changing the width in certain places. Top parts are smaller, so in that case I would have to do something like this. Which, to be fair, doesn't look too shabby. Then you kind of have to do it here as well. Like all horizontal lines would be smaller. Be a bit more consistent. I mean, I don't hate it. I think that looks pretty good. Could I do the thing where we kind of blend these together a bit? Maybe not. That would be like this. That's not too bad. Yeah, how wide is this? 30, which means it's even, so we should be able to center this. That actually does not look too shabby. I wonder if I could do little thingies looking like this is what like holds the numbers up. Oh, no, we do this. In the center, you do like one of these things. Kind of like this is where... to be fair, if they are connected to each other though, you wouldn't need this. Because that would be like the thing you kind of weld them on to make sure that they all stick together. But if they are... like, in this case, they would be welded here, right? Yes, this is me very much overthinking this. On all six advanced only. I don't even know what that is. The 2 boys and a big dog, I need to fit into my supercar. Looks nice, cheers man. I don't know if I need that thing. I think maybe we could just do the numbers like this. This is definitely gonna end up being a... you know what? I'm just gonna shut up. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah? What are you gonna do about it? And now we need to add something here. We had a 7, a 1, and a 8. That's what 718 looks like, really small, yep. That looks like a snail. Did I just make a really tiny snail? No. Do I like it? Let me see that in-game. Stamped or engraved into the metal sheet, so no need for something to hold it. Yeah, good point, good point. I don't know if this matches the style as much. I usually don't do stuff like that. I think I might say no to that one. 125,000 new. I'll never buy something like that when I'm at startup. Got a few years on my mortgage before I pay for big rooms. What I'm currently thinking about is how many Easter eggs did you hide in the game? I think that is a fair amount, actually. I wonder how many I can come up with straight off the top of my head. That is... Well, there is... that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. That is... it also depends on how you define an Easter egg, I suppose. Oh yeah, there's that one as well. That one is a Easter egg, I suppose you could call. Oh yeah, that one. That is an Easter egg. Okay, I got 7 at the moment. I think there's more though. I think I've hid more little things. And all of this should be in the demo at the moment. Is that an Easter egg? You could argue that that's an Easter egg as well. Maybe. 8. There definitely must be 8 at least. Let me actually, you know what? I'm kinda intrigued now how many Easter eggs I have. Let me have a quick look here. See if I have even more than I can currently think of. Is that an Easter egg? Maybe. Can we define Easter egg? What is the actual definition of an Easter egg? Okay, Google AI. Easter egg in a video game is a hidden non-essential element like a secret message, image, or level placed by the developers for players to discover. Easter egg media. Message, image, or feature hidden in software, a video game or film, or another, usually electronic medium. The term used in this manner was coined around 1979 by Steve Wright, the then director of software development in Atari Consumer Division, to describe a hidden message in Atari video game Adventure in reference to an Easter egg hunt. Attempt to communicate with the player, or a way of getting even management for perceived slight. Easter eggs in video games take a variety of forms, from purely ornamental screens to aesthetic enhancements that change some element of the game during play. Ah, there is that one too. That one, I don't know. I mean, it technically is in the game. It's really fucking difficult to find. I kinda doubt anyone is gonna find it, but there is technically one other Easter egg too. Okay. He went full Jordan Peterson here. Any Easter eggs in the demo? So far, I think every Easter egg is technically in the demo. Like I said, some of them are a bit like very difficult to find. Some of them are a bit more obvious. some might be really like in your face or whatever you want to call it, but I'm not necessarily sure how many people are still gonna understand that whether it is an Easter egg or not. Does your game contain a broader backstory to discover and uncover? Yes. Is not... There is maybe a little bit of that in the demo. It's not gonna be super much, but... I mean, there is gonna be like a story to the game. See, that one I've written down. Is there an Easter egg? Like, if something is missable, I don't know if that's enough to call it an Easter egg. Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit with my definition here, like what exactly you call an Easter egg. Why am I disconnecting from my chat? Are we good? Yeah, connected. Seems fine. Okay. I might actually add yet another Easter egg. It's possible. Ooh, that's... Okay, there is one other Easter egg, but that one you will not be able to see in the demo. But it is technically an Easter egg. Is that an Easter egg? Probably no, it's too obvious. I feel like that's kind of what separates it a bit as well. If it's too obvious or too big of a chance that people like instantly get it or whatever it might be, I don't know if I would consider that an Easter egg. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Oh yeah, that one is in the demo. This is, you know what, this is actually kind of fun. I haven't actually considered how many Easter eggs I've added so far, but I do feel like this type of game is one of the... Like, this is the perfect type of game to have, like, small hidden things in and so on. Okay, I've almost looked through everything here, so I can give you a final number. Is that an Easter egg? Not really. Okay, I think I have it. So... in the demo, we should technically have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There should be 10 different Easter eggs in the demo, where I would say at the very least one of them is really difficult to find. The other ones are fairly simple, I guess. And then there is one other Easter egg which is not in the demo, which technically you could only find in the full game. So, total of, what did I say, 11, but there should be 10 of them should be in the demo. Yeah. I think that's it. I'd say an Easter egg is a piece of game that must be discovered and is intended to serve as a delight rather than progressing the game. If that then I might even say 12. You could even go as far as to say 13, depending on how you... Is it like, I have a few things that I would consider like right on the edge where I find it a little bit hard to really decide whether I would consider it an Easter egg or not. I wouldn't qualify it by missable criterion. Side quests are missable, but not Easter eggs. Good point, good point. For me, an Easter egg is something contained in medium that wouldn't originally belong there. Breaks the fourth wall often, yeah? I would also say, even without breaking the fourth wall or not belonging there, I would probably say that if something is really hidden, I could still consider it to be an Easter egg. Like, if it's something that, like, the vast majority of people will never find, I could be inclined to say that it's still an Easter egg. Even if it isn't, like, breaking the fourth wall or, like, out of place or, like, meta. Is that fair? For me, it's still Easter egg, even if it belongs there. Something like Star Wars slapping nostalgia bait with characters, weapons, ships, etc. Yeah, still an Easter egg, even though it thematically belongs. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Like, a good example, Borderlands. In Borderlands 1, there was like a really hidden chest in one of the areas, where you almost had to like jump outside of bounds to find like a really good chest containing weapons or whatever. Like that I would still consider an Easter egg, even though I wouldn't say that it's like meta, it doesn't break the fourth wall, it perfectly belongs in the game because you find chests in other places. But I feel like sometimes just the fact that something is like really hidden is, I feel like there's almost enough in certain circumstances to call it an Easter egg. Because that, like that one chest in Borderlands where you almost have to like jump down a cliff almost outside of bounds. I don't even know if you can make it back alive from there. Like that thing is completely belongs in the game, but it's so hidden that I would consider it an Easter egg. What do you guys think? Some games have literal Easter eggs or similar collectibles that you find in a hidden room. Those don't break the fourth wall, but they're Easter eggs. Yeah. Really, the room is the delight, and the collectible is your trophy for finding it? Good example, GG. Yeah, I think so, right? I think all of these points are fair, right? Like, I think something that breaks the fourth wall, or is like a meta win to the player, as you said, Thomas Dunn. I think those are fair examples of something that would be considered an Easter egg. But sometimes just hiding something enough, just like the thing that makes it an Easter egg kind of becomes the fact that you are gonna be like one of the very few, that kind of makes it special, right? That you will be one of the few people to actually find it. I mean, a secret ending that's hard to find isn't necessarily an Easter egg. Like the silent ending or hidden ending. If you know, you know. I don't in Silent Hill. I think that's an Easter egg. Yeah, I definitely think secret endings or alternative endings could be Easter eggs. They don't have to. I can definitely see places where even something of a secret ending I wouldn't consider an Easter egg, but I definitely think they can be. You just have to consider how much the reward changes the gameplay. If it's substantial difference, then maybe it's more of a challenge. Yeah. But if it's a small reward, then it's an Easter egg. Yeah, that maybe makes sense. Yeah, if it's something that like is going to affect 50% of the gameplay throughout the game or something, maybe it wouldn't. Yeah, I feel like it's interesting. It's kind of like it's a little bit depending on the exact circumstance. I feel like. It's hunt plus reward, just like traditional Easter egg hunting. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Like, you need some element of having to look for it, or having to find it, right? And as you said, there needs to be some type of reward for it. But I would say that reward can be really small, right? Like, it should be a really, like, almost like even just a kind of very insignificant reward, as in, like, the player getting, like, a fun thought out of it could be enough for me to consider it an Easter egg. But I would still consider that, like, a reward, to be, like, just to make the connection. The hunt can be the reward? Yeah, that might be fair as well. Yeah, I'm now thinking, is every secret an Easter egg? Probably not, but is it good food for thought kind of combo? Yeah, no, I agree. It's an interesting discussion. It's not something I've really thought this deeply about before. But yeah, that is a good point. Like, is every secret... Like, if something is a secret... I could see an argument for why any secret in a game could be considered an Easter egg. I can see the argument. Because a secret inherently is going to be hidden, which means it's something that you find, and most likely there's gonna be some form of reward from it, right? Most of Easter eggs give nothing, just like in Halo there were strange statues as Easter eggs, yeah. Yeah, I think the actual reward can be really... Like, that you could still argue that there is something, like the reward is to see the statue or whatever. I don't really know the Easter egg here, but you know what I'm trying to say. But, like, it's technically really insignificant. Yeah, fucking interesting, eh? These are the kind of things that you... It's rare, like, everyone knows about Easter eggs, but it's rare to just stop and think, like, you know, really contemplate what it actually means. Okay, let me delete this so I don't accidentally show you. But I would say, yeah, for the demo, I would say there's somewhere around 10 Easter eggs in it. And I very much doubt that all of them would be fine. Almost to the point where... no? No, I think they could all be found. Some are really hidden. Some you might be able to find if you've been watching the stream. But for anyone who were here during those streams, you know the rule. We did say that this stays between us, so, you know. Some you should definitely find fairly easily if you've been watching the stream a lot. There might be some that you might know of, but that would be really difficult to find. It needs to be separate from the main objective. A hunt and some type of reward. The reward doesn't need to be game data though, it can be experience, yeah, the location, the fourth wall reference, or anything else that brings the light entertainment. But it can be really big as well, right? Like, I would say that, like, Ash Lake in Dark Souls 1, I could probably consider that almost to be an Easter egg, even though it's like a... Like, the reward of it is almost like extending the fucking playtime in the game. It's like, is a really big thing, right? But I would also probably say that it's so hidden that, like, a lot of people that don't already know about it would completely miss it. Fourth wall reference or anything that brings the light and time. Yeah, I agree. Devs added something inside the game that only other devs or people making the game understand. Yeah. Now, food for thought, are Easter eggs overused in some medias? I don't think so. But obviously it's not something I thought about a lot here, but my initial reaction is probably not. I mean, I definitely think you could overuse Easter eggs, but I would say the biggest thing there would be if they are too obvious. Like, because then you kind of, after a while, you would get, like, diminishing returns on the reward or whatever. But if it's, like, I think a certain media, like, say a movie that's, like, 1.5 hours long, even if they managed to throw in one Easter egg in, like, every single scene, I don't necessarily, like, that inherently wouldn't make me think it's too much, unless they are too obvious. Just like, if you can't watch the movie without constantly picking up the Easter eggs, then it's probably too much. But if they're really hidden, Yeah, I would say that it depends on its execution. So we do the Konami code and everything. I've heard of this. What is the Konami code again? Oh yeah. It's like the controller cheat codes or whatever. I don't think it's an Easter egg if it helps you some way. It's more like a hidden object. I don't know. I mean, the chest in Borderlands does help you, you're gonna get some items from it, but I would still consider it an Easter egg, I think. Just from the fact that it feels like so rare that you would actually be able to find it. Holy shit, my new short did not do well, did it? That is not good. 27 views. That is not great. You know what? Sometimes we have to cut our losses. I think it can help, but it shouldn't be part of the main questline. Yeah, that I agree. Like, if it's something you need to do, then it kind of can't be an Easter egg. Because I feel like an Easter egg almost must be missable, at least. Once again, I think we can say that not everything missable is an Easter egg, but I think almost every Easter egg is missable, or at least there's the ability to not notice it. Because it could be straight, like right in front of your face, but, you know, I feel like there has to be a chance of the player either not getting it or completely missing it. Are cameos Easter eggs? I think they could be. Skyrim, another example of something that helps you a lot. There's a weapon that is like insanely strong, but that's hidden in a really like, in a kind of awkward place where a lot of people would never look. I would probably consider that an Easter egg. I probably would. The OG, yeah. Doom's BFG was a hidden weapon, the dev room was an Easter egg. I think even a weapon, I don't know about the Doom's BFG, but I think even a weapon could be considered an Easter egg. And finding the hidden ghost throughout Haunting of Hill House, there's like 100 plus hidden throughout, but most people miss 90% on the initial watch though. Yeah. Yeah, that I could definitely consider Easter eggs. I think the word Easter egg has become mutilated, it does not mean anything anymore. I think it does. I think like with all things though, it's very possible that the meaning has changed with time. Languages tend to be quite, it's quite dynamic, like living thing. If you're punching your phone number on the padlock, does the game call you? That would be an Easter egg. Okay. I feel like I can spoil Borderlands 1. It's old enough. But yeah, I guess spoiler alert. I think this is the one.
Welcome back to my video. Today I'm gonna...
Sorry, man. That is not the one I was thinking of. Oh, is this the one? Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. Like, this one has a very clear reward, but as you can see here from the minimap, he is like, is at the very edge of the map, And this is, as you can see, out of bounds. But there is a hidden chest here. I would consider this an Easter egg. Even though you like get a very clear reward that might affect the game play quite significantly. Who knows, maybe you get like a legendary weapon here. But the fact that this is like hidden in a really weird place outside of bounds, I would probably see this as an Easter egg. I think it's pretty specific, but there's some grey area, yeah. In Borderlands 2 Minecraft were not an Easter egg, it was a nod to Minecraft, a secret. I don't know if I agree. I think... why is that not an Easter egg? Dev for getting over it made it so that when a player completed the game, they got his private phone number, or was it Discord, it was something to call. Of the first person call, they got a slot for a short interview. Of the dev patched the game not to give us his number anymore, also if I recall right, it was prepaid, or have a throwaway number. Interesting. Yeah, way off the main objective line, that's an Easter egg. I think so as well. Statistically, it probably don't make a huge difference in the long run. Yeah, very likely the case. But it can definitely have an... it could have, like, impact on the gameplay. Like, it could get legendary, but probably it will be mostly sunken cost, yeah. I said Easter egg used to be some nod or inside joke or reference to the devs. They do call this developer chest locations, though. No, I see what you mean. I feel like that might be a more... I feel like that might be the more conventional meaning, but I feel like this is probably the type of thing that has changed over time. Because yeah, this is something I would consider an Easter egg. Time for bed, good luck, no worries rematch. Thank you for hanging out today. Always good to have you. Have a good night, man. Did not know his name, yeah. But even if they didn't call this developer chests, I'd still consider this an Easter egg. Then that's an Easter egg, it's not how inventory is used to work. Yes. Work. But still, like... But that's interesting though, Wakacha. That is interesting though. So before we called this a developer chest, you didn't think it was an Easter egg? But now, because it's called an developer chest, it is. I don't know if I agree with that. Supposedly the first Easter egg was the dev hiding his name in a game while working at Atari, who didn't give credits at the time. Oh yeah. And I said there was a rule what Easter eggs meant, now every secret is an Easter egg. I don't know if every... I could probably see something that is like hidden or secret that I wouldn't consider a Easter egg, but I think a lot of secrets could be considered Easter eggs, definitely. And we're having a lot of interesting discussions today, eh? Okay, we sorted out the mailbox. Have we done a push on this? Mailbox. It's just me being old and angry at the world as it changes. No, but I understand. I know how it feels. Because I do think Yeah. I'm similar in certain cases as well. I think this is one of those issues though, like with a lot of things. Unfortunately, this is just an inherent problem with languages. Because whether we want them to or not, languages do evolve, right? So something that used to mean one thing, all of a sudden means something else. And there's a lot of examples of it. Like even take something like the word terrific. Do you guys know where the word terrific comes from? It's the same as horrific. Horrific is related to horror. Terrific is related to terror. Like, terrific was something bad, right? But that has, like, during... with enough time, the meaning of the word has completely changed to where it means the complete opposite of its original meaning. I also AI overloads for definition, intentional, non-essential hidden content placed by developers for fun, humor or tribute, usually unrelated to gameplay progression or mechanical advantage. Yeah? I feel like that sounds pretty good. Because that is quite broad as well. Old man yelling at clouds moment. Same thing as fans. Don't know if I know that. But then again, I still think people being fanatic about something is crazy. Oh yeah, it's related to fanatic. Ah, I see. Makes sense. Evident was obvious to the mind. Wait, is that not still kind of what evident means? It's evident. Does that not mean obvious? Oh yeah, interesting. Sometimes it is annoying though, because sometimes it gets to the point where it actually becomes difficult to talk about things because, you know, people have different ideas of the definition of certain things. I just spilled peanuts all over my desk. In case you wanted to know. Bombs in Lagana. I think that's very good. Oh shit, I need to make a map marker for this. Oh yeah, that is something I would need to fix as well. My map markers, like the actual hitboxes for them, are a little bit... Like this one is just, I think it's 3 pixels tall. Like 3 game art pixels, not actual pixels, to be clear. But still, that is, like, it's fairly small. I think these need to be, like the actual hitbox needs to be a lot bigger. Definitely not a priority though. Oh wait. Fuck. You know what the issue is with adding a marker on the map with this? I have to fucking localize it. I might just skip that for now, to be honest. Ooh, wait. Alright, you hit him behind. That's kind of fine. Like the shots fall all the way down. Huh? That works. These peanuts. Yes and no, people often don't accept logical evidence without physical proof, so nowadays evident more so means obvious to the senses. Oh. Which is similar but also dramatically different. Yeah, I see what you mean. There is like a... There is like a fine line though between the different meanings there. I swear I get furious every time I see how slowly Unity enters play mode. Does on any PC. The funny thing is that I don't even react to it, because I haven't ever tried anything else. So I've just accepted that this is how it is, and it doesn't bother me whatsoever. When you're playtesting your game, is there a possibility that you get jump scared, or can you disable that? I have certain tools so that I can disable it, but I have gotten jump scared like probably like 15-20 times from my own game at least. So yeah. Most of the time though, I don't actually disable anything. So, you know, it happens relatively often that I scare myself. Even before we even have like actual sound effects in the game, I was already freaking out. Can I search my own clips? Is that possible? I don't think you can. Oh yes I can, because you know what you do? All you do is fucking scroll all the way down. Well, that didn't work well. And then we just control F that shit. I mean, we were used to 56 kilobytes per second download speeds too. Yeah, it's not that long ago that I had 0.4 megabytes upload. Long live JavaScript. I kinda wanna try some more dynamic language or whatever you call it, loosely typed. Oh, look at that. Jump scared by my own game. What are you... Where is number one? Oh. There's quite a few of these. I think the worst one didn't actually get caught on stream though, which is, I guess, a bit unfortunate. That's not my game. That is my game. That is my game. That is my game. That is my game. Oh wait, I did that one already. There is a fair amount of these. I actually don't love JavaScript, but I do love multi-paradigm programming. What is multi-paradigm programming? We're gonna watch them all, or you're gonna download them all to make compilation? I've actually thought about doing that. Could be a bit fun. But a lot of them are kinda samey, which I think is the annoying thing. Like, my reaction is almost the same to a lot of them. I still feel like it might be that he actually comes a little bit too often. That one isn't huge, but you can definitely see that I'm not prepared for it. Stuff. I feel like it's a pretty nice little switch around. So now if you want, you could actually use the light in here. Damn, game looked different,
can't turn
eh?
it off unless the flashlight is on. Oh shit.
3, 4, come on. It's just so much worse when it's your own game as well.
Affect the flashlight in his eyes. I'm quite sure. Those red eyes are super. Yeah, I like him. Oh.
Fun times, eh? This was so interesting in the Game Jam version. I thought I was so obvious here. Like, I made it so you could click on the computer, and when you did, it played a little clicking noise, and then the screen turned blue. In my mind, I thought this was gonna, like, obviously be a blue screen, a way to indicate that the computer doesn't work. And the amount of people that thought that there were a way to, like, fix the computer and stuff actually surprised me. It was one of those like, very clear learning moments for me when I realized that just because something is intuitive to me does not mean that it's going to be for the players. The blending of paradigm like object-oriented programming, functional programming, and procedural programming. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so it's basically a language that has multiple of those styles, or whatever you want to call it. I just look annoyed on that one.
Horizontal moving, vertical rotation. Yeah, I think that would probably be the best of both worlds to really
Damn, the placeholder sound effect when you turn on the lights. Holy shit, did you hear that? Sorry, we do have some ads coming up.
Horizontal moving, vertical rotation. Yeah, I think that would probably be the best
Dum.
of both worlds to really get both the...
Brought back lurch. No worries, Jamostan. Thank you for lurking.
Fuck!
This one is impressive because I literally get scared without that even being a sound effect.
Okay, I am not hyped to add sound effects. I'm gonna...
Yeah, exactly. This is why PlayStation is so crucial for the process. Yeah, it really is. I feel like I mean, besides like finding bugs and obviously getting important feedback and so on, like one of the really big things that playtesting does is like let you know whether like people are gonna get stuff, right? Like whether stuff is intuitive. Just that I feel like is one of the biggest things that's very easy to assume as a developer. Because if you know the solution in your head, or if you know like why something is a certain way or whatever it might be, it will always be inherently obvious to you, right? But that doesn't mean that everyone who plays the game is gonna see it the same way.
Literally is in the title, I am developing horror games. It literally is in the title, I am developing horror games, so like, you can't expect to not see some scary elements if I'm doing a horror game.
Timing, eh?
Go down,
Sorry.
walk away.
I mean, it's not the same type of reaction as when I'm playing.
Ah, fuck.
Like, I got some proper fucking jump scares from, like, 10 Bells and when I played Five Nights at Freddy's and stuff. Like, those fucking made me jump proper, man. Okay, what else do we need to do? Overall, we're doing pretty good. I have one puzzle in the game, which I am a little bit on the fence about. Whether it is too difficult or not. Because there's one which, right now, obviously I don't have too much, like my playtesting pool or whatever is not big enough to make any drastic changes at the moment. But I have one puzzle which is basically, at the moment, seems to be 50-50 whether people get like proper stuck or whether they like get that aha moment. So I'm a little bit nervous about that one. I'm gonna have to see. What do we have here? Papa Meatball. This is someone that I got recommended. Oh. That's unfortunate. No links and no contact whatsoever. Are you maybe on other platforms? Do you have a YouTube? Ads should be over. Welcome back. I don't think that's the same one. Don't think so. That seemed like a very different channel. Okay. He does have a TikTok. No contact information. What do we have here? But shouldn't the channel already... Oh no. Okay. And no contact email. Unfortunately, not. That's the tricky thing. I'm surprised at the amount of people who just don't have any contact information whatsoever. Hey T-Bag, thank you for joining the Discord server. Welcome in, man. Yeah, known knowns, forgotten knowns, and known unknowns, unknown unknowns. Playtesting is the best way to discover them all. Yeah, exactly. Okay. We only need to do some tweets off stream. Changing the volume of the static noise on the TV when you walk, you know, up to it or away from it would be pretty nice. Oh yeah, I thought about adding a speedrun timer. I mean, that should be fairly simple to do, because I already have a timer in the game. So like, making a speedrun timer you could toggle would be fairly simple. I think in the demo saving is not enabled, so we would never save it. Yeah, so we would always load default value 0. Because that we can even see. I basically already have the function for it, to be honest. It does only track in-game time though. Or well, it tracks gameplay and transition time. Right here you can see my current playtime is 7 seconds. I should probably cast that one to an integer. But it's fine. This is only DevTools anyway. You can see that it does continue in the transition. But obviously if I like pause the game it stops. Now it does stop during cutscenes as well. What about load times? It would not take that into account because the timer doesn't start until you're already in the game. And at that point I don't think anyone should have loading times. So yeah, since this cutscene isn't in there either. Yeah, even if we didn't have this cutscene, it wouldn't start until you've actually loaded the game. Since this is not considered a transition nor gameplay, you can see that playtime is 0. Right until the moment where the cutscene is finished, now it starts counting. So I think, because what I actually use this for is for the main menu, right? Basically, if we would disable... If we disable the demo, I think this will work. Yeah. On the save slot, if you have a saved game, it displays the playtime. But I was like, I don't know, I feel like it makes more sense just counting the actual in-game time. I do, even though you can't do anything during a transition, I still count that, just otherwise it would feel weird. Because it still feels like you're playing when you're like transitioning between rooms or whatever. Just otherwise the in-game playtime on a speedrun could theoretically be like 30 seconds. Even though we maybe took the player like, you know, 5 minutes to do it. And that would feel a little bit weird. So yeah, currently it's only when we are in the game state gameplay, which is when you can interact with stuff, or transition, which is when you're walking between rooms, or, you know, when you walk up to some object. Once again though, we have the fucking tricky thing here. The thing that makes me hesitant to add stuff like this is I need to localize it. And, you know, if my localizers don't have time to do it, I kinda don't wanna show it in that language, you know? But it would be really easy to add, since it basically would just be like, it would kinda work the same thing as toggling this one, just only displaying the playtime. And, you know, then maybe doing it in a little fancier way or whatever. So maybe after the demo build, it's very possible that we might do an actual speedrun timer. Yeah, I should have definitely done it now. I mean, speedrun timer. Maybe I could just ChatGPT that one, that translation. If some localizer doesn't have time to do it. Speedrun is a little bit of a weird word though. And there's certainly gonna be a few languages where I wouldn't I probably wouldn't translate it in Swedish. I would probably still call it a speedrun timer. Speedrun timer. It's probably what I would call it. Because it would feel awkward translating speedrun. I don't even know what we would call that. Quite happy with the mailbox though. You want to call it speedrun time, it implied speedrun in the game? Yeah. Because without that, I don't know what the point of it would be. Like, why, if you're not speedrunning, why would you care about seeing a timer? Because it would basically be like this, right? Like, it would be an actual UI element on the screen telling you what time you're at. I feel like the only purpose for where you would use that is for speedrunning. Just like I said, on a normal playthrough, you would still see your playtime, but you would do it on a save slot. But seeing, like, this would be a toggle for seeing it while you're playing. Seeing how much time you spent in game, plenty of games uses it. Yeah, so I do already use it for the save slots, but this would be like an in-game visible timer. Basically like an alternative to using something like live split. You know, the actual like timer thing a lot of speedrunners use. So therefore I think it made sense to call it the speedrun timer, because I feel like the only ones that would enable it would be speedrunners. I missed the point about in-game display during the actual play. Yeah, no worries, man. And it is also one of those things where, like, you know, ironically, it's not because I think it's truly needed or whatever. Like, things, people could obviously speedrun it without it as well. But it's a little bit one of them things where it's also a little bit of a way to potentially incentivize people to do it. Do you know what I mean? Same thing with showing the... I mean, showing the playtime on the save slot in the menu is also just because it's kinda fun or whatever. Like, data is just fun, right? But it is also one of those things that could easily, like, yeah, exactly, it should like seed the idea for potentially speedrunning. And not that, like, you know, getting speedrunners to play my game would be like the fucking priority of in any regard. It definitely isn't. But, you know, as the developer and as someone who is, you know, a fan of speedrunning and so on, it's cool to see people speedrun your game. We already have a few that's done it. I think Spectacular currently holds the world record in the Game Jam version. We did actually have a bit of speedrunning in the Game Jam version. So didn't I think I have a pinned post, right? Yeah. Speedrun leaderboard, Game Jam version. Current world record is by Spectacular. He did it in 28.9 seconds. Which is pretty fucking impressive. Some really quick clicks there. Oh yeah, Whale also did a tool-assisted speedrun, going through the entire game in 2.2 seconds. That one is... obviously is not like a... you know, it's not a normal speedrun, but look at this shit. The flashlight didn't even get picked up in time. Boom. End screen. 2.2 seconds. Pretty insane. But Spectacular's current record is actually really fucking impressive too. 28.9 seconds is... Like, for a very long time... I'm gonna be honest here. For a very long time, we had people speedrunning the game, and it was a little bit like, people did it really impressively, like it was quick, but I also knew that like I could do it quicker, do you know what I mean? Just obviously, just for fun, I've tried speedrunning the game myself as well, but I'm not gonna put myself as the fucking world record holder. But now at the very end here and stuff, like, people actually got so quick to the point where I don't even think I, as the developer, could beat these times. Like 28.9 seconds is almost like a perfect time. And the Game Jam version is so short that I think it's like fairly unlikely that people would be able to find, you know, some really big like time-saving glitch or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I could even get close to that time myself. A few tries and I can do low threes. We'll see about that. You're certainly free to try. Let me know if you want your time on the leaderboard. We'll sort that out. We do need a recording of it though. That's the new rules. But that could just be a video sent in the speedrunning channel. So yeah, basically, I just think it's fun. Like, speedrunning is fine. So, even though it should never be the prime focus of my game, I think if there's anything I can do to kind of incentivize it, I definitely don't mind doing it. So we could add the speedrun timer for the demo just for fun, if I can be bothered localizing it. I probably have a few localizers that would be able to sort that out. I also love the idea of someone speedrunning my game. Yeah, I don't know. I think speedrunning is just a cool thing, right? Because to be honest, on my like general checklist, like a lot of this stuff is... we've sorted out most of the things. I do have some new footage from playtesters today I'm gonna need to look through, so it's very possible that we find more things that we have to tweak. But I'm gonna check those out after the stream. know, whether we have it in the demo or not, we could quickly throw together a little speedrun timer. Because, like I said, I think it's gonna be really easy. Like, we just put something on the canvas. Just a little text mesh pro. We're gonna call this speedrun timer. Why is this not visible? Oh, right. I see. Okay. So, would it only display time? You could put a timer at the beginning that if you don't move for some time, the character just leaves and the game ends. Yeah, I've actually thought about that. Something we discussed before, which I think could be pretty fun. Since you're driving in the beginning, right? This isn't like a, you know, normally timed cutscene or whatever that just happens in front of your eyes. Like, you actually have to, you know, you have to press any key to continue. So the player could just stay here. So we could do something fun potentially where if someone stays in this cutscene for far too long, you actually run out of gas and the game fucking ends. It's like, oh sorry, you ran out of gas. That's the end of the game. Could be a little fun thing. Hello, eller what is up, Manlo? How you doing, man? Good to see ya. We're currently doing silly things here. I've, you know, gotten through most of my... my checklist, so I'm thinking about potentially doing a little speedrun timer. I mean, I guess I should position this one up here as well, to be fair. This is definitely not important whatsoever, but it is kind of fun, isn't it? What is up, Bird Song Technology with the raid? Welcome in, man. How are you doing and how was your stream? If there's anything you want to share, anything you want to show, then let me know. Walt, welcome in. Birdsong, good to see you, mate. Big shout out to none other than Birdsong Technology. Yet another game developer on Twitch, also does some gaming streams and stuff. Go and check him out if you haven't. Big Toe Boogie, welcome in, and thank you very much for the follow. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game, which will have a demo out on Steam in, what does it say, like 8 days? I might even be 7 at this point. We're getting close, I'm not stressed out whatsoever, I don't know what you're talking about. But if you guys want a better idea of what my game is like, then here's a little trailer for ya. There we have it. Wishlist the game now on Steam if you want to be notified on the demo release. Do appreciate those wishlists. Stream was great, got a good start on the new system for enemy AI, completely overhauling everything to make combat more engaging. Nice! Any links or anything you want to share about, Son? Feel free to do so. Nice, thank you very much, Bito. Raiders from me, your wishlist chirp is game, it's true, thank you so much, Birdsong. Yeah, it's exciting times, eh? We're getting very close. Right now, I've gone through most of my checklists, so we're doing kinda silly things. We are going to implement a speedrun timer, because why not? Is my game the most speedrunnable game? Not really, but it is also kinda fun, isn't it? Okay, so we have the actual timer thing here. So I guess my... Oh wait, I can't put this in DevTools. Okay. Charcoal Wolf, welcome in. I mean, I don't have a computer anymore, but I can wishlist it. You know what? I still appreciate it, man. It still helps out. Now at this time I'm pretty inactive on other media platforms, no worries. I added a timer to my game not that long ago, it's a fun little something that's super simple. If you don't want to over-engineer the crap out of it. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like it's one of them things where I already have a timer in my game, because I decided that it might be fun to, in the main menu, be able to basically display the playtime you have on your current save. Now we're not gonna have the save system in the demo, but still. So I already have the system for like tracking playtime. So to make a speedrun timer is really just about setting up this text to be updated. So I feel like we kinda have to do it, don't we? Oh, you know what? Timer could just have the reference to this one, why not? No, you can't, because this is on a... If this is on the system... Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, you're not gonna be on the system. I'm just gonna put you in-game. I'm gonna put you as an in-game UI element. Because that simplifies things. In front or behind menus? I'm gonna put it behind the menus. I can't do that? Scheiße. Okay, I'm gonna copy that one, and then we are going to delete you. I go into our UI canvas, we're gonna paste this as a child. We're gonna need to reposition this, and make you way smaller. Height like 5 maybe, and then like -5. Maybe something like that. Sure thing, sure thing. What's the name of the game? It's called Shroud of Gloom. If anyone wants a link, you can find it right about here. Be happy to package it all up and send it over if you want. My version is very simple, just adds a timer on the top left of the screen. I thought about doing it top left as well. I feel like that makes sense. The only annoying thing is that a lot of my tutorial tips happen here. To be fair, I doubt that people who are speedrunning the game would have tutorial tips enabled. So maybe that doesn't really matter, now that I think of it. You know what? It probably doesn't. It probably doesn't. I might actually move this. But thank you very much for the offer. I don't think I need it since I already have the system for the timer. I think I almost have everything I need, to be honest. I just need to like make this one actually updates. Why can't I move the anchor thingy? Should I not be able to move the anchor here? Because I need you to be... Oh wait, I can just check it like this. Yeah, because that's an issue. I don't want you to be able to go outside. But since I have a... you know what? You know what? I don't actually need a content size fitter. If I just make sure that we set wrapping to none. And then I position you like so. That's fine. Something important though, let's make this not be a raycast target, because that feels unnecessary. We're gonna put you like maybe here or something? Maybe to make this stand out as well, should I make it like red? Maybe. You could tween it down when a tip comes up. Oh yeah, that's true. You could just move it in that case. I have a really dumb question. How do you swap out your font for TextMesh Pro? Right here, below the text thing, you have a font asset where you can just change the font. If you need to add a font, then you just download a font that you want. Highly recommend Google Fonts because they are open source. You place it inside of the TextMesh Pro fonts folder, and then if you click Ctrl Shift F12, you will automatically create a font asset where you can just do some slight settings and whatnot. It's fairly straightforward. Is there a default you can set? I actually don't know. I change it manually every time. Probably is, now when you say it, it's probably something I should have looked into. It would most likely have saved me a bit of time. But not as far as I'm aware, but it's very possible that you could. Definitely possible. Okay, so we have the timer. Now what we're gonna do is open our timer script, and we are just going to make a little TextMesh Pro UGUI. We're gonna call this the speedrun timer, sure. And then let's see, fixed update. If not tracking time, return. When am I not tracking time? Oh, if I'm in another game's state or whatever. Yeah, that's fair enough. Otherwise do this, and then we're gonna say if I guess we make a player pref for this, since it's a setting. So if player prefs dot get int, we're gonna call this speedrun timer, default to 0. If this is equal to 1, that means we want to track the time, which in that case we just want to say that speedrun timer.text is equal to playtime. But then I need to format this, right? Well, I should have done this in my, what is it, my save slot? Do I have a save slot script? Playtime. What do I do here? I have a class to check playtime. Okay, so I guess this is what I want to do. Time dot... No, just this is not how I want to show it. I want to do... I think I want seconds and... Yeah, like this. And then 3 decimals or whatever. That feels like a decent idea. Recently learned about skipping domain reload when entering play mode. My mind was blown. Yeah, I did have someone tell me about that. The only thing that I find a bit annoying about it is that if you don't do a domain reload or whatever, you might not actually be resetting everything. So for example, static variables will not be reset. So that made it a little bit weird, and I could not be bothered like making sure all my static variables were reset correctly, so I just kinda went, fuck it, I'll be fine. But it's really convenient not having to wait. I had to recover my password. Oh, wait, did you? You know what? That's a perfect moment to say, if you guys are interested in a little password manager, which I highly recommend, I have a little affiliate link for ProtonPass. Getting a password manager is unironically, or honestly, one of the best decisions I ever did. And believe me, I said that way before I had an affiliate link as well. I truly believe everyone should have a password manager. Okay, bum. So we have the text, we want to update it, but we want to format it. How do I do that? Try format. Well, playtime is not a string though. That is a float. Oh, there is something I can do. Can I do some shit where... There is a way to do this, I know there is. It turned out I didn't know what my username was, fair enough. Well, I'm off to bed, have fun, no worries T-Bag, thank you very much for hanging out today. Appreciate ya, have a good one, man. ToString is not making it into a string, that's the issue, it's how I format this to show me seconds and milliseconds. Because if I just do something like this, it might end up showing like what is it? It might end up showing me like 8 decimals or whatever. And I don't remember the way to format this, but I know there is a way. Would you say Indian Coop or isen? Close enough. It's only one S, but otherwise fucking perfect, man. Can you format again if it's still a date? I don't think it should be a date. Because this one is read as a float. Like I used the... How do I do this? Wait, why do I have different playtimes? Load playtime. Oh yeah, because I... Yeah, right. I save it as a float in the save slot, but then it's only in the save slot I don't want to display seconds, so here I format it to hours, minutes and seconds, but the actual variable is a float. Which I think is fine to use here, I just need to cut off the decimals. Oh yeah, wait. ToString F2 will give you... Okay, yeah, I think that's what I want. Okay. Okay, so then it's playtime dot ToString, and then I think then I want F3. I'm gonna assume that's the case. And then we need to make a setting for this. The thing is though, how do we enable and disable the text? I could just say otherwise, but then we're gonna like try and do that like almost every frame. That seems unnecessary. Okay, I'm just gonna be lazy for now and say in any other case... No. Is it... No, couldn't I just do some ternary operating and do like... bool, speedrun, timer... enabled... Well, I don't need to do that. Wait. No. Speedrun timer dot game object set active. Then we pass in this. Fuck it. Bool speedrun timer enabled equals. But now I'm gonna check player prefs every frame. That's no good. No. We don't want to do that. How do I want to do this? Okay, let's just make this thing... Let's test it like this first, and then we'll make this better. That's the plan. Because it feels... Since this is in the update function, we really just wanna... We want to like have a... We want to save our own bool so we don't have to check player prefs, because that seems unnecessary. Okay, that one is not updating now, because we haven't actually enabled the setting. Can I make the settings to UI handle this? So this is going to be on the gameplay, I feel like that made sense. I'll duplicate this one, then we would rename you into speedrun timer. This is so not important, but it's also kind of funny. Drop down? Oh yeah, I used to have a drop down for my tutorial tips. I had a setting so that you would only display tutorial tips the very first time. But I think that is kind of unnecessary. Okay, we're gonna have a toggle. Let's see, speedrun timer. You should say something like speedrun timer. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go to our string table. We're gonna make sure that we pull the newest version. So we're gonna pull this. That seemed to work. And then we're gonna change here, we're gonna add a new table entry called menu speedrun timer. In English, this is going to be speedrun timer. Also, I don't think I should capitalize you. We're gonna do it that way. Let's be consistent. In Swedish, I think I would do this the same. Speedrun timer. Sure thing. And then I'll check the other ones at some point. By default, you should be off. Okay. Now we need to go into our settings UI. We need to find gameplay. Let's see, audio, gameplay settings. We want to serialize another toggle called speedrun timer toggle. Here we're gonna want to say on value change to remove all listeners. And then speedrun timer dot is on is equal to player prefs get int speedrun timer defaulted to 0. If that is equal to 1, then you should be on. then speedrun timer toggle on value change, add listener on speedrun timer changed. We now copied that piece and then speedrun timer. We are going to do a public void. Bool is enabled. Oh yeah, on toggles I play select sound through code, and that's fine. Play select sound. Wait, why am I doing it that way? No, this is a perfect point for ternary operator. Int what do I call this? Can I call this a boolean int? Is there a way to describe a integer when you fake a bool, as in like 0 being false, 1 being true? Is there like a proper term for it out of curiosity? Should just do this as well. No, wait, why am I doing this? No. Later on we're going to set the int, but here we just want to... We want to say the value, depending on is enabled, should be set to either 1 or 0. Then we're gonna set this int to the new value. Flag, I guess. Flag and toggle are the most common terms are here. Interesting. So what, like int flag? Damn. This is so much cleaner. I actually don't have these yet. Show blood I don't even think I'm gonna have. I think that made sense for maybe a non-horror game, but for this game I don't feel like it makes that much sense to be able to disable blood. I would omit this variable at all, but I don't want to batch seed code it. Batch seed coding is completely fine. How would you omit the variable? By pausing... Yeah, wait, how would you omit the variable? Omit? Oh shit, can I even pause in like that? Oh, interesting. Typically I use bits instead of bytes, but int flag is fine too. uint1 is better. Oh. Oh, you mean like the actual type here would be a uint1, which is a bit? I'm gonna assume then. That is it can only be 1 or 0. That's interesting. The only issue is that I can't save one of those, can I? As in player prefs. So it's always gonna turn into an integer here. Oh wait, no. No, that's probably fine, because can I pause in? I might still be able to pause that in, since it technically is of type int. What did you call this? uint1? Can I not do that? Is it called something else in C# or in Unity? Oh no, uint... Oh, is it uint 2? That one shows up. What's up, Cancros? Would that work? Oh, that doesn't show up either. Oh, it just... was that some math thing? Oh yeah, unity.mathematics. uint gives me uint 32. Oh, but then I would have to change this. I don't understand this. Just realized I still have your short on repeat. Cheers, man. Honestly, because of CPUs, it's normally faster to operate on standard bytes. Oh, interesting. But then, is it better to do this? Is that better? Just not... like, not declare the variable whatsoever? Use bit flags when you want a bunch of options. Imagine you had like 20 check... Oh yeah, those I have used. What did I use that for? Yeah, I learned about those not too long ago. Because that's basically like a bool where you can have more than one true option or whatever. And convenient thing I think is that it becomes a drop down in the inspector as well. Yeah, so I guess we do this then. And then we could do that here too. And get rid of this. Boom. To be fair, I don't even use these settings, but why not? Okay, these are a bit cleaned up. You're gonna change that one. Okay. That should technically be everything I need to do for the settings UI. We obviously need to make this enable and disable. Very normally in most languages, I don't know about C# specifically, but normally you'll dodge a touch of garbage collection if you avoid temporary variables. Oh, interesting. Oh shit, I forgot to assign the toggle. Settings UI, where are you? Gameplay, speedrun toggle. Scheiße. Speedrun timer toggle. Speedrun timer toggle, boom. I'm under like I've started getting to the point where even if it's just like marginally better, I mean to the point where it almost even wouldn't be noticeable. I'm a little bit under the mindset of like why wouldn't you still do it? Do you know what I mean? And if there's nothing to lose on it, why not do the thing that potentially is like 0.0001% better or whatever? Do you know what I mean? Okay. I'm forgetting to assign a lot of stuff here, is what I'm noticing. Speedrun timer, that should be you. Matters more when your data is larger, you're looping, and or when you want to follow the same principle all throughout your project. One tiny thing like this is definitely not noticeable. I agree, but I'm also like, but why not? Unless it's something that takes a lot of time. Like, if it's something that actually, like, is very time-consuming for you and it doesn't make a difference, then I see the reason why maybe it's not worth it. But when something, like here, for example, if declaring a variable could be considered, like, this much worse to do, and, like, it doesn't make a difference for me whether I declare a variable here or not, right? At that point, like, why not do the thing that potentially is, like, 1 nano% better? But yeah, if it's something that's gonna, you know, consume a lot of your time, then it definitely isn't worth it. That seems to work. Obviously it's a little bit behind my spoiler text here, but... So how would this look if I had tutorial tips on? Nah, that's fine. It is slightly above it anyway. What you doing? I am doing productive procrastination, where I am currently implementing a speedrun timer just for the hell of it. But I need a way to enable and disable this one as well. And here, I don't wanna... I feel like it's probably unnecessary to check player prefs all the time. The issue is that if I only check it in like await, what happens then? Like if they change the setting midway through, that would be a problem, because then it's not gonna update. I strongly believe that people should care more about fundamentals and strive to write space/time efficient code. Yeah, I think so as well, because we've discussed this a few times on stream before, where, you know, I know some people are basically under the mindset that if you're the only one working on a project and it doesn't have like any impact on the end result or whatever, then you shouldn't care about this stuff. The way I see it is like, but it's a learning opportunity for me, right? Like, if I have the chance to learn something, or if I have the chance to write slightly better code, like, why shouldn't I take that opportunity? Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like a wasted opportunity to not try and strive to be better. That's basically the way I see it. Because otherwise I feel like it's just a justification to write shit code. Which I don't know. I feel a bit weird about that. Not by any means saying that my code is perfect. There's probably a lot of places throughout this game where you could look and cringe at the code I've written. But that's usually in those cases I write it the best way I know. Like, for example, when this settings UI is an old script from like it's like 3 games back or something. I've iterated on it and stuff, but, you know, it's the kind of thing that just follows me from project to project. And like, the reason why I didn't use a ternary operator here is because I didn't fucking know of ternary operators. Do you know what I mean? What is up, Atrium? How you doing? Good to have ya. Not perfect. But yeah, how do I want to do this? I don't want to... It feels bad. I don't know if it does have any performance impact whatsoever, but it feels like it's bad to check player prefs inside of a update function. So Sid went out and ate a bunch of food, spent like 1,050 crowns. Damn, someone's getting a fancy dinner today. I'm probably... What am I gonna have today? I'm probably gonna just have some fucking beans on toast or something. Yeah, that's what I live on. It's good though, you know what? It is a lot fucking better than it sounds. Beans on toast, dude, it's so fucking good. I think I'm starting to have a bit of a problem. Like, I really fucking, like, all of a sudden, I just get it. You know, when you just get beans on toast. It's so fucking good, man. I'm gonna assume this is bad, but then if I only check this once, what happens if you change it? Static bool. Static method to update it. Call that method. Wait, if I call something static and it doesn't... No wait, that's not how static works. Static doesn't... A static method... Does a static method need an instance? I know if it was a static class you wouldn't need it, because like the static class itself kinda is the instance, isn't it? But if I make a static method in here, what happens if I try to call that one in a scene where this class doesn't exist? Does that become an issue? No. It shouldn't. I am very confused right now. Sorry guys, we have some ads coming up in about half a minute for the non-subscribers. Appreciate your patience. I just trash out beans on toast. Dude, try it, man. It's fucking good. When I worked at chess.com, we averaged 100 to 200,000 concurrent players with over 200 flags per user. I can fit 4 byte flags into 164-bit int. Use the user ID as the index offset and have 01 constant time read-write access. Using something like Redis to store that int means I can aggregate query 160 flags in less than a millisecond across distributed system. Yes. Oh, 4 billion? Damn. Okay, wait. I can fit 4 billion flags into a 164-bit int. Oh yeah, wait, 4 bytes made no sense, because, wait, 4 bytes is 32 bits, so that would actually be smaller. Well, in that case it would still hold true though, right? You could fit 4 bytes in. I don't know, I should just shut the fuck up, man. That's funny. I could do this with events as well, and just make sure that this one is listening to that event changing. Or make you call something when you traded this one. Let's check that this works first of all. As is. It should. Now it should load the value as well, and we are gonna have our time update. If I go in here and I disable the speedrun timer, yeah, it's gonna stop updating. But I also need to hide it. Is it bad checking player prefs in the update function? It feels like that's bad, but I have no idea. That this is just like a gut feeling. It feels unnecessary to constantly check this. There must be a better way of doing this. I don't know if I want to do it with an event though. If it's 64 flags, since the value have 64-bit resolution. Ads should be over. Welcome back, guys. I'm definitely overthinking this. But my player prefs technically... Yeah, how does this work? Wait. Player prefs is in my reg edit, or whatever you call it. But I assume that since player prefs.save is a thing, I assume that Unity... Oh well, your game doesn't check the reg edit or whatever every time you get or set int. How does this actually work? Does Unity, when I start the game, does the application or the engine basically check my... Does it like basically go and get my reg edit stuff? And then during runtime, I just keep that stuff and update it. And then on the application close, when it calls playerpref save, do I then overwrite the reg edit? I assume that's how it works. Rather than it constantly checking like the reg edit on my computer. Because if that was the case, I don't see the reason for why playerprefs.save, like in that case, playerprefs set int would inherently save it. So in that case, maybe this isn't really that bad to do. Some devices auto-save, some doesn't. But I assume since saving is still a thing, I assume that Unity doesn't like directly call your reg edit. Right? I assume that Unity like it gets that information and keeps like a local version of it where you can check stuff and set stuff, and then whenever you would save, that's basically when you overwrite the reg edit you have in your computer. Is that how it works? Or does it actually consistently call the reg, like the actual reg edit folder or whatever? Like I am so outside of my my like comfort zone here. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just, this is me just guessing how stuff works. Very unsure myself, use it very rarely, but as far as I know, on PC it auto-saves, but I might have some piece of code that does it for me. I think when I read about it, at one point I started calling playerprefs.save, but then when I read the documentation on it, it seems like you shouldn't. I think it basically said that you shouldn't manually call that function, which kinda surprised me a bit at first. So then I stopped doing it. Unity saves preferences automatically during on-application quit, so on the Universal Windows platform, Unity writes preferences during application suspend. Since writing playerprefs can cause hiccups, it is recommended to not call this function during gameplay, it says though, which I... Do they mean that it might be fine to call this during like a menu, maybe? Hey Chappy, just dropping in to say you're doing great. Thank you so much, Jotson, and so are you, man. W Jotson, true. Yet another developer on twitch.tv, go and check him out if you haven't. Also releasing his demo soon. Menu is still gameplay though, is it? I feel like that's a bit of a matter of definition. I wouldn't say that you're in gameplay if you're in like a pause menu. Like the paused state to the engine menu is gameplay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that might be the case. You have to think about it from the engine's perspective. Okay. Yeah, so basically I had to remove this function in a shit ton of places because I read this. Okay, AI Overlord. It's time. Is it bad to get or set player prefs in an update function? Yes, it's generally a bad idea to call player prefs get or especially player prefs set in the... well, I wouldn't do that, but I would do get. Not designed for peripheral use, is backed by disk I/O. Yeah, get is relatively lightweight. Okay. Display press only when you need to save or load, not every frame. But then if it's I/O, it sounds like it actually does read and write, I assume, directly to your reg edit. A lot of people just make a class called player prefs X and then wrap all the player prefs need within that class. Then you can also add more functions like set bool and set whatever. Yeah, that's true. I probably should do that. I don't know if I'm gonna do that refactor for this game, but I'm probably gonna make something like that for my next game. Personally, I do during load, read all player prefs, keep a local variable. Yeah, it sounds like a good thing. And use property, get local store variable, set, check if new value, write new value, player prefs, set value. Interesting. Yeah, I see the point of it. Okay. Speedrun timer. So we don't want to do this then. So this one, I could load this in like awake. So I just have to read it once. But then the issue becomes what happens when you update it, right? So then, since Atrium is here, why not use our fancy little fucking event system? Event bus? Fuck it. Speedrun timer event. Sure. And I just need to read it during that event, so I don't actually need to pass anything in. So then we want a private void on enable, where we want to subscribe to the speedrun timer event on speedrun timer toggled. Then on disable, we are of course going to unsubscribe from this. We're gonna make a private void on speedrun timer toggled. Speedrun timer event. We're gonna make ourselves a private variable bool. Is speedrun timer enabled. Probably default that to false. In awake, we are then... I don't need to default you to do anything. Gonna head back into lurking, but good luck with the demo launch. Thank you very much, Birdsong, and thank you for the raid again. Same as well, doing some work. No worries, Chanchos. Thank you guys for lurking, I do appreciate it. Here we're gonna check the player prefs. I do need to get out of here relatively soon. I have some playtesting footage I need to look through. Oh shit. Oh yeah, equals 1. And then here we're just gonna do the same thing. Whenever that one is toggled, we're gonna double check this and make sure it gets updated. Now, during the update, we can just check our local variable. If the speedrun timer is enabled, then we're gonna do this. Then here we can also say speedrun timer. I don't want to have to repeat myself here. Private void check speedrun timer. Sure. We're gonna update this one and then say speedrun timer dot game object set active is speedrun timer enabled. Now we can call this one here. And then in a wait, we are also going to call this one. Here we don't need to do anything, and that should be all we need to do. No, there is one more thing. When this one is actually toggled, we now need to publish our new speedrun timer event. Save. Easy peasy. I am too dumb to understand the discussion in chat. Fuck, why Unity bad? Wait, what? What are you on about, Atrium? Is Unity not behaving the way it should? Trying to build some asset management things, like loading stuff with asset bundles, and it's so bad. Why is it so bad? Okay, now we don't have a timer. Then if I enable this, we immediately get the timer. And it starts loading. If I now restart... it immediately loads as well. And if I then go in and I disable this, then you get immediately disabled. Okay, so one other small thing, let's apply this. I want the speedrun timer to be behind all of the menus. Yeah. Feel like that's gonna make more sense. Now, if we go in here and we enable the speedrun timer, we won't actually see anything happen, but when I go back into the game, it starts updating. Obviously it's like overlapped with my spoiler text now, but that one isn't enabled in actual builds anyway. We can probably add the mailbox marker as well. Why not? Mainly gonna throw people off, to be honest, but it's fine. UI map Open map. Map floor 1. Guess this one should be smaller though. Assume that one is fine. Oh, do you have a non-lit version as well? Of course you do. I really need to sort this out eventually though and make my markers have a bigger hitbox. Like this one currently, yeah. Like 1 pixel row around it is not enough. It's not enough. I guess I could do a child object. That is the actual hitbox and just paste that one on top of everyone too. Okay, where is this one? You are located like maybe here. I think it's further from the wall. I think maybe a couple of pixels at least. That might be too much. Maybe -9. Description key is going to be marker mailbox. Complete the description key. Well, there should also be marker mailbox. Gonna start off hidden white when completed, sure. And now I don't like that YouTube has updated the like thingy, the player or whatever. I'm too conservative for this. I don't like this change. Do you know what I mean? I like when things are the way they always have been. Making boolean and closing will still take up 4 or 8 bytes of space. Finally finished localization, now just need to proofread it. Nice, man. What languages did you set it on? You proofread ChatGPT, thanks. Nah, I don't trust it enough. I still have a few languages I need to have proofread though. Portuguese, both Brazilian and European, are the biggest ones because obviously I've done those myself, and likewise with ChatGPT, I don't trust myself. Okay, bum. Where is my game? Rooms. Outside left. Mailbox. No. Mailbox closed. When you click on this one, we want to update map marker on click. Oh shit, do I do this with direct references? Ooh, that's a little bit nasty. I don't love that, but I'm not gonna do anything about it. Because I can't be bothered. Markers, it's going to be this one, which we need to rename into marker Mailbox. This one you can't complete at the moment, so we are just gonna skip that part of it. Mark your mailbox. Boom. And then now, since we got that stuff figured out, we can also disable the speedrun timer. That will be handled by itself. I'm very lucky to have friends across the Nord Rainbow, and one friend for Arabic and Chinese, one friend for Korean and Japanese. Nice, man! Okay, now it shows up, and the distance looks fine. And then if I walk up to you, you disappear. Oh yeah, I know why. I know why. Mailbox closed. I'm setting the new state to hidden. We should set it to in progress. Basically the way I do it is that if I have something that has a map marker, if that object is ever enabled, it changes from hidden to the unknown state. So this door right now is unknown. Let's use the mailbox as an example instead. Since we haven't been here in the area next to us, it's completely hidden, right? But when I walk in here, it now activates here as unknown. So it's visible on the map, but it doesn't give me any information because I haven't, you know, interacted with it. If I go up to this one, now it's obvious that the player knows of this object. So now we set it to in progress. And we also show the description, which I need the key for. And then if you would solve it, it's gonna turn into a different color, yada yada. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Okay, let's do a quick pull push on the string table so we can get that reference in there as well. We are going to pull... Oh shit, did I... Oh fuck, did I not push before? I think I forgot to push. Did I just remove my speedrun key? Let me double check. Did I or did I not push? I didn't push, fuck's sake. Okay, let's pull in this one first. We're gonna have marker underscore mailbox. I am going to pull that one. Boom. So that should exist in our table. Now, however, we need to go back into our settings UI. Speedrun timer text. You should have lost your key. You did indeed. So we're going to add a table entry, which is going to be menu speedrun timer. We are basically good to go there. Now we go to the string table and we are going to push all of this new stuff to the Google Sheet. Why did I not get the speedrun timer? Oh, was I too quick? Did I not save this? Menu speedrun timer. I didn't get that one in the sheet. Why? Do I need to add something for this to actually exist? Speedrun timer. Maybe that's it. Could be. Let's add that one. String table. Push. No, I overwrote the other one I did. What the fuck? That's very confusing. Menu. No. Marker. Mailbox. Pull. Push. Okay. Now we should have both. Let me double check this in Unity. Yeah, speedrun timer, and then we have the marker. Sorry, I'm a little bit iffy about showing my entire localization sheet, because there might be some spoilers in there. Okay. Sorry for the flashbang. Menu speedrun timer. This is a toggle setting for enabling / disabling the speedrun timer in the game. Text that displays current playtime used for speedrunning / time challenges or whatever. This is fine. Mailbox. Did I use some prefix here on the other ones? Yeah. Let me get that one. Marker / point of interest on the map. This one refers to a... Maybe I should be more specific here. A wall-hung mailbox in the front yard. Sure. English is going to be mailbox. That is one word in English, right? Yeah, should be. JF Girard, welcome in, how you doing? Can you speak French too? I can't, unfortunately. Malheureusement, je ne parle pas français. Unfortunately. That's like all I can say. Do you speak French? I'm gonna assume you speak French. Since you asked. But good to see you again, man. Perfect, so how do I say mailbox in French? You wanna help me out here? As well as speedrun timer. Speedrun timer I think would actually be the same in Swedish. Mailbox, I'm gonna go brevlåda. Mailbox is one word, cheers. Is weird with English, they're not as consistent as we Swedes are. Swedes basically always combine the words. Like you almost never would you separate a word like that. Whereas like English is a little bit of both. Like most of the time you don't combine words, but every now and then you do. Like washing machine is 2 words in English, is 1 word in Swedish. But then mailbox, I wouldn't have been surprised it was 2 words either, do you know what I mean? We got a French localizer in the chat, yeah, exactly. Boy Amor, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Boy au lettre is preferable, use that one. Okay, so I assume the first one, it sounds like there's a coordinate. I'm gonna assume the first one is quite literally like box of mail, or box to the mail, whereas the other one is box of letters. Literally translated, that is. Okay, when did we have French? Yeah, whatever you think sounds best is what we're gonna do. So, boîte aux lettres. That's my scuffed way of saying it. Shit, we're gonna need some localization here. How would you say speedrun timer? I don't know, would you even translate speedrun? I would not translate speedrun in Swedish. Timer is the same word, timer. Translating speedrun would sound weird. Would you use the same? Speedrun timer? Just pronounce it in a French way. Speedrun timer. I have no idea if that's even close. I would like to learn more French at some point, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna double check the other ones at some point. Let's see if this works. First of all, we need to pull the new stuff. Boom, there we go. You still practice the Portuguese language? Definitely not as much as I should. Like, I still interact a bit with the language, like, I still listen to Portuguese music a bit, I consume some Portuguese media and so on. I speak Portuguese when I have the opportunity to. It wasn't that long ago, me and my partner went to Portugal, like... what? Like a month and a half ago or something. So that was quite fun, got to speak a bit of Portuguese again. But yeah, I definitely don't study it as much as I should. That is for sure. I still try to use it a little bit, like whenever we have Tugas in chat, I try to whip out a little bit of Portuguese. Obviously, I also translated this game, like, so far I've done most of the Portuguese localization myself. Part of it is machine translated too, I definitely couldn't translate everything myself. Yeah, I'm gonna need someone to double check those, but especially the Brazilian one. Since I did do that one myself as well. With some help from machine translating. You guys always call it my partner? I don't. I mix it up a little bit. Sometimes I say partner, sometimes I say girlfriend, sometimes I say me bird, yo. I'm joking. Ah, that's funny. Boy, I'm gonna assume I don't pronounce that T. Boy or l'autre. Boy or l'autre. Or something. Standard in language though? In what? You mean in Swedish? Is that what you mean? Okay, I kinda actually want to hear this. Yes, your language? No, I wouldn't say it's standard. It's not uncommon. I would say it's basically like in English. As in like... I don't know what you would consider standard in English. Partner might actually be slightly less common, but it's not uncommon to hear someone say partner in English. And I would say Swedish is basically the same. You can say girlfriend, you can say partner. I always wanted to ask this, does everyone in Sweden know PewDiePie? I mean, most people would, especially like my generation and younger and so on. Like, you know, maybe like my parents' generation, there's probably quite a lot of them that wouldn't know. But like, amongst my age, I doubt there's a lot of people who don't know who PewDiePie is.
Boîte aux lettres.
Oh wait, did she? Oh no, wait. Oh, that's surprising. They did pronounce the T, didn't they?
Boîte aux lettres.
Oh, sorry if that might have been a bit loud for you guys. Yeah, it sounds like... Oh, is it because it does an E after, maybe? I mean, not that I think French is I don't know how consistent French is when it comes to spellings, but I know like this stuff, like an S at the very end, and I think a T at the very end are almost never pronounced. I wasn't loud at all? Okay, nice. So is this T pronounced because there's an E afterwards? Because I know in like malheureusement or whatever, which is like unfortunately. Unfortunately. That ends in a T, and that one will not be pronounced.
Malheureusement.
Yeah, mon, right? Malheureusement. French is complicated. Yeah, reading it is fucking difficult. The amount of, like, what you call it, silent letters in French is kind of mind-blowing.
Boîte aux lettres.
Boîte aux lettres. Even the E is almost not pronounced. It's like lettre. Lettre.
Lettres.
Yeah, it kind of ends on the R, to be honest. Boîte aux lettres.
Boîte aux lettres.
There's something weird happening here too. Boîte aux lettres. Lettres. I can't do it. I would like to learn more French at some point. Boîte aux lettres. Hot verle. Sure. If in France and convert them to Swedish, French is gobble. What the fuck, Adrian? You don't say that. French is a cool language. It sounds cool, it's just hard to read. Get you back next. That is quite different though, like the Quebecois French or whatever. It's a fairly different pronunciation, right? Oh, thought I was... Oh, are you from Quebec? I don't think I know how to say mailbox in Portuguese. Unless it's like por de letra or something. Is that it? It could be. Oh, caixa. Correio. What? Correio. Why? Why? Why not like letras? Because that can be letter as in a letter you send as well, right? Junto de palavras que constituem o texto de uma canção. Oh, maybe not. No. Am I... No, this is like... A maneira como se escreve, like a way of writing. Or the words that are in the text, like the lyrics of a song, as in like lyrics. And a character of the alphabet. Okay, I'm being dumb. Never mind. Correio. Carta, that's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. I don't know why I said letra. That's the one I know of. Why is it correio? Correio is mail. Oh, yeah. Like mail instead of letter. Yeah, just... yeah, I see. Yeah, it's like mailbox instead of letterbox. Yeah. So we use the same in Swedish. We call it a letterbox as well. Brev is a letter. Brevlåda is a mailbox. Okay. Yeah. Correio. Okay, so that is mail. Yeah, I don't know why I said letra. It was Charta was the one I was thinking of. Okay, so then Caixa de Correio. Caixa de Correio. And I'm just gonna assume this is the same in both, so I'm just gonna have to double check it anyway. How would you say speedrun timer? Cavalli, would you translate speedrun? Wait, are you Portuguese or Brazilian? Sorry. No, I think you're Portuguese, right? Because in Brazilian Portuguese, it could definitely have been speedrunny. That is a funny thing, the extra ein that is added in a lot of like loanwords and stuff in Brazilian Portuguese. Like Facebook, TikTok. That's an interesting occurrence. How would you say speedrun timer? Would it sound weird? I wouldn't be surprised if it's weird to translate speedrun. I imagine this is one of those words that ends up being a loan word in a lot of, at least, Western languages. You know what, maybe even more. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a loan word. Or maybe not. I'm a bit intrigued here. What about Japanese? Do they have like a katakana loan word for speedrunning? Yeah, they do. Supidoran. Speedrun. Supidoran.
Speedrun.
Supidoran. Okay. Speedrun is actually not a direct translated word. Yeah, I wouldn't translate it in Swedish, to be honest. It can mean contra relogio. Oh, like against the clock. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I see what you mean. Because you could use the expression in English too, right? Like racing against the clock or whatever. Usually say it's speedrun just to save time. Like, do you think it's more common to hear Portuguese people say speedrun rather than like contra relogio? Oh, but usually we use contra relogio as a time attack. Okay, so could I go like... what would that be? Like timer de contra relogio? Why is this not going my way? Relogio. Does that sound better? Do you use timer that way? Wait. No, yeah? Temporizador, or... I have no idea how to pronounce this in a Portuguese way. Timer. Timer? Contra relogio. Does that work? Difficult to say a direct approach. Maratona. Definição. Oh, de corrida a pé de longo percurso. Okay, so this is like a marathon. Yeah, maratona, marathon. Yeah. Yeah, long endurance run. Because I imagine it's otherwise either to do like a... I'd used it as a loan word, like timed speedrun. Because I don't know if this sounds... I mean, this is a combination word, contrarrelogio. So this would be like against the clock timer. What time is it in Sweden right now? It just past midnight. Give me a bit of context. In practice, what does that action do? I shall show you. Let me just get rid of this thing that's covering it up. Where is my... Yeah, spoiler warning. I'm just gonna disable you for the time being. So it's basically for people that might wanna like speedrun the game. So if you turn on this timer while playing, it's going to display like your in-game time in the top corner, so that you can like see how quick you are or whatever. Oh, it's a little bit weird that one being behind the fade out. That feels a little bit odd. 6 o'clock here. Think contrarrelogio fits better there. But I assume I kinda need to say timer as well, right? Because it feels like it wouldn't be intuitive to just say contrarrelogio. Because it's not like a game mode either. Like the game, if it was a game mode, I see that would probably make sense. Temporizador or relógio. Okay. So relógio de contrarrelogio, that sounds a bit weird, so I'm gonna assume it sounds better in that case to say temporizador de contrarrelogio, which is a fucking mouthful. Yeah, using relógio and contrarrelogio might sound weird. Yeah, that would sound like that would be like against the clock, you know? Or time attack time, or whatever. It's gonna sound a bit weird. So I think it's gonna become a fucking mouthful, but this feels better, I think. Back to actually watching stream since my discussion opponent is gone. I don't think he is. I don't know, I just stopped. I just stopped reading, to be honest. I'll let you guys get on with it. What did we do? Oh yeah, we changed this. I mean, it is long, but it's not like... doesn't look horrible either. Temporizador de contrarrelogio. Yeah, sure. Sure thing. Then here we have... Did I fix that one? I didn't. What? That one should be in there. Mark your mailbox. Oh no, I switched to English, you fucking Dumbo. Language... Portuguese... Boom... Caixa de correio. Nice. Sweet. I think I actually had a task for this on my actual dev board. Yeah, speedrun timer. You are officially implemented. Okay, I'm gonna go through some playtesting footage today, see potentially we find some more bugs or tweaks that we have to sort out. Otherwise, I'm feeling pretty good with where we are at. Have you tried the Godot engine? I have not. I have actually not tried any other engine than Unity. I kind of just ended up picking Unity at first, and I don't know, I feel like it kind of works well, and I've gotten to the point where I'm starting to be quite comfortable with Unity, you know, because I've been using it for a couple of years now. So I'm like very hesitant to switch in, partly because I just, you know, then you gotta have like start over and like relearn the software and, you know, start understanding the differences between them. And I assume if I would use Godot, even though they have support for C#, I would probably end up using GDescript anyway, I guess. Which means I would also have to start learning another language, which would probably be a good, like, experiment though, or something good to try. Because I do want to try using another language at some point, programming language. But yeah, right now, I feel a little bit like I'm in too deep, do you know what I mean? However, as I said, I have some playtesting footage I need to get through as well, so I actually think we're gonna have to call it here for today. But please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. I shall be back on Friday, maybe not as per usual, because Miss Chirpy is coming here on Friday. So it's possible that the stream might end up being a little bit later than usual. If you haven't, please make sure to go and check out the new short on YouTube. I think it's already flopped, to be honest, but you never know. Maybe a little like that should help it out, but it's not doing fucking well so far. Sitting at 26 views after like 10 hours. It's not looking too good. I think that's a proper flop, but you know what? I have more shorts coming up, so hopefully they can do better. We need to get some extra eyes on this game. I was thinking maybe you could use chronometro. Oh, instead of, yeah, like chronometer. Yeah. Might feel more correct for that context. Yeah, potentially. Are you off stream the days you work on content? Most of the time I do that off stream, like, yeah, no, I do basically all the content stuff off stream. The only like video editing I've done on stream so far is we did make the new trailers and stuff on stream, but when I'm editing content and stuff, I usually end up doing it offline. I feel like it wouldn't be as fun to watch for you guys if I'm just sitting there editing a video. At the same time, I do know other streamers who do it, but yeah. I don't know, part of the reason why like I have the off days that I do is so that I should have time to partly work on stuff for the game that I don't want to show off, as well as like, you know, content. I mean, depending on what way, I don't know what you meant by content now, I realize. Because if you meant content for the game, that's also kind of true. Well, yeah, content as in like, you know, YouTube stuff. That's kind of what I do on my off days. I mean, I do work on content for the game on stream as well, but I tend to try and steer away from, you know, like puzzle solutions and horror things, just because I don't want to spoil it. I mean, like, just you stream pretty much every other day, yeah. Are the off days the ones you work on content in the game that we can't see for obvious reasons? Yeah, exactly. Most of it. Sometimes I do other stuff as well. Like, sometimes I will work on like polishing it. Bless you, cheers, man. On polishing and stuff too, depending on what's on the agenda, but most of the time I try to focus on like spoilery content on the off days. So I recently redid all of the like the order of content in the game, which for the demo, because I kind of had to restructure things a bit, and I think it turned out pretty nice. I think it does a nice schedule though. Yeah, so far it feels good. Thank you very much for the comment there as well, Cancros on the YouTube. Appreciate ya. Streaming while editing, more Twitch revenue, isn't it? With ads? Yeah, but ads is far from my biggest income. Unfortunately, I think you need... I think you would need quite a lot of views before like the ad revenue is very significant. I can check right now out of curiosity. Oh shit, we do have some ads coming up though. Please stick around though, so we can go and show some support to another developer. Let me see here if I have time to do this before the ads start. Where is my... I want to see my revenue, please. Earnings. So in the last month, how much have I earned from ads? Let's see, is this the last month? I think it is. I have earned $30 in the last month, which is not nothing, but you know, if I streamed 2 more extra days, that I would earn an extra $20 or something. So it wouldn't be like a... I mean, it would be the turbo as well, but I probably make even less from turbo. Yeah, I make like $5 from turbo. $30 just with ads? Yeah. This month, at least. I think this is this month. Yeah, exactly. This month, I have made... In the last month, I've made $31 from ads. Ah, interesting. Last month, I made $13 from ads. So that was quite a big difference. $28 the month before that. $17. Yeah, it seems to be... I seem to be making around like $15 to $30 on ads a month. But then keep in mind that I still end up streaming like at least... I don't know. What do I stream on average? 30 hours a week or something? But yeah, I do assume this would be closer to like... Say that I streamed 5 days a week instead, I'd probably earn like an extra $10 to $20 on ads. Like, I might earn more on other stuff as well, with like subscribers, bits and that kind of stuff as well, which I obviously earn a bit more money from. Like, that's really the vast majority of my current income. Obviously I do earn money from ads, but it's definitely the smaller portion. Still helps out though, you know, I'll take it. It's not that bad. No, it absolutely isn't. But it's not like, you know... I don't know if it's an direct incentive to be like, yeah, I gotta stream an extra 30 hours a week to get that ad revenue. Not that I wouldn't mind streaming more. I definitely, like, if we get to the point where... I mean, potentially if my next game isn't as linear, so I wouldn't mind spoiling stuff as much, then I would probably be open to at least adding another day or so a week. I'd also been thinking about having a variety day. Maybe have, like, at least, you know, 1 day a week where we just do something else. Like maybe play some games or whatever it might be. Potentially work on side projects as well, maybe. I feel like that could be fun. Maybe... It's very possible that we pretty soon might switch to maybe doing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, or something like that. So add an extra day. Because the thing is that, like, it is, as should be ever, welcome back. As I was saying, I think it's possible that we might end up adding, like, another day to the schedule, maybe doing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, or something like that. Because, thing is, as some of you know, Miss Chirpy is actually moving in very soon. And it's very possible that I might change my schedule a little bit. Like, you know, it's midnight right now. When Miss Chirpy moves in, I don't know if I want to be streaming until midnight. So it's very possible that I might actually end up starting my stream a bit earlier, but then also ending it a bit earlier. So that basically what I most likely would end up doing is try to situate my schedule a little bit more around her working schedule. Because otherwise, you know, it's gonna be a bit weird. Otherwise, I end up working when she's free and she'll be working when I'm free. Why, you don't have a proper schedule? Yeah, I might actually have to get a proper schedule here, man. It's gonna be interesting. Gonna be a little bit of change because my sleeping schedule has been pretty fucked for a while. Okay, who should we go to today, people? Let's head over to... It's been a minute since we went to Boolean, hasn't it? Let's go to Boolean. Seems like he's doing some pixel art at the moment. That's fairly appropriate. For low view counts, I mean... But if you have a lot of eyes, then obviously it's a lot more. Yeah, no, I think for like the big streamers, I actually think that, you know, ad revenue can be a quite significant amount of money. For me, I don't know, it's a... I mean, obviously it helps out and I am making money, but I make more money from subscribers than I do from ads. Yeah, let's head over to Boolean. Bruce Malt, welcome man, how you doing? Hope you've been well. Thank you for hanging out. Good night, Atrium, as well. Cankles, Crit, Gerard, Grievance, thank you all for hanging out today. Truly do appreciate Kabali. Nice to have you as well. Appreciate having you guys here. Shout out to Birdsong with the raid today, as well as Teabag Beer Can with that Prime subscription. Very much appreciated. Let's head on over to Boolean, throw that Chirpy raid in the chat. As I mentioned, I'll be back on Friday, but it's possible that I might start the stream a little bit later. I see I'm late, well, good night. No worries, man. I still appreciate you dropping by. Bruce, thank you very much for the follow. That goes as well without saying. If anyone's been enjoying the stream, make sure to hit that little follow button. I'd love to have you. And if you haven't, of course, make sure to wishlist Shroud of Gloom so you'll be notified when the demo drops in, I guess, for me, technically 7 days. Holy shit. Pressure. It's gonna be a fun one, though. It's gonna be exciting having something publicly playable again. But yeah, that will be it for me today. So until next time, have a great one, everyone. And I'll catch you soon. Cheers.